It all starts with the world's most popular game where, upon entering, the player is instantly attacked by a huge dragon that flew out of the thunderclouds. The main character, bravely standing alone on the edge of a cliff, talked about the dragon god who has no equal in strength. But before he could finish his sentence, suddenly one player appeared who did not want to follow the rules. He jumps off the cliff because no decent person would watch the prologue. The guy wanted to get into the game and take the initiative into his own hands as quickly as possible. However, during his fall, a system suddenly appeared that said that it was necessary to choose a class. As he continued to fall, the boy realized his mistake, which was that he wanted to act tough too much, which is why he completely forgot about creating a character. After the character's appearance was customized, the system asked to choose a name for him, considering that there is no renaming function. The slime to prove his strength. Deciding to play the hero again, Winter River took out a wooden stick from his inventory and pompously said that only he could protect this village. After which he swung and hit the slug with all his might. However, he only dealt 5 points of damage to the monster, while the slime attacked him in response and dealt him 50 points of damage. The guy jumped to the side, clutching the sore spot. He couldn't believe that the slime had 10 times more damage than him. Then he got ready and ran back to the village through the gate. Hiding, he decided to look at his first-level player stats. His HP was only 100, strength 2, defense 1, and his reputation was 0. Winter River had only one skill, the weapon skill, which showed basic information about creatures and items 5 levels higher than the character. It was a surprise for the guy, as he got stuck on slime for the first time just after entering the game. The other players are probably still watching the cutscene, so he still has plenty of time to figure out a way out before they arrive. Then the guy noticed a soldier standing by the wall, and since he didn't see his stats, it meant he wasn't higher than level 5. But this did not stop the Winter River, who approached the soldier and decided to ask him a question, but he categorically refused to answer. The guy hesitated, as this was the second rude person he had encountered out of 2. Were all the people in this village friendly to newcomers? The soldier then replied that the adventurers should first think about how to protect themselves from the slime, and this information from a soldier who was not involved in charity was worth 10 gold coins. Winter River smiled awkwardly and said that for now he was the only adventurer here. Therefore, he is ready to pay only 1 gold coin for this service, but if the soldier does not agree, the guy will find someone else who will be ready to help him. Suddenly the soldier remembered what the elder had told him about how many adventurers would soon arrive here and new opportunities would appear, but it was strange that there was only 1 player now. Besides, the soldier only earned 50 silver coins for a month of work, and 1 gold coin is 100 silver coins, which the switch does not know yet. So agreeing to his conditions is not so bad. Then the soldier called the boy over again and asked what kind of help he needed. The young adventurer smiled slyly and looked at his opponent. He didn't have to be asked a second time, and he approached the soldier and asked him for some advice. It didn't last too long, but thanks to the training of Soldier Cairo, Winter River managed to get a basic D-level sword proficiency and basic C-level double strike. Sword skill increased strength by 5, and thanks to double strike, the guy could now quickly deliver 2 blows to the enemy, the first of which dealt 75% damage, and the second, 80%. The skill had a 20-second cooldown, and the soldier had spent all his coins during this training, so he told the guy to pay. But he replied that he had just arrived and did not yet have the opportunity to move his things here, so he could write him a receipt and pay as soon as he had money. The soldier didn't particularly like this decision, thinking that the guy was trying to trick him, but he replied that he really had gotten there without a penny in his pocket. Then the soldier offered to sign a contract, and if Winter River did not pay him the 1 gold coin he owed within a week, then he would find him, and he would get into trouble. The guy had to agree, and he signed a contract with Cairo's soldier, but this was not enough for Winter River, and he, smiling feignedly, asked the soldier to add another gold coin to the contract. The guy was ready to give this coin for the soldier's equipment. Winter River spent a long time coaxing Cairo, but eventually convinced him to give up his equipment, which consisted of white level leather armor with 2-2 defense. Also included was the soldier's iron sword with a strength of 3-3 white level, which was the smallest, as after it came bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spiritual, earthly, and heavenly levels. Of course, white-tier weapons are just trash because, according to the description, there are levels from low to high in the Tianheng continent, and these are the levels from white to heavenly. Winter River itself was level 1, but now with increased strength to 9-9 and defense to 3-3. This meant that the guy's characteristics had improved significantly.
So it's time to show this slime where the crayfish spend the winter!
But then other players began to appear, looking with delight at the virtual environment surrounding them. Standing in front of this crowd, Winter River looked at them with a disconcerted expression and realized that this was what it was like to enter the game normally after watching the story scene at the beginning. And while everyone was figuring out what to do next, Winter River decided to take advantage of this chance to get around everyone. He ran outside the village and entered the forest, finding slime in it.
Then he swung his sword and delivered a double strike, the skill he had acquired from the soldier.
As I expected, the damage of his blow increased several times. At this time, the slime got angry and also hit the guy. However, the damage was only 12 points, which meant that Winter River's defense had also increased. Then he swung his sword again and destroyed the slime, for which he received 10 experience points. This small victory gave the guy a big boost as he was able to deal 66 critical damage in a few seconds. It was really nice to realize that having the skills and equipment.
Then he eagerly attacked the other slugs.
After some time, he reached level 2, which increased his strength and defense by 1 point, and his HP by 100. This update made the guy happy, as the efficiency of destroying slimes increased and now he could destroy them more quickly. A whole 2 hours passed, and the newcomers to the village still did not know how to defeat the slime, deciding to unite in teams of 4 or 5 people. The village headman, observing all this, saw in the newcomers only a pile of trash that was not capable of anything.
But then a guy he already knew approached him and said that he had proven his strength.
After which he threw the bag he was holding in his hand in front of the old man. This bag was filled to the brim with slug kernels. This surprised the elder, who changed his mind about the adventurers, believing that at least one of them had enough brains for this. Thus, the guy completed the mission and received 20 experience points. But this mission seemed too easy to Winter River, who had already reached level 3. He asked the old man if he had any other business, and he replied that he needed to defeat 10 demonic gods, if, of course, the guy dared to do so. This was a dangerous mission, as the Tianheng continent was divided into the light and dark factions, the latter of which was home to the most powerful beings called the 10 demon gods. If you defeat them, you can get an incredible reward, but if you fail, the reputation of the light faction will drop by 10,000, the level by 50, and the old man will have to pay 10,000 gold coins as a fine. At first, the boy thought that the old man just wanted to cheat him out of 10,000 gold coins, since the task sounded very difficult. But the old man said that he thought better of the boy than all the other trash. Then the guy decided to prove that he really wasn't like that and took on this task, the deadline for which was only 1 week. However, he understood that the consequences were too severe, so he asked the old man for the family heirloom as one of the promised rewards for completing this task. He agreed without thinking, handing the guy a scroll, since in addition to it, the hero would also receive countless equipment, gold, and the title of Lord of the City. However, the elder himself did not believe in the boy's abilities at all. Smiling slyly, he thought that this adventurer was a fool who would enrich him by 10,000 coins. Moreover, 100,000 reputation points will encourage all light factions to hunt the guy. But the old man did not tell this to Winter River, who accepted the most difficult task for a level 3 player. He obtained a family heirloom in the form of a rank S fire god's wrath and set out on his journey. Night fell when a gray wolf jumped out of the bushes at the guy, and an ordinary level 5 monster with 1,000 HP. His strength was quite high for a beginner, as it was equal to 15 to 20 points, as was his defense, the level of which was equal to 9. However, the guy was able to cope with the monster's bite skill and used his sword to push it back, after which he dealt him a crushing blow, causing several hundred points of damage. For defeating the Grey Wolf, Winter River received 80 experience points, which increased his level to 4 and increased his HP by 100 units, and his strength and defense by 1 point. Also for this feat, Winter River received only 3 bronze coins, which was very little. And the guy was also confused by the fact that the old man's family heirloom was some kind of disposable scroll, which he parted with too easily. It could be used to cast a low-level fire attribute forbidden spell once, creating a 200-meter radius effect and dealing 5 million fixed damage to enemies. Winter River thought about abandoning the account, but the system said that if he decides to abandon his account, the debt will not disappear and the guy will have to repay the debt for unfulfilled debt in real life in the amount of $59 million. This sobered Winter River up, as now, As a graduate, the most he could earn was $8,000 a month, so he urgently needed to continue the task. At this point, he tried to calm himself down by saying that 10,000 gold coins, where one coin is $600, is not that much. And in order to avoid paying off this huge debt, I had to pull myself together and continue to improve my skill. He decided not to fight a whole pack of gray wolves, but found one that had gotten separated from the pack. Jumping out of the bushes, the guy pointed his sword at the monster. With one blow, he dealt a fairly large amount of damage to the beast. He howled loudly, but Winter River considered it unimportant because there were no other wolves in the area willing to come to the beast's aid. However, this was a wrong assumption, as a pack of wolves will always help their fellow wolf, so the guy had to fight the monsters for 2 hours. Thus, Winter River was able to reach level 7 and receive new equipment, wolf skin bracers increasing defense by 2 points. The guy's HP increased to 700, strength to 34, and defense to 15. Now he had to fight the leader of this wolf pack, a bronze level 12 boss with 2,500 HP, 3540 strength, and 25 defense. He used to be an ordinary gray wolf until he had the misfortune of crossing paths with a fugitive necromancer who transformed him into a cruel and powerful king of demonic wolves using forbidden magic. He ended up becoming the necromancer's guard dog, protecting him from strangers, which Winter River didn't like at all. He thought that attacking this monster was too dangerous and it would be better to do it when the guy leveled up. But it would be a long wait, so Winter River chose the hard way and decided to take the chance to attack the king while there were no other players around. The Demon Wolf King immediately sensed the boy's approach and looked in his direction with red, aggressive eyes. It didn't take long before he charged at Winter River, making a loud growling sound. He approached the newcomer too quickly and he didn't have time to react. Having the skills of Bloodlust, the special royal aura of the Tearing Claw, the Demon King dealt the boy a powerful blow with his paw. And he in turn dealt the wolf only 9 units of damage, which was a huge difference. The Demon King didn't even notice this blow, preparing for the next attack. Deciding not to delay, the wolf again ran towards the Winter River at great speed. But then there was the sound of another animal running behind the guy, which turned out to be another aggressive wolf. He ran up and grabbed Winter River's arm, dealing 78 damage to him, thus protecting his king. But the guy just gritted his teeth as he expected terrible pain from the bite, but for some reason, it didn't happen. It turned out that it was too weak a wolf, which Winter River pulled away from his hand by the scruff of the neck. So he grabbed the little wolf cub as a hostage and held it out in front of him. The Demon King stopped in panic and stared at the smallest member of his pack. For the boy, this was the chance he had been waiting for, as it was clear that the leader would not attack if a member of his species was in danger. Moreover, it was just a harmless wolf cub who helped Winter hand a lot at that moment. Gripping his sword tighter, the boy swung and delivered a basic double strike to the demonic Wolf King. He tried to dodge, but was unable to do so completely. Now the wolf needed not only to destroy the enemy, but also to save the wolf cub. So he began to attack more carefully, but at the same time more aggressively. But that was all the guy needed, and he was ready to strike again. Without letting go of the little wolf, he dealt blow after blow to the Demon King. This went on for 2 whole hours, which exhausted them both. At some point, when the demonic Wolf King's HP was 2510, a terrible energy began to emanate from him. Winter River was afraid that the king was starting the next phase, which was a random number generator installed by the employees of Eternity in Monsters. No matter if it's a normal monster or not, everyone has the ability to advance to the next phase and become stronger. They can even advance 3 phases. The probability of the leader monster changing phase is much higher than the normal one, so the demonic Wolf King increased the power of the Bloodlust skill by 15 points and the speed by 20%, while losing 0.2 HP every minute. And then the king also increased the power of the Blood King's aura skill by 10%, as well as the movement speed, the effect of which lasted for 30 seconds. After this, the Demon King rushed towards the enemy he hated. He used the Ripping Claw skill, dealing 250% damage to the Grey Wolf. The wolf had to take this desperate step, which stunned the guy, in order to continue fighting the enemy without restrictions. However, this deeply saddened the king, who was unable to move for 5 seconds because of it. Quickly realizing what was going on, Winter River dealt the Demon King a total of 5 sword strikes. He roared in pain, not wanting to leave everything just like that. He slashed his claws straight at the guy, who barely managed to jump back. It was a very ferocious blow, and Winter River knew that one such blow would take away all his remaining HP. The guy realized that he couldn't defeat the Demon King, but could this monster catch up with him? As soon as the guy started to run away, the monster began to catch up with him in quick jerks. Another dash of the wolf turned into a jump straight onto the Winter River, which managed to jump back at the last moment. The guy was lucky that he decided to move illogically, but whether he could defeat the king in a fight to the point of exhaustion was a big question. If the guy moved to the left, the Demon King would destroy him in the same second if he just touched him. But there was nothing to do now, so it was necessary to put all the remaining strength into this battle and use all the skills. This battle continued for another 5 hours, after which Winter River dealt another blow to the Demon King, whose HP was already approaching 0. In the end, the guy managed to destroy a bronze-level monster for which he received 2,000 experience points and 500 reputation points. Thus, Winter River's level immediately increased to 10, and since he became the first person to kill a bronze-level boss in the game, the guy received 10 attributes to choose from. Meanwhile, his reputation increased by 1,000, and he received a rare item, the Blessing Orb. The system then asked if Winter River wanted to announce his results to all players on the Tianheng continent, which would give him 10,000 reputation points, which the guy naturally agreed to. As soon as the system released this announcement to the masses, all the newbies were shocked that someone had already managed to kill a boss of such a level. Winter River immediately started receiving dozens of friend requests, but he blocked all the users so that they couldn't even write to him. Having finished this difficult task, the guy exhaled tiredly. It was time to take a look at the loot after the first boss kill, so Winter River headed towards the monster's body. But before he could reach his destination, a threatening and displeased male voice was heard from the side. It was a necromancer who was clearly not happy that someone had destroyed his carefully placed and trained puppet. The necromancer's gaze was more eloquent than any words, for it revealed all his most cruel intentions. This was the same necromancer mentioned in the description of the Wolf King, who apparently was now a stronger boss. But Winter River still had one trump card up its sleeve, even though the necromancer, along with the other strongest from the dark green level of the Tianheng continent, was only a step away from the spiritual level. He advised the boy to welcome his death, but Winter River had other plans. He mocked such a strong character who was in the newbie village, but the necromancer called the guy a fool who should be afraid of death. The necromancer's name was Daniel, and he, like Winter River, knew of the goddess who protected this life and the possibility of reincarnation. So the guy said that before he accepted his death, he hoped that the necromancer, as a person of the dark green level, could fulfill his request. The necromancer looked at the Winter River with interest and asked what kind of request he had in mind. The guy asked as a last request to look at the page with information belonging to Daniel himself. This request stunned him, since he was now seriously wounded and was not in the best condition, but he should have had enough strength to destroy the adventurer. But the necromancer couldn't let this little ant see his poor condition, so he just snapped and replied that the guy was asking for too much. But Winter River responded that Daniel was going too far with such ridiculous excuses, showing the whole truth with his reaction. Therefore, holding out the Elder's scroll in front of him, the boy ordered the enemy to stop before it was too late. Seeing the forbidden list of curses, the necromancer was truly taken aback, as he did not expect that a newbie would have such equipment. Winter River reminded that if Daniel doesn't want to die, then let him show the information from his page and hand over all the treasures he has. This ultimatum astounded the man, who shouted back that he was not afraid of this stupid scroll, as his HP was enough to reflect these curses. And if the guy's really so confident in his victory, then let him try to guess how much HP he has and whether this piece of paper will be enough for him to win. Winter River, without arguing with the necromancer for long, pulled out the scroll in front of him and said that he would still be able to resurrect, no matter what happened. And then confidently but lightly he tore the paper, which made the necromancer nervous. He knew that if he were at the peak of his best state, he wouldn't be afraid of this minor curse, but now he might not be able to cope with it. Realizing that his situation was dire, Daviv shouted at the guy to stop. And then, in a tired and even slightly frightened voice, he asked what he was trying to achieve. Winter River replied that his equipment and loot would be enough for him, and then he would leave. However, the guy himself understood that the NPC in front of him was too smart. Therefore, you definitely shouldn't relax, considering the power of the necromancer. But then he replied that he could not give his loot and equipment to an adventurer without receiving anything in return according to the rules of this world. Winter River hesitated, not understanding what he should do now, especially since hearing about the rules from the NPC was too strange. Then the necromancer offered an alternative. He would go against the canons and accept the boy as his student and teach him the skills of the Sword of the Dark faction. The system immediately said that if you agree, the reputation of the light faction will decrease by 100,000, but the reputation system of the dark faction will be opened.
And if Winter River agrees to become the necromancer's apprentice, he will automatically completely betray the light faction without the possibility of returning.
But the guy considered this a cunning move by Daniel, being sure that if he chose to join the dark faction, he would have nowhere to go and he would become the same puppet on a string as the necromancer himself. Plus, Winter River is already a warrior, which is a well-balanced class with 3 stars across the board, so he doesn't need dark sword skills. But the necromancer swore in the name of the god of contracts that if the adventurer became his apprentice, he would make every effort to train him and allow him to replace the hidden role of a dark swordsman. It was a one-of-a-kind hidden role, and if Daniel broke his promise, he would be killed by the god of contracts. The dark swordsman is the strongest mythical level creature among the undead spirits, who were said to have evil powers hidden within them. Moreover, the hidden role of the swordsman contained 5 stars and the strength even 6. The stars determine the amount by which the stat will increase with each level, and each point gives 10 damage. The dark swordsmen were cruel, strong, ruthless, and had hidden talent. All of this was just like the Winter River. Then the boy approached Daniel and, calling him teacher, shook his hand, expressing agreement. The system notified that Winter River had successfully joined the dark faction, and due to the role change to a dark swordsman, the guy began to change dramatically. His basic growth and features have changed. His basic sword skill has changed to dark, and his basic double strike has changed to brutal annihilation.
So Winter River became the first player to change roles in the game, so he received rewards in the form of 10 stun points, 1,000 reputation, and rare equipment in the form of a ring of the spirits of the dead.
Looking at his new body, Winter River asked Daniel if he could return to his previous form, but the necromancer replied that the boy's body was filled with an evil aura, which could be controlled if he became strong enough, and only then could he return to form. In the meantime, Daniel decided to help Winter River hide his true nature. The necromancer's concealment magic was applied and was supposed to last for 3 days. The boy arrogantly said that even though he had changed his role to the only hidden role, his teacher was not very strong. He's only a dark gold-level necromancer, which doesn't give the guy a very bright future. Looking at the guy's reaction, Daniel, after a long pause, said that he was quite ambitious, but all the power was in the king of the faction.
If one day Winter River becomes stronger than Daniel himself, there is a chance that he will become a disciple of one of the 10 great demon gods.
And, as the boy's teacher, the necromancer is obliged to allow Winter River to take the role-changing test, which will help prove her loyalty to the dark faction. Thus, the guy was forced to accept the mission, Heart-Thirsty for Darkness. Difficulty A, as it was necessary to destroy 100 adventurers of the light faction or the original inhabitants. It seemed difficult to the boy, but the necromancer said that Winter River was the only one of all the students who changed his role to become a dark swordsman, so he was talented. As he was leaving, the necromancer told the guy to quickly pass the test and receive the trust of the dark faction as a reward, but he was now seriously injured and needed 3 days to recover, and then they would leave the village of newcomers. Winter River then asked, what would happen if he died? Would he be able to join the newcomer village's resurrection point? Daniel, smiling as he parted, replied that being in the dark faction, it was impossible to ask for help from the goddess of life. This news stunned the guy because now he only has 1 try. However, the necromancer replied that instead of the goddess of life, the guy received the protection of an ancient demonic god. When Winter River asked who it was, Daniel replied that the guy would find out soon enough once he completed the role-swapping mission, but for now they needed to say goodbye. After doing this, Winter River summed up what he had achieved. He had easily changed roles and become the one and only hidden role, which was easy, and had also received equipment and upgraded skills. Now his B-rank Dark Sword passive skill has increased his strength by 50 points and attack speed by 20%, working at 100% with the sword and 50% with other weapons. The new silver-level Dead Spirit Ring had a power of 15, increasing power by 5%, but required level 10 to use. At the same time, Winter River realized that he was still missing equipment in several slots, so he would have to use the Grey Wolves to test his skills, which is what the guy did by attacking them. This time it turned out to be much easier to destroy them because the guy improved his skills. Thus, Winter River received a helmet made of wolf skin, which was lucky. The equipment slots were filled and there were a few extra ones left that could be sold in the village. Then, next to the Winter River, an aggressive stranger suddenly appeared and pushed him aside.
There were more and more of them. These were guys from the community of heroes who hunted in this place. One of them told Winter River that he had better not be here if he didn't want trouble. But the guy indignantly replied that he came here first and solo players also need to hunt. It was unfair that a whole group occupied one fertile spot, but the guys in it didn't care, and they continued to drive away the Winter River. However, he coldly replied that the loners would not tolerate this lawlessness, and if no one had stood up to them before, then he would be the first. And then the guy jokingly added that the same singles would give him a ton of likes, and activated the recording function. This did not please Winter River's rivals at all, who pounced on him to stop the broadcast. The two boys attacked Winter River but were unable to penetrate his armor with their swords. The guy decided that if he didn't go to hell, no one would. This proverb gave him confidence, and he threw his enemies away with one blow. So he killed 2 adventurers and received 35 and 27 experience points for them, which was unexpected. After changing roles, the guy's stats skyrocketed, and now ordinary players can be taken down in the blink of an eye. And after joining the Dark Faction, he will be able to receive experience for destroying players. But now, Winter River still had to think about the aggressive guys from the hero community approaching him, ready to avenge their friends. But Winter River seemed to be waiting for just that, since in his eyes, they were just another experience. As soon as the boys got too close to him, he used his power to repel their attacks. With the use of just one skill, Winter River charged forward, leaving the enemies behind. Swinging his sword, the boy began to strike blow after blow, and all of them were devastating. Thus, only one warrior remained standing in front of the Winter River. He looked in fear at the guy who held the sword to his throat. Suddenly, the system showed Winter River a notification that he had already destroyed 17 adventurers, meaning he was already close to completing his mission. This greatly motivated the guy, and his eyes seemed to glow with a strange and eerie light. Turning to his already defeated enemies, Winter River asked them not to blame him, since they themselves had provoked him. After this, the recording was saved, and it was necessary to think about the next plan of action. It was deep night outside, and the guy returning to the city decided to sell the equipment he had accumulated. He walked out to the crowd and shouted that he was selling gear from the Grey Wolves and only accepted cash. The Winter River was recognized by many newbies who couldn't even kill the slime yet, so they were very excited about the guy who managed to get low-level equipment. It didn't seem like much, but for newbies it was almost impossible, so they held an auction. Winter River smiled and said that the highest bid would win. One of the guys said he would pay 10,000 and take everything he had, then added that they were from the Dragon Guild and invited Winter River to join them. But the guy replied that he preferred to remain a solo player for now, and thought to himself that a member of the Dark Faction would go to certain death if he joined a light guild. But the player from the Dragon Guild still insisted that Winter River add him as a friend, in case he had good equipment to sell to the guild for a good price. Then the guy decided to add the dragon, who was flying 10,000 miles away, as a friend, and said that she would keep him updated, warning him not to deceive him. Thus the deal was concluded between the two newly formed partners. The dragon asked the guy to send him his bank account number so he could transfer the promised money to him. While all this was happening, in reality, it was morning. Winter River, having been wearing a virtual reality helmet all this time, decided to take it off after all. As soon as the guy did this, he allowed himself to relax and exhaled heavily. Sitting down at the computer, he withdrew cash for the gear he sold for about 40,000. Now all he had to do was upload a video of the group he had defeated and title it "A Little Bunch of Heroes," which seemed funny to the Winter River. As soon as the guy posted this video online, it immediately became popular and collected many positive comments. People supported Winter River, saying that they hadn't liked this union of heroes for a long time, and now at least someone gave them a beating. All this was being watched by the guys from the Heroes Association in real life, who didn't know what to do now. And they didn't like that this Winter River was still picking on them in the comments, which really irritated their boss. His ward said that Winter River wrote that he would be waiting for them on the southeastern mountain in the village of newcomers. It was as if he himself did not want to remain unpunished, which played into the hands of the united heroes whose leader thought that he could easily deal with the lone wolf. He is only one person, so now they need to call all the players from the Hero Union and meet with the Winter River, and also persuade other players to join them. And then the leader announced the conditions. Whoever destroys the Winter River once will receive 50,000 gold, and this amount will increase in accordance with the number of times this guy is destroyed. The president's aide was surprised by such a huge sum, thinking that they were making a mountain out of a molehill, but the man answered him that in the game Eternity, as in business, there are many opportunities.
There's no need to be afraid to spend money to spread fame, especially now that they have the opportunity to gather more people. The president needed at least 100 to glorify his union of heroes over such a small step as the Winter River. Thus, at the appointed time, a huge crowd of people appeared on the hill to fight the Winter River. But this didn't scare the guy at all. On the contrary, he saw a lot of experience in these people. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the guy asked if everyone present had come to cause him trouble. But no one from the crowd answered him because they were only interested in the money they could get, so everyone immediately pounced on the guy. But he only smiled slyly in response, as if he had been longing for this attack. However, the players did not want to stop and continued to advance in a huge crowd. But the closer they got to the Winter River, the more they felt its unknown power. And he was smiling, without even moving from his place, like a predator to whom the prey was running itself. Having waited for the right moment, Winter River, with one blow of his ball, he threw 3 players away from himself, destroying them. For this small victory, the guy received 31 experience points. The other players were scared, as they only now realized why the gathering of heroes had offered such a huge reward. They understood that they could be reborn, but their level would drop, and they had only just started playing. But then the voice of the president was heard, who promised compensation to anyone who died today and ordered not to panic, since they had a numerical advantage. Moreover, it would have been possible to make a good profit on the Winter River and take his equipment. But he only smiled and replied that his evil level does not increase from murders, unlike the experience scale. And this scale was already almost full, so the guy confidently began to call the other players to him. Winter River knew that the game had just begun, and some people were only on the 2nd level and couldn't handle the slime, so they had no chance of defeating him. There was not a single player who would change their role, nor are there archers, mages, or any other long-range role to provide support. So for Winter River, it was just a light experience. He began to scatter the newcomers around him like flies. They began to panic greatly, not believing what they were seeing with their own eyes. All these people were ordered to destroy the Winter River, but it destroyed them. The guy even got excited because it seemed funny to him. Thus, after 20 minutes, many newcomers were already lying on the ground, but at the same time, Winter River's HP had also significantly decreased. This couldn't help but please the members of the Heroes' Assembly, who were confident that they would defeat the guy with numbers. But then suddenly, his HP level rose to the maximum. Because Winter River had destroyed many adventurers, he had increased his level to 11, replenishing all his strength, which was very surprising to the players. It was strange that the guy could level up by killing players, but the president ordered not to panic, since Winter River most likely did it through the rewards given by the system. There were still more than 100 of them who thought that the guy had actually used some rare level-up tool, and they attacked again. This made Winter River laugh, saying that these guys were really good at making excuses for everything. But let them continue to think so, since it will create fewer problems for Winter River itself, which is already rushed into the attack. Thus, he destroyed all 100 adventurers from the Light faction out of 100 to complete the mission, for which he received recognition from the Dark faction. This couldn't help but please the guy, but he wasn't going to stop there. There were still a lot of switchers, which meant he had the opportunity to gain some useful experience. The president motivated his boys and ordered them to fight on. But Winter River continued to throw them aside with ease. The players couldn't understand how this guy could handle over 200 people. It was harder for them to defeat this guy than the boss, but after 5 minutes, Winter River's HP still dropped, which inspired the adventurers surrounding him. But as soon as the Winter River gave these guys hope, he immediately took it away. His HP increased in an instant, as did his level, which increased to 12. Having fully replenished his strength, Winter River told the Steel Ones to work harder, as his equipment was almost worn out. The president couldn't believe his eyes, as did all the other players, who realized that their initial assumptions about Winter River gaining experience for destroying other players was no joke. But the guy standing in front of them said that they look like cowards, while the whole internet is looking at them, which must be embarrassing. Some players, even with the big reward, no longer dared to attack the Winter River. They asked their leader, who was called the One Who Creates Chaos in the World, what they should do now. And he, gritting his teeth, although he didn't want to do this at all, ordered a retreat. As soon as this order was received, all the players immediately rushed back away from the Winter River. The guy shouted after them that his gear was still with him, so he would have the last laugh. Who would have thought that everything would go so smoothly, because Winter River was able to increase its level twice. But now, killing these low-level players will no longer give them much experience, much less increase their evil level.
which was still 0. Suddenly, a red alert message appeared in front of the system notification saying that the Winter River teacher was now in dire straits and would most likely die. The system suggested that the guy help the teacher as soon as possible, because if he dies, the reputation of Winter River in the Dark faction will decrease by 50,000. This news did not please the guy at all, but rather even angered him because he had not even left the village of newcomers yet. And if his teacher dies, he definitely won't do it, so now he should run to help him. The path ahead was not the shortest and quite dangerous through narrow stone gorges. It was there that the necromancer Daniel was attacked by someone from the Light faction. I wish to receive a big reward for him. This man turned out to be the village chief and knew that this way he would have a chance to enter the church for further training. He spent months tracking down Daniel and finally found him here. But the necromancer replied that this old man already had one foot in the grave, so he should not be so presumptuous. Moreover, his rank was only slightly higher than Daniel's. But then a rustling in the bushes distracted both combatants from the fight. Suddenly, a guy who was unexpectedly familiar to the necromancer's enemy jumped out of them. He immediately recognized Winter River, who promised to carry out a mission in the village. Winter River also didn't expect to see the headman here, asking what this old man was doing here. But he replied that the guy should not interfere and leave this place, otherwise he would be in trouble. But Winter River was only angered by this, as well as the fact that he couldn't see the characteristics of this old man, except that he was a pyromancer. It was then that the boy's evil aura began to flow out, and at that moment the headman realized that Winter River had gone over to the side of evil. This really angered the elder, who thought that he could destroy the necromancer and drag this brat to the Church of the Light faction. So he will definitely get a bunch of rewards from the followers of the church. But then the guy asked the necromancer, will he really be able to win? Daniel replied that before the guy came, he had a small chance of winning, but now he would definitely lose. This joke slightly offended Winter River, but Daniel continued and said that now he could only secretly open the teleportation gate for them to escape. But the old man needs to be detained for 20 seconds, which is what Winter River needs to do. But the boy replied that Daniel's teacher was not conscientious, since he would allow his student to use a precious item, that he kept secrets for the sake of escape. That's why Winter River said he would only do it as a mission for which he would receive a reward. This annoyed, but at the same time slightly delighted Daniel, who hoped that the boy would accept this mission. It was an A difficulty quest and sounded like Pyromancer Block, and to complete it you had to block Pyromancer Brandy for 20 seconds, for which Daniel promised an unknown reward. Winter River agreed to a dubious task and told his unreliable teacher to rely on him. The headman, having called the boy a brat, got angry because he did not take him seriously and began to loudly conspire with the teacher right in front of him. But then Winter River pulled out and showed the pyromancer his own scroll and said that if he moved, there could be dire consequences. This made the old man even more angry, and he already regretted giving the boy this thing, but he was sure that this boy would not be able to use the scroll of the forbidden curse against him. But Winter River opened the scroll too quickly and began to tear it. The guy added that the old grandpa had placed a lot of expectations on him, and this scroll was designed to destroy demonic gods, like a pyromancer. The fire that burst out of the scroll enveloped the old man. It was very devastating. He slammed his staff on the ground, causing it to glow beneath his feet as if disappearing into the blue light. The light grew brighter and brighter until, like a whirlpool, it sucked the necromancer and the Winter River into the portal. At that moment, all the newcomers from the village received a new notification. It stated that the adventurer Winter River had betrayed the Light faction by joining the Dark faction, which had incurred the wrath of the Light faction's rulers. Whoever destroys the Winter River will be rewarded with valuable equipment as well as a one-of-a-kind hidden role. The notice spread like hotcakes, and soon everyone knew about it. And for everyone, the Winter River became an enemy and a target. But the boy was now only interested in his salvation and the salvation of his teacher, who had transferred them to the map of the Plain of Storms. The portal opened in an unexpected place, frightening the hare standing nearby. The teacher and his student found themselves in a safe place, which greatly calmed the necromancer. As soon as the guy stepped on the ground, he immediately saw a notification that all players saw, namely about his betrayal and a reward for his capture. Looking at the reward in the form of the rarest equipment and the only hidden role, the guy thought that all the players would try to destroy him at the first meeting.
Suddenly, a system reminder popped up that since Winter River left the Rookie Village and broke the agreement with Cairo, all the residents of the Rookie Village will hunt him. Also, since the guy helped the necromancer Daniel stand up to the pyromancer Brandy, he received a punishment in the form of a decrease in the reputation of the Light faction by 100,000. His level also decreased by 50 and his gold coins decreased by 10,000, which made Winter River feel discouraged. He opened the board with his parameters and saw there his first level and exactly the same stats that he had when he started playing. Then Winter River turned to the teacher and said that he had sacrificed too much to save him, so it was time to give him his rewards. Necromancer Daniel told the boy not to worry, as he saved him and was also his student. It would be wrong to offend such a person, so Daniel decided to reward him generously. For completing the mission for the blocked pyromancer Winter River, received 100,000 experience points and a rare talent of devilish trampling of rank S. Thus, the guy's level immediately increased to 14. He was even more amazed by his acquired rare talent. The rank S Devil Trample technique can only be learned by living beings that have evil power within them. Once activated, this technique will deal a double blow to both the enemy's body and their dignity, which is why this talent is so famous in the Tianheng continent. To use it, you need to concentrate your strength in your legs and increase your movement speed by 200%. And attack speed by 100%, 2 seconds before activation. The jump height was significantly increased and the attack guaranteed a critical hit and suppressed its target, but did not receive any weapon bonuses, while the reload lasted 1 minute. Although the talent didn't do much damage, it had a huge power to humiliate people, which seemed powerful to the guy. The necromancer replied that this talent had been lost over the centuries, and he had accidentally stumbled upon it in a crypt from a powerful man. Daniel wasn't strong enough to use it, so he just kept it and now he gave it to Winter River. He believed that he would gain much more from the Dark faction by using this talent. Devil's Trample seems to be stuck in time, and many strong individuals in the Dark factions would like to have this talent despite its low damage. This information made me happy, Winter River, who asked the teacher if there were any more rewards. The indignant necromancer replied that the guy should not be so greedy and not think that he was the loser. But Winter River replied that he didn't think so. He just wanted to grow faster. However, the necromancer said that this requires practice, and equipment is always nothing more than an external factor. So now they will just go to the place that is under the protection of the demon gods. They needed to get there, as the necromancer was too weak to provide that protection on his own. An hour later, they found themselves in the Badlands, after which Daniel decided to take a rest, saying that his wounds needed 2 more days to heal. He handed the boy the medicine and told him to go on alone since the monsters here were weak and would allow the Winter River to level up. Reaching out his hand to take the medicine, the boy thanked his teacher and set off on his way. It was an elixir of healing, a precious medicine not available to everyone, restoring 500 HP every second for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Then the notification and the system offered the guy to accept a mission of difficulty C, which sounded like train yourself, to which he readily agreed. Mission objective: kill 500 demonic lizards, hone your skills, become stronger, and report back to Daniel for an unknown reward. After walking a little further, Winter River noticed huge demonic lizards on the horizon. These were ordinary monsters of level 18 with 2,000 HP and 125 attack. Originally, they were just lizards living in the Gobi Desert, but their body underwent drastic changes after being trapped in a demonic aura. The lizards had a dangerous nature, and their talent was to bite and tear, which made them very dangerous, and the defense was 3 times higher than that of a level 12 demonic wolf king. Still, Winter River was stronger than them, and as long as they didn't attack him as a group, everything would be fine. Having quietly run up to one of the lizards from behind, the guy found himself too quickly next to the monster. He then jumped high to deal more damage to him, as their defense was quite high and was 9,100 points. Thus, with one blow, Winter River dealt 1,869 points of damage to the lizard using the devilish trample and suppression effect. This left the enemy unable to fight for 2 seconds, allowing the guy to perform a crazy takedown on the enemy. Blow after blow, he continued to deal more and more damage to the lizard. She tried to growl and resist, which was actually very dangerous. The enemy was strong enough to attack back, so it bit Winter River on the leg, causing damage. In the guy's opinion, this Tyran was quite good, but the lizard was unlucky that its opponent turned out to be the Winter River. With one blow of his sword, he pushed the huge lizard away from himself, defeating it and receiving 500 experience points. But he definitely shouldn't relax, because a whole flock of such huge lizards had gathered around him.
Winter River decided to keep some distance between them so that they wouldn't squeeze him while continuing to fight off the monsters. A couple of minutes later, the guy hit the last lizard that was attacking him with the ball. Thus, there were still a large number of monsters around him, but now they definitely did not pose a danger. Then Winter River received a notification that someone was calling him, and he decided to check who it was. It was the same guy from the newbie village named Dragon, floating 10,000 miles away, to whom he sold his equipment. As soon as the guy accepted the call request, he immediately heard the dragon's voice, who happily greeted Winter River, noting that he had become quite famous. All the forums were buzzing about how to destroy him, but Winter River was more interested in his finances, which consisted of 1 silver and 2 bronze coins. It was too little. But suddenly the dragon offered Winter River to sell his character to get rich. If Winter River does this, then the dragon will destroy him, get the money, and they will split it in half. But the guy has already joined the Dark faction. If he dies once, his account will disappear, which is why the response to this proposal was harsh and negative. But then the dragon said that he was offering 20,000 for this deal, which discouraged Winter River, since this amount looked too impressive. How a regular player, after a few days of the game's launch, could offer as much as 20 million real money, which is enough to live in luxury without an account. But if it weren't for the Dark Swordsman's excessive way of increasing his power, maybe the guy would have considered selling the account. 20 million is a lot, but now he can get even more. And moreover, the punishment for this in the Dark faction will be serious, and not just a simple one like a normal level reduction. The dragon did not argue with Winter River, saying only that this amount was simply due to the fact that the reward for Winter River's head was currently very high, and until this ended, there would be many people eager to destroy him. If he dies, the guy will lose all his achievements, but Winter River said that there is no need to worry about it because the reward for him is so high for a reason. The dragon, having wished the Winter River good luck, was about to say goodbye, but the guy stopped him and asked if he wanted to buy some of the remaining equipment from him. After looking at the screenshot sent, Dragon was surprised and offered 30,000 for everything, after which the guy agreed to the conditions. In order to retrieve the equipment, Winter River suggested that the dragon send a sneaky thief to get into the wasteland to the place he indicated. But first, the dragon, according to the terms of the Winter River, had to transfer money to him, which he did not argue with. And while the dragon was carrying out this machination, Winter River decided to continue to destroy the lizards in order to complete the mission. He jumped up and rushed straight towards one of them. With one swing of his sharp sword, he was able to repel the monster's attack and destroy it. As soon as Winter River did this, his body was filled with energy, meaning that he had just reached level 15. But suddenly the guy's body seemed to be enveloped in darkness, which was very strange, as if he had evolved. But the system said that due to reaching level 15, the power of the Dark Swordsman awakened, and Winter River attained the talent of the power of death. The Dark Swordsman is another version of the Undead swordsman who walks on the border between life and death, but is perfectly aware of himself, and his ability to regenerate is terrifying. Even the Holy Light has a hard time controlling it, and it is essentially a divine technique that allows you to restore 30% of your HP in 1 minute. This gave the opportunity to escape and then return with full HP in no less than 4 minutes. But suddenly the thoughts were interrupted by the dragon, who transferred the money to the guy. Winter River hid the gear and told its location, and the system reminded that the white gear would become unowned and would be refreshed in 24 hours. With bronze equipment, after 3 days, and with silver, after a week. The dragon thanked the Winter River and said that if he gets new equipment, he should remember the Dragon Guild. The boy knew he would always get a fair payment for it there, and promised to write, but now he had a battle with the lizards ahead of him. An hour later, the mission to exterminate 500 demonic lizards was a little closer to completion, as there were still 407 lizards left. But the last of the destroyed lizards finally dropped something, which was a great rarity in this game. These were sand bronze boots that had 610 defense, increased movement speed by 2%, and the required level to use them was 16. This was a pair of shoes that anyone who was going to plow through the sand should wear, as these boots had good traction and were not easily damaged. The stats of this equipment were not bad, but it was a pity that the level of Winter River was not enough to use it, so he decided to level up further. But then someone from the real world called the guy and said that he wasn't that diligent even when he was preparing for the state exams. The game was really fun, but the voice insisted that the guy log out and at least eat, which he did.
And while the guy was going about his business, his actions and strength were discussed on a completely different level in one of the offices in the city center. The president reported to a certain brother, too, that he did not foresee that the Winter River would be so strong that even 200 people would not be able to defeat it. But the man sitting opposite him replied that this problem had nothing to do with the guild president, since it was impossible to manage a gang of loners. Therefore, the president should simply continue working after taking a rest. Then the president suggested that Brother 2 also go and rest, but he seemed to ignore his words, thinking about the Dikla. Winter River has created a problem, so as long as he plays Eternity, the people who want to destroy him will never end. But Winter River himself didn't care, and having dealt with matters in the real world, he entered the game again. The surroundings seemed quiet and calm, but one only had to look around. It was then that the boy felt that there was someone behind him, and then he was knocked off his feet by the tail of another huge lizard, which dealt the guy 10 points of damage. He thought it was a young demonic lizard that seemed to have no idea about fair combat, but it turned out that the one standing in front of him was the king of the demonic lizards. It was a level 20 bronze boss with 100,000 HP whose talent was not only to bite and tear, but also to scatter enemies, while having poisonous skin. The guy decided that he could kill this boss because he was only bronze level with 180 attack and 120 defense. However, he was a mutated form of a demonic lizard with increased strength, a true king of the wastelands, but Winter River was not embarrassed by this, and he rushed to attack. The boy jumped high into the air and flew straight towards the growling lizard. He swung his sword and commanded the monster that was mercilessly destroying everyone to shut up using devilish trample. Thus, Winter River dealt 1073 damage to the boss and then used the suppression effect. Now, the enemy couldn't move for 0.35 seconds, but the monster had an ace up its sleeve that the guy had forgotten about. It was the monster's skin that began to release a volatile poison that forced Winter River to jump back. But it was a little late, and the poison that hit the guy began to lose 50 HP every second for 10 seconds. But Winter River realized that it would not be possible to save the medicine that Daniel gave him, and drank it. Having gotten rid of the poison's effect, the guy attacked the huge and dangerous boss again. With one blow of his sword, he dealt the monster a total of 575 points of damage. But it was followed by many other equally weak blows. The monster clearly didn't like this, and his gaze became truly terrifying. Having moved away from the Winter River to the required distance, the boss decided to pull off one of the maneuvers that the guy was already familiar with. Since the tail strike wasn't unexpected, Winter River easily dodged it. And then, quickly getting his bearings, he rose up and slashed with his sword, depriving the monster of its tail-shaped weapon. Winter River was determined to take revenge on this boss for his suffering in this fight. The plan that had matured in the guy's head seemed good to him, and he rushed back. A couple of minutes later, Winter River delivered several powerful blows to the boss from behind, managing to hit him. As soon as the boss was destroyed, a lot of silver and gold coins immediately fell from him, which was a nice bonus. However, most of all, the guy was waiting for the equipment, which, when it appeared, shocked him. It was an ironstone armor and a bronze-ranked demonstone staff. The armor increased defense by 8% and was quite durable, and the stone staff for beginners and novice mages increased attack by 20%. The armor's stats were not bad, but you needed level 20 to use it, and although the staff was good, the guy was not a mage, so he immediately recruited a dragon for a player he knew. Winter River wanted to sell his new equipment, but Dragon replied that the level of the equipment was too high for someone in a beginner's guild to use it. The boy replied that these items could be useful in the future, but the dragon still offered only 50,000 for them, and Winter River had no choice but to agree. Moreover, he already received 100,000 in just a couple of days, so this potential will definitely bring more benefits in the future. Having hidden the equipment so that the dragon's men would find it using the old scheme, Winter River decided, even though his mission was over, to destroy a couple more lizards. This wasn't part of the teacher's assignment, but it was a great way to level up. Taking down these monsters after the boss seemed even easier than before. Because of this, Winter River soon reached level 16, which meant he could now use the boots he had dropped earlier. With that done, Winter River was glad that he was finally fully equipped, so he should keep up the good work. Having finished this small task in the game, the guy returned to the real world where it was already late evening. Taking off his helmet, Winter River realized that he was hungry and decided to at least order food delivery. But then the guy noticed a text message on his phone from Wang Kai, who was actively inviting him to a barbecue. It would be a crime to refuse such an offer. So Winter River replied to his friend from university that they should meet at their place. They met over a video game, but became really close after they graduated. Leaving the house, Winter River went to the place he had appointed. Having reached the tables of one cafe, the guy immediately noticed a friend waving at him among the crowd. As soon as they met, Wang Kai, calling the guy little brother Han, warmly greeted him, saying that there was one job for him. The boy's interested look spoke for itself, so Wang Kai replied that it was about the pro player. With Winter River's skill, it would be a shame not to play professionally, and Wang Kai just happens to be working at a studio that's preparing to make a big splash in eternity. So the guy suggested to his brother Khan that he meet these guys to work together, but he categorically refused. But Wang Kai continued, saying that they pay well there and officially Winter River could receive about $8,000 a month plus insurance and pension. This will provide the guy with a comfortable life, and in addition, with the skills of the Winter River, even more money could be earned. But the guy smiled and replied that he preferred to work independently. This answer completely surprised Wang Kai, as he thought that the conditions he proposed were more than excellent. But only then did Wang Kai realize that his little brother Han had already started playing Eternity, something he had no idea about. But Winter River replied that the virtual reality of Eternity was so realistic that it was called the Second World, and this tempted him greatly. Then Wang Kai immediately asked what his friend's nickname was, but the guy waved it off and replied that it was a secret. Everyone was hunting for him now, so just in case it was better not to tell anyone his name in the game. Frustrated, Wang Kai didn't understand why his friend was being so secretive, suggesting that he was being followed in the game. The guy didn't answer, but Wang Kai interrupted himself, remembering an interesting fact. Once one player reaches a certain level of power in Eternity, he can enter a secret area. Wang Kai wasn't exactly sure when this happened, but it seemed to happen automatically once the required level was reached, and it was related to the adventurer's talent. The people at Eternity prefer to use a test to determine the strength of a player's acquired talent rather than a draw based on luck. Winter River asked how Wang Kai knew about this, but he replied that he had already said that he had joined a serious company and now it was time for him to go to work. After saying goodbye to Wang Kai, the guy came home and put on the virtual reality helmet again. Thus, he found himself back in Eternity, right next to his mentor, who was still recovering, leaning on the rocks. Daniel, seeing the student, said in surprise that he didn't think he would complete the mission so quickly. The guy also looked at his mentor in surprise, thinking that for him, it was not fast at all, and he was already sick of grind. But now Winter River was waiting for his reward from the teacher, who, getting up, told the boy not to worry, since he would never hurt his students. Immediately after this, a notification popped up congratulating him on completing the mission, for which Winter River received 25,000 experience points and a silver rank storage ring. After this, the guy's level immediately increased to 17, which couldn't help but make him happy because, in addition to this, he had new equipment. The ring given by the teacher increased the storage capacity by 20 tables, being a valuable item that was worn by everyone in Tianheng who had power. Thanks to it, it was possible to store or use objects or equipment with greater convenience. Delighted, Winter River decided to ask the teacher what he knew about the talents of adventurers. This question surprised the necromancer a little, but he replied that, by the way, only a few days had passed since the adventurers arrived at Tianheng. So they still haven't collected their talents, but when the adventurers become as strong as the people of this world, they will be able to enter the special secret space. There they will face a special test, after which they will have about an hour to get the desired talent, which, like balloons, will each be a different color. And when the adventurer chooses a talent that he likes, he can leave. But Winter River was confused by the time. A whole hour to choose a talent seemed like a long time. But the necromancer replied that it wasn't that much, because the truth is that most talents were quite ordinary, and most of them were C and D ranks. For example, Daniel's C-rank talent, called Healing Obsession, gives a small chance to obtain a second product when making medicine. Master heard that the sword god of the light faction has a sword heart talent that increases the sword's final damage by 80% when used. This seems like a huge power, and everyone would acquire such a talent since he is not even S rank, but SS rank, the highest rank of talent in Tianheng. The boy asked if there was an SSS rank talent, but the necromancer replied in the negative, since even people with SS rank talents on the continent could be counted on one hand. This is the best possible rank, including all skill ratings from the lowest rank D, followed by ranks C, B, A, S, to the highest SS. But Winter River shouldn't even think about it yet, since the teacher gave him the S-rank skill of devil trampling to let his enemies go. But Winter River had another question for the teacher about what meets the standards of a local, to which the necromancer replied that it starts with the silver rank. But the most important thing is their power level, because some people can get into the secret space at level 20, and for some, level 30 and above is required. The rest the guy must learn himself when he becomes stronger, but for now, Daniel decided that it was time for him to give the Winter River the protection of the demonic gods. The guy was shocked by this information because he had wanted to look at this special power for so long, which could replace the revival of an adventurer on the light side. Daniel began to give a speech asking the great demon god to protect his followers. And Daniel, as a mentor, vouched for Winter River since he is a loyal member of the Dark faction. Dark energy overwhelmed the boy, so he took on his dark form again. The system congratulated Winter River on receiving the protection of the demon god, allowing the adventurer to earn titles. Soon the energy calmed down, causing the guy to relax and even become a little disappointed since the sensations did not change much. But he immediately received the title of Fallen for betraying the adventurers of the Light faction. Despite the strange and seemingly negative title, Winter River's HP finally increased by 100% thanks to it. In statistics, his HP was 12850, attack was 207 out of 209, defense was 108, and reputation was 1000. But most importantly, he became a bronze-level boss. But this power allowed Winter River to understand why the boss has so much HP. Cheating players can respawn infinitely, trading levels for the ability to continue playing. So, to maintain balance, it should be harder to destroy the Dark faction. Even though they are the original inhabitants of this place, most of the Dark bosses are doomed. Winter River is an adventurer who joined the Dark faction, so he has a bit of both worlds in common. The adventurer's ability to become stronger and the difficulty to destroy him is like a boss. The effect of the demon god's protection has really hit Winter River. But he decided to ask the teacher where they were going next because they couldn't hang around all the time. Daniel replied that his wounds were completely healed. Now, there is no need to hide anymore, so they will set off on their journey, and then the necromancer added that he is more than just the guy's teacher, as it seems at first glance. Winter River thought it was cheap show-off, but he had to continue on his way with the teacher. Thus, after some time, Daniel and Winter River moved to the first level of the Dark City map, which was originally called the City of Light and belonged to the Light faction. However, it was transformed into part of the Dark faction's territories under the leadership of the 10 great demon gods. But the Light faction's determination to reclaim the city never ends, so for many years this city next to the base of the Light faction's rulers was a battlefield. Then Winter River realized that his teacher was the head of the City of Darkness, but he had held this position for less than half a year, so he did not know many people here yet. It was because of Daniel's power and his title as the city's leader that he had a chance to break through to the spiritual level, which surprised Winter River. After all, the necromancer was a boss of the Dark Gold level. The highest level cities, the super cities, were the highest in the hierarchy, and from each city on each server in the world there is only one super city. Suddenly someone shouted that the deputy chief had also returned, which caused the Winter River to turn around. The Undead Knight Cantor, a gold-tier boss, appeared before him, but all of his other stats were hidden. He was on horseback, so he had to dismount to greet the Lord. Kneeling before the city's leader, the knight saluted him, and the boy was struck by the thought that even with a teacher like Daniel, the Light faction was still exerting enormous pressure on them. The boy was surprised that Daniel, as the head of the city, was so warmly welcomed at its gates. But now Daniel, saying that he did not need such flattery, helped the knight to rise. And then he introduced him to his new student, Winter River. The knight greeted the boy and said that he felt that his evil aura was something to be feared and that he had great potential. The necromancer replied that it was natural because in the history of Tianheng there had never been a single weak swordsman. Walking closer to the city center, the knight suddenly said that he had to leave them but was ready to come at any moment if the leader needed something. As soon as Daniel dismissed his deputy, Winter River immediately turned to the teacher. He asked if the teacher was worried that this city was too close to the Light faction. The necromancer replied that for him, death was not something to be afraid of, so it was a small price to pay for the right to become the head of the city. Winter River noted to himself that even though the teacher was not afraid of death, he himself had not lived that long in this world. Daniel suddenly said that he knew what his student was thinking about, and frankly, necromancers are not part of the dark faction, so its elite are wary of people like him. No one wants to repeat another invasion of the Undead, which, in the guy's opinion, was similar to one of the games he played, where he was a troublemaker in the tribe. The necromancer then added that in Tianheng, all living beings feared and avoided the Undead, so even if he died, he would still get everything he wanted from this city, achieving his goal. But even though Daniel isn't afraid of death, he still won't drag his student into hell with him, so his dangerous position as the city's leader may give Winter River some advantages. When the boy asked what it could be, Daniel didn't answer and came closer to him. Placing his hand on Winter River's shoulder, the necromancer said that the dark and light factions were preparing their weapons, so they were on the eve of a historic battle. But at the moment, the light faction has not yet made the first move, so the calm before the storm continues, and before the battle begins, the necromancer will train his student well. As the head of the city, Daniel has a lot of resources that will allow the guy to grow, and this fact made the guy doubt that the necromancer he accidentally came across was an NPC. But he continued, saying that he could not give Winter River equipment and items just like that, but he had other options for providing assistance. Recently, near the city, wild mice were attacked by demonic energy, and now they often attack soldiers, so they need to be dealt with. Winter River hesitated, asking if a living being would immediately become part of the dark faction if exposed to demonic energy. Daniel replied that most wild animals that this happens to lose their minds, but they still have a pleasant goodwill towards animals of their own kind, but they hate the rest. The most important thing for Winter River right now is to become stronger, but he just needs to know that the dark swordsmen are notorious among the light faction, so if he attracts their attention, he will lose his chance to grow. So Winter River got a new mission with B difficulty. Deal with wild mice that attack skeleton soldiers and destroy 500 rats. Approaching one of the local residents, a skeleton Winter River asked where the most demonic mice are. But then the skeleton got angry and replied that it was obvious that he was a girl, so why did the guy address her in the masculine gender? Winter River still didn't understand how he could determine the gender of a pile of bones, but he still decided to address her as a young miss and ask his question again. Then embarrassed, the young miss replied that there were most of these mice on the northern side of the City of Darkness. And they also really liked to rummage around in her body, which really irritated her, so she felt ashamed in front of her boyfriend. Winter River also did not understand why he needed this information and simply went to the north of the city. There, among the rocks, he immediately noticed several aggressive, demonic mice. But looking closer, he realized that there were hundreds of them, and they were all swarming in one place. Oddly enough, each of them was quite a high level, reaching 22, and yet they were considered ordinary monsters. Their HP was 35,000. Attack was 150 to 160, defense was 70-80, and their main skill was squabbling. Winter River realized that this pack was quite dangerous, and as soon as he destroyed at least one mouse, at least 100 more would attack him. But before the guy had time to think about it, the mice began to run away from him, although he hadn't even moved from his place. The system gave an answer to this case, saying that the mice sensed the evil aura of the Winter River hidden in his body. And no matter how happy the guy was that his aura worked, he rushed to catch up with the mice because he had to complete the task. To speed up, Winter River used the power of the Devil's Trample. Thus, he caught up with the mice in a flash and jumping up found himself right above them. He was sure that since the mice decided to run away, they did not pose any threat to him. So, using the skill of mad destruction, the guy started to destroy the mice. He did this for an hour, throwing rodents in different directions, and nothing threatened him with a defense of 108-114. His sword was too strong compared to the mice's attack, which was only 150-160, while at the Winter River it was 207-209. After 2 hours of fighting, Winter River got lucky as he finally got some gear. These were bronze-ranked black iron bracers with a defense of 10-12 and effects of 3%. They were part of the armor carefully crafted by a level 3 city blacksmith. This protection was easily accessible to adventurers, but it could only be used from level 20, so it will go into inventory for now. Suddenly, a system news notification appeared unexpectedly, stating that a player from Maruya's Forbidden Zone had obtained a talent of the agility rank. So he became the first adventurer to receive a talent and a reward in the form of a 10,000 reputation increase and 10 free stat points. For Winter River, this was expected since many people use cheats now, but it still looked strange. Then another notification popped up that really piqued Winter River's interest, saying that the guy had earned the boss's wrath by exterminating the devil mice. It was the silver rank boss, the demonic mouse king, who was already approaching the boy. The ground around the pile began to shake and crack, indicating the appearance of a boss of an unknown level with 150,000 HP. It was the Mouse King who stumbled upon the source of demonic energy, which caused the king to become stronger than normal mice. Usually the king hid from everyone, but if he got angry, he would attack, and his attack power was 220, 230, not to mention his defense of 140, 155. Although the defense was not too high, his attack looked impressive, but Winter River, for some reason, could not see the level and talents of the king. They shouldn't have been higher than the guy's level, but it was a silver tier boss, so Winter River simply had to destroy it to have a chance to get the talent. If he succeeds, he will become the first player to destroy a silver tier boss. Getting talent was very motivating Winter River, and he was already ready to repel the attacks of the king running towards him. The boss looked scary and impressive, looking aggressively at the enemy with his eyes red with anger. But Winter River decided to immediately use the devil's trample, jumping over the mouse. In this way, he was able to strike the king in the face, as he, thanks to the guy's skill, froze for 0.2 seconds. But this only made the huge mouse even more angry, and he was not going to give up. The next second, the boss approached the guy with great speed and bit him, taking away half of his HP. But the title of Winter River allowed him to recover from the incredible amount of damage inflicted by the king. This increased the guy's chances of winning, so he swung his sword again. But his blow unfortunately did much less damage to the Demon King than one might think. After an hour of fighting, the monster's HP had dropped to only half, but then a strong energy began to transform around him. The guy knew that when the boss's HP dropped to half, he would activate his talents, so he just waited to see what would happen next. But the monster did not attack the Winter River after that, but only let out a loud roar. This alerted Winter River, who immediately began to look around, sensing that something was wrong. Then a huge number of mice began to run out of all the cracks in the earth. There were more than several thousand of them, and all of them, together with the king, surrounded the Winter River. But the guy's aura didn't allow the little mice around to come close to him. Sensing something was wrong and becoming frightened, the mice again began to run away from the Winter River, crawling back into the cracks from which they had crawled out. The Demon Mouse King looked at all this in bewilderment, but could do nothing. Thus, the evil aura surrounding the Winter River made the Demon Mouse King afraid of the guy's strength, and he chose to flee. But this arrangement did not at all please Winter River, who had other plans for the boss. Grasping his sword tighter, the boy rushed after it. Grabbing the mouse's tail, Winter River indignantly began to order this coward to stop. But the king did not stop. Then the guy began to wield his sword, slowly taking away the monster. But, having jumped from a great height, the boss still managed to break away from his pursuer. The guy fell from a great height right onto a rock, but his HP quickly recovered. Having caught up with the Mouse King, Winter River stopped and was surprised to see a huge purple crystal in front of him, to which the king ran. The guy felt a wave of power in that area, which meant that this must be the source of that evil energy. It was because of this purple electric diamond that the mutation of mice could have occurred. Then the diamond glowed even brighter, and a beam of light poured out of it, which was directed at the guy. The light from the stone illuminated him, and the evil energy in his body was temporarily strengthened. At this time, all Winter River stats increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. Now his HP was as much as a 17,8500, and his attack was 1080, 1140, which gave him an excellent chance to defeat the monster. The guy's defense power was as great as his attack, meaning there was no need to fear the demonic mouse. She bared her teeth and suddenly rushed towards the Winter River, which was radiating a large amount of energy. As if going crazy in the moment, the guy rushed towards her, wanting to destroy her. One strike from his sword could deal over 20,000 points of damage, and such strikes followed one after another. A few seconds later, Winter River was able to destroy the silver-level boss and received 180,000 experience points for this, which raised his level to 19. In addition, due to the fact that the guy became the first player to destroy a silver-level boss, he received additional rewards in the form of 1,000 reputation points and a rare item, the Power of Goodness. This item was an S-rank item that was a product of nature and contained within it a power that only a few gods possessed. The item's strength was that it could raise low-level items by 1 rank, which really seemed like a cool quality. After that, Winter River, at the suggestion of the system, notified all adventurers on the continent about his destruction of the boss, for which he received 10,000 reputation. The guy liked that he could create a sensation with just his name.
Winter River could make the others nervous with the notification of his success. Some adventurers were only level 5, so they couldn't believe that someone could do such a thing. And when they learned the name of Winter River, it caused indignation, envy, and hatred among many players. But Winter River himself was only amused by this, and he decided to see what equipment would drop from the Demon King. But then, completely unexpectedly, a system notification popped up saying that the Winter River talent test would begin in 3 minutes. The suddenness of this test discouraged the guy a little, but he quickly pulled himself together. He still had 3 whole minutes to prepare for the test, which was his only chance to catch a chance to advance his talent rank. According to Daniel, you can't use items or equipment in the trials. But no one said that you can't use your skills. So Winter River decided to activate and use his new item, the Power of Goodness, so that he could have a chance to get the best talents. Then a notification popped up asking to select a skill that Winter River wanted to rank up, but the skill had to be rank B or higher. Then the boy noticed the Dark Sword skill on the list and selected it, and thus this B rank skill changed into an A rank Destruction Art skill. It was the unique talent of the Dark Swordsman, which had previously caused much bloodshed on the continent and the world to tremble. Only those who have destroyed a large number of living creatures can awaken this powerful talent, increasing normal attack by 20%. This was 4 times more than before and also provided a fixed attack increase, the upper limit of which was previously 200 units, but the passive addition doubled it. This couldn't help but please the guy, but he was distracted by the glow of an A-rank diamond, which could temporarily stimulate a person's hidden power. The more stones, the more the hidden power will increase, and it will last for 1 minute. The hidden power was influenced by many factors, and the system calculated everything according to the level, role, talent, attributes, and so on. The stone that Winter River took in his hand, he could use only 2 times out of 3 possible, since once the guy have already used it. It would be great if Winter River could use the power of this diamond in the talent test, but I don't think that's allowed. At this time, a notification appeared stating that there were 10 seconds left until the talent test, after which the countdown began. When the count reached 1, the guy disappeared as if he had left the game, but this was far from true. He was transported to a dark forest, which meant the beginning of a test in which he had to destroy the enemy in 10 minutes. If successful, the possible talent's possible rank can be upgraded to C rank, and if the test is not passed, the talent will remain at D rank. Looking around, Winter River noticed only a large, plump rabbit standing in front of him. It was a level 1 wild rabbit with 100 HP and low attack and defense stats, meaning it was a completely normal animal. His stats were lower than the slime's, so this test seemed increasingly strange to Winter River. Even though the guy's level dropped by 1, he could still contribute the 20 gift points that the system awarded him. Without thinking twice, Winter River added all these points to the attack to make the task easier to complete. By kicking away an ordinary wild rabbit, the boy completed a system task, thanks to which his talent rose to rank D. Here, a new enemy appeared, for the destruction of which in 10 minutes the system promised to further increase the talent rank. It was a skeleton, and if he destroyed it, the talent rank would go to B. But if the guy failed, the talent would remain at rank D. The skeleton didn't look like a dangerous or powerful enemy at all as it advanced towards the Winter River. The guy's level automatically increased from 1 to 10, which is logical because during the test, the level of both sides should be equal. At this time, the skeleton had already managed to look around and decided to attack the Winter River. But he swung, without even showing a single emotion, and struck the skeleton. From the force of the blow, he flew back several meters, turning into dust. This intrigued the boy, who was very eager to know what talent he would get for his role as a dark swordsman, other than the art of destruction. But then the next enemy of the Winter River appeared, which also had to be destroyed in 10 minutes. This already looked more complicated, since in front of the guy stood a demonic wild wolf, an ordinary level 20 monster with 3,000 HP, which Winter River had already encountered. The monster, using an attack power of 130-140, rushed towards the adventurer, wanting to tear and bite him, which were its abilities. But for Winter River, it was just an ordinary wolf and not even a boss. This monster was definitely not worth his attention, especially when the guy's level rose to 20. However, the wolf still attacked the guy, wanting to slash him with its paw. But Winter River put his hand forward, parrying the blow and striking the beast with all his might. He clearly not expecting such a strong attack, bent in half from such a blow. Thus, the guy was able to complete another task of the system, due to which the rank of the possible talent increased to A.
All this didn't seem particularly difficult to Winter River, or maybe he was just too strong. But then a masked warrior appeared in front of the guy as another enemy, not looking very dangerous. The next second, Winter River and the stranger rushed towards each other to attack. However, this time, the guy's task turned out to be much more difficult, as his enemy reflected the guy's blows as if he was fighting his reflection in a mirror. But here, the warrior still missed one blow and received a fist to the helmet from the Winter River. The system notification after this powerful blow congratulated the guy on another mission completion and the increased talent rank to SD. Winter River exhaled and was surprised to see that only SS rank remained and his talent rank would be the highest. But the system said that the next talent rank, if Winter River wins, will be DB. Then a young purple tiger appeared in front of the guy, a dark gold boss of the first level with 50,000 HP, and the tiger had many talents: Wings of Thunder, Thunder Roar, Intimidation of the Ruler, and Thunder Punishment. The tiger was a member of the Thunderwing, powerful tiger species that lived on top of Mount Leyun, and although the tiger was young, he was looking for adventurers and challenging them. The previous trials raised the talent rank ceiling, and the next one simply raises the minimum level, and whether Winter River gets an S-rank talent or not will depend on luck. Suddenly, the system temporarily raised the guy's level to 40, and his attack increased to 576. After which Winter River jumped up and rushed into the attack. The relatively small winged tiger watched the enemy's actions closely, baring its fangs. It was dangerous to fight him directly as his attack was 360, 380, and his defense was 150, but the tiger rushed to the Winter River and was ready to jump on the guy. But he, having ordered the tiger to sit, stepped with all his might on its head, bending the animal in front of him. After which, a series of quick blows swept across the tiger, each of which inflicted damage. Eventually the battle, which lasted for several minutes, began to lean in the guy's favor. But suddenly the tiger managed to damage the Winter River with the help of Thunder Punishment, which caused the guy to lose 57 HP at once. But this only added to his aggression, which is why with one blow he was able to destroy the game and complete another system task. Thanks to this victory, the guy received 6 free stat points and the tigers disappeared just like the previous enemies. The presence of the received and additional reward made Winter River very happy. The guy decided to add all these points to his attack to increase the power of his strike. Suddenly, a strange whirlpool began to form around him, enveloping him from all sides. The whirlpool formed into a divine tier boss, a water Killen, which looked very imposing and powerful. Seeing him, the Winter River was a little scared, as this test would be really difficult. The guy's level is temporarily increased to 50, so that he has a chance to stand up to the monster. His HP reached 25,000, and his attack was 600, which increased his reputation to 120,000. A huge amount of attack points increased the power of the Destruction Art talent, which in addition to the fixed attack, increased the attack by another 100%. This was definitely not superfluous against such a boss, which had to be destroyed in 10 minutes, for which the talent rank would be increased to SA. The HP of the Water Sealant reached 100,000, and its talents included Water Breathing, Rolling Ice Wave, Triumph, and Divinity. Prohibition. Ocean Possession. The Water Shillen was an extremely rare creature that few had ever seen, living in the vast seas and possessing innate control over water. In his youth he was strong. After reaching adulthood, he had the opportunity to enter the realm of the deity and become one of the strongest beings on the continent. Winter River understood that this monster was of a much higher level than the dark gold one from the previous trial, and its stats were too high even at level 1. The monster's latest talent, Ban Ocean Possession, was of great interest to the guy, who suggested that the monster could already cast curses. Suddenly, the monster launched an attack with a power of 680 points and fired a water beam at the guy. It was so unexpected that Winter River did not have time to understand what had happened at first. But thanks to his quick reaction, he dodged the huge stream that was fired at him. However, a few copious drops still managed to land on the guy's legs. They began to deal a large amount of damage as if they were burning, despite the fact that it was a normal attack. But the monster was not going to stop there, and again rushed into the attack. His description said that the appearance of a Killen in one of the talent test levels could have an effect on the real world, and it might be physical injuries. The monster used its normal attacks, but was still able to knock Winter River to the ground, dealing a large amount of damage to him. After that, the water Killen opened its mouth and began to collect destructive energy into a huge ball. The blow of this energy was aimed at Winter River, which was under the complete control of the boss. The guy didn't know what to do and was ready to accept his end, but then something inside him turned over. He didn't want to lose like that when he had already achieved so much, but suddenly the monster itself jumped away from him after the Winter River spat water at him. As if choking on energy, the water Killin moved too quickly away from the Winter River to a safe distance. He coughed as if spitting out something he had choked on, but the boy knew what was going on. The water shillin here was not the only one who could spew water, because humans also have innate control over water. But this only increased the water shillin's hatred towards the Winter River by 1,000 points due to his ridicule. And now, the monster was going to use the talent Ocean Domain Ban. Water began to fill the space beneath the feet of the surprised Winter River. The guy got scared when he realized that this attack could knock him down with one blow. But then something seemed to awaken inside him, which made the guy feel stronger. The hidden power of a dark swordsman within him suddenly awakened during the battle as Winter River learned the S-rank Dark Reincarnation skill. The dark energy in his body at this moment seemed like it was about to explode, and Winter River couldn't control it, but the feeling was amazing. The Dark Reincarnation skill increased the player's stats by 50% for 5 minutes. But after using this skill, the level drops to 10 and the recovery takes 7 days. This skill was detrimental to both the enemy and the guy himself, so normal players would have to think twice about using it, but for Winter River, it was simply divine. In the end, he could level up again, but he only has 1 life because he is from the Dark Faction. Dying meant starting all over again, and I really didn't want to lose my 17th level and its excellent characteristics. So Winter River used his new skill and increased all of his stats by 50%, feeling a huge amount of power. Looking at the guy, even the water shillin was surprised at how much he could grow. The boss asked how an ordinary newbie could become the owner of such a powerful dark force. The fact that the monster spoke for a second discouraged the guy, who had previously considered him an ordinary animal. But an idea immediately ripened in his head, and the guy, smiling, replied that he would tell the Killin everything if he surrendered. But he only became more angry, causing destructive water energy to appear around him. Realizing that the monster was definitely not going to give up, Winter River, without saying anything else, rushed to attack. While the guy was running, he used Devil Trample to suppress the water Killin for 0.5 seconds and deal a blow to it. Leaping high above the monster's head, Winter River swung wide, gathering all his strength into his fist. And then, blow after blow, he began to deal more and more damage to the boss standing in front of him, who began to fill the space around him with water. The monster noted with indignation and surprise that the power of the devil's trampling had long been lost in time. But where did an ordinary adventurer get it from? But he only replied that he could breathe underwater, so now the boss's strength was no obstacle for him. Realizing that the enemy was strong, the boss used the Ocean Possession Prohibition skill to defend his position. Thus, he summoned all the strong sea creatures to attack in this area within 3 minutes. While underwater and looking around, Winter River did not understand what kind of sea creatures these were. But he didn't really want to know about it, so he decided to finish it as soon as possible. But then a strange creature appeared in front of the guy, looking like a snake made of water. It was a poisonous sea snake that attacked Winter River, which now lost 500 HP every second for 10 seconds. But it seemed like a small thing since it was only 5,000 HP, so the guy rushed toward the water Killin to attack. But then suddenly someone grabbed Winter River by the leg and pulled her to the side. It turned out to be a water frog that had wrapped its tongue around the guy's leg. But this creature, although it did damage to the guy, was weak, and he easily got rid of the frog. Having finally caught up with the water shillin, Winter River had only one burning thought in his head. It's destruction. The guy started to deal a lot of aggressive blows again, which reduced the boss's HP. But the Killin was not a coward and had honor, so he became even more angry because of this. Winter River suddenly shouted out that this monster was supposed to be just an auspicious symbol. So why was it so good at fighting? But the Killin ordered the adventurer to be silent, since, in his opinion, this ordinary person should not talk to him like that. The boy realized that talking to the monster was useless, but he just wanted to distract the Killin without using another skill. But then, a voice came from the depths of the waters, addressing a certain Gia and asking him to remain calm in battle, keeping an eye on the recharge of talents. Winter Pitch assumed that it was one of the inhabitants speaking and watching the talent test. Then Winter River said that there was no good to be expected from the person spying on his silent ride, since he only aroused suspicion. Then, addressing the Killin as Gia the boy advised him not to listen to this strange spectator. But he only bared his teeth and threw off the Winter River with one movement and then used the skill of the rolling ice wave. But the guy interrupted it by using Devilish Trample, suppressing the enemy for 0.5 seconds and escaping the ice wave. After which he began to hit the boss with old equipment, and as a result left him with only 10% HP. The blows did not stop, as the realization that it would soon all be over gave the guy strength. However,
During the battle between the Keelan and the Winter River, a huge sperm whale swam above them. But this did not bother Winter River, who continued to finish off the Keelan. In the end, he dealt the monster a blow that was its last, after which the boss dissolved into the water. Then a notification popped up that the rank of talents the guy could get had increased to SA, and now Winter River had finally entered the talent selection stage. But then, out of nowhere, a voice came out saying that although the guy wasn't so bad, unfortunately he had turned into the wrong camp. But Winter River responded by saying that even if you join the light faction, you can't always match the light. The voice replied that given the guy's strength, they would still definitely meet, sooner or later. In response, Winter River only said that he hoped that they would not meet as enemies. The system congratulated the guy on moving to the talent selection stage, and now he had to choose a suitable talent that would stay with him for life. This talent could not be improved, replaced, or forgotten, but Winter River still hoped that there were SS-rank talent tests. However, the system did not respond to this and began to transform the space around the guy. She reminded him that he had 1 hour to choose from, after which he would return to the continent, Tianheng. There were many balls around the boy, and they were all talents. Touching one, he found a talent of solid rock, which increased defense by 20%. All the A-rank talents were very strong, and it was very difficult to choose one, especially since it was not just a defense, but a final defense. In minutes, his search was still unsuccessful, as everything was more or less the same. But then, grabbing one of the balls, the guy felt a strange energy emanating from it. This was the very S-rank talent that Winter River had been searching for so long, among others. It was a passive immortality talent that restored 0.3 HP per second during combat and 2% per second after leaving combat. It was incredible, because if immortality and death overlap, then the power of recovery would be simply abnormal. So outside of combat, you can restore all your HP in less than a minute, and during combat, 0.4 HP per second. But there is one thing. It wasn't an attacking talent, so the guy decided to hold on to the immortality talent for now and try to find an attacking talent in time. If he failed, he would take back what he had found, and his search continued. He only had 10 minutes left and still hadn't found any attacking talent. But suddenly, above, among the balls, Winter River noticed one with the inscription S. This was exactly what he had been looking for so long, so he immediately reached for the ball. The guy understood that now everything depended on this ball, so the hope inside him did not fade. And it turned out to be a passive talent of madness, which reduced defense by 20%, but increased the final attack by 40%. Although the talent had a negative effect, the attack improvement was huge, so in the last stage of the attack with this power, the effect will be greatly increased. Then the system asked the guy if he wanted to choose madness as his talent, and reminded him that it could not be changed. Without thinking twice, Winter River agreed, and now he had a new special talent. Once the boy became the owner of this talent, the only thing he regretted was that he was never able to see the SS-rank talent. However, he was the second player on the server to receive the talent, so the guy received a reward in the form of an increase in talent level, reputation by 1,000, and 5 free stat points. But then something strange happened, and the rank of the Madness talent was suddenly upgraded to SS rank, becoming a domination talent. Winter River didn't expect the game to be so generous to the second player who got a talent, but it was insanely cool. Thus, the guy finally completed the talent tests and was returned to his previous place. After receiving this system notification, Winter River materialized again among the rocks. As soon as he appeared, the mice that were around him immediately began to run away. And Winter River, having opened the system, decided to take a look at the improved talent of Dominance, which increased the final attack by 50%. The effect of this talent is simple and crude, but unlike Madness, it does not reduce the player's defense, and the final attack was increased by an additional 10%, which is no worse than the talent of the Sword Heart and the light faction of the Sword God. And in fact, Dominance actually seemed like a stronger talent. Realizing what a jackpot he had hit, the guy shouted out that he loved this system. But then he remembered another pleasant fact for himself. With all this, Winter River even forgot to look at what dropped from the Mouse King he destroyed. Looking at the source of the bright light, the guy realized that it seemed to be full of good equipment, which couldn't help but make him happy. After returning home, Winter River began to observe one of the players who was in the forbidden area of the gods of the level 19 assassin class. This was the same player who was the first to get a talent on his entire server, but it was a passive A-rank talent that increased final movement speed by 30%.
All the players admired and envied this guy, but only Winter River, looking at him, considered him arrogant since he only had an ordinary talent. When the guy had eaten and drunk enough, he decided to enter the game again and put on a virtual reality helmet. Thus, he teleported to the same place from which he left last time. The guy completed the mission to exterminate the mice, and for destroying the boss, he received 3 pieces of silver rank equipment and 50 silver coins. The first item was a shiny golden helmet that increased HP by 8% and had a defense of 1820, but it required a player level of 22 to use. The second item was a silver-ranked Machine King sword with 60-80 attack and increasing the effect and attack speed by 10%. The last item was shiny golden boots with 20-25 defense and 100 HP, which increased defense by 8%. Unfortunately, the Mouse King's sword required level 25 to use, and the boots required level 30. Before level 20, the guy was only 27% short, which could be replenished quite easily. Moreover, now he has talent again, which it's time to try out. There were just enough demon mice around for a warm-up, so Winter River chased after them. With one blow of his sword, the guy was able to deal more than 11,000 damage to all the mice around. And thanks to this, with this same blow he destroyed them all simply by waving his armed hand. Winter River realized that the attack power of about 750 was really striking. But then another system notification popped up. She asked if the player would like to notify all adventurers of his glorious deeds, for which he would receive 5,000 reputation points. Without thinking at all, Winter River calmly replied that he wanted to share this news with all the players on the Tianheng continent. Once all the players found out that adventurer Winter River had obtained an SS rank talent, they were all incredibly shocked by the news. Winter River became stronger than the switcher who received the talent first. Is it really that easy to get this talent that even a newbie could do it? All these questions haunted the players. Then someone called Winter River using the system, and he decided to answer the call. It was the familiar dragon hovering 10,000 miles away who congratulated the guy on his achievements. The guy then added that if he hadn't met Winter River earlier, he would have suspected that he was an insider sent by the developers. The guy thanked him for such compliments and replied that he was just lucky. But the dragon asked him not to be modest and asked him to tell his secret for a tidy sum. After thinking about it, Winter River decided that this information did not pose much of a threat, so it could be disclosed. But there was no special way, because the only thing you can count on is your skills and the stars of the player's class growth. But getting SS rank talent was really almost impossible, especially for beginners, even with the passive stat bonus. Moreover, you need to have hidden class growth stars, which are hard to get. And even if players fulfilled both of the first conditions, they would still need to spend a huge amount of time and money for which they would receive the maximum S-rank talent. As soon as Winter River finished his story, Dragon immediately transferred 100,000 Wen to his bank account, greatly surprising the guy. The only thing that Winter River knew for sure was that this dragon was clearly rich. The dragon thanked the guy for the information regarding the growth stars, as he himself did not know about it. The guy understood that 5 stars still felt much weaker compared to the attack of 6 stars, but he himself only had 4 stars. Then a notification came from the dragon that for everyone who wants to complete hidden missions related to class change, the starting price will be 7 figures. The guy was surprised when he saw this, as he knew that players could use ads, but it would cost about 100 gold coins at a time, where one cost 7,000 Yen. The ad itself was a pretty penny. And the dragon did it because the guy told him he had a full 4 stars. It seemed like crazy, but once players found out, they realized that the hidden class growth stars were indeed overrated. 4 stars seemed too small a fortune to acquire a talent like Winter River's. One of the players, named Tiger Dragon Battle, asked his friend if he knew the growth level of the stars of the unique hidden class. The guy answered him that Winter River had already said that for this, you need a full 4 stars. Leveling up stars is important, and as they progress through the 2nd and 3rd tiers, the difference in power will only grow. The guy was going to do it, but decided not to level up for now, as he considered securing a unique hidden class to be his priority. Then Tiger and Dragon Battle replied that maybe the guys from their guild could help his friend gather information, to which he agreed. At this time, Winter River didn't even think about other players wanting to receive a reward from the mentor for the completed mission. His level had finally reached 20, and he could now equip the Lizard King's equipment and return to his teacher for a reward. It was already late night outside, which had enveloped the entire city. Having come to the chambers of the main man of this city, Winter River addressed him, indicating his presence. Turning around to look at the guy, the necromancer was shocked by his stats, since in addition to the high level, the guy's attack was 750, which was unbearably high. Also, Winter River's luck finally became equal to 1, and his HP reached 25,000. However, the guy had a low-profile level. He decided to support him so as not to let the teacher know that he now had an SS-rank talent. But he suspected that the Winter River's attack had increased more than 3 times, which was already beyond the mentor's understanding. Delighted, he said that his student had acquired a very good talent, but if the guy didn't want to tell, the necromancer wouldn't insist. He just asked what equipment his student wanted. The fact that Winter River could choose his own reward greatly inspired and surprised him. But for the necromancer, this was a matter of course, since he used the resources of the Dark City to train his student. And what's more, he wasn't going to deceive him, which made Winter River even happier. But he answered the teacher that he already had a pretty good weapon, but the required level to use it was quite high. The only thing the guy was interested in was whether it was possible to lower this level. Looking at the weapon that the boy handed over to his teacher, he replied that this weapon would indeed be quite suitable for the student. Therefore, the necromancer gave the guy 150,000 experience points and a C-rank item, a gift sphere, as a reward. All this raised the level of the Winter River to 21, releasing a huge amount of energy. The gift sphere was more of a token of care from the teacher, and it lowered the required level for silver-ranked equipment by 10 levels. Not only has Winter River now leveled up, but he's also received an orb that allows him to use weapons that require a high level. Winter River was truly grateful to his teacher, but he asked the boy to try the sphere right now. As soon as the guy took her in his hands, she seemed to start bursting in them like a bubble. Then, as the equipment that Winter River wanted to lower the level of, he chose the Mouse King's sword. Now, the level required to use this weapon was only 15. But then another interesting idea came into the guy's head, and he decided that with the help of the Sphere of Blessing, he could improve the characteristics of this sword. Taking his sphere, the boy showed it to the teacher and asked if it was possible to do this with the help of this stone. He looked at the sphere in surprise and asked where the guy got it because it was much more valuable than the gift sphere. But Winter River awkwardly replied that it was just luck and that he was lucky. Then the necromancer replied that it was a good idea, but there were different ranks of blessing spheres, and the quality of this sphere was quite low. The guy certainly wouldn't lose anything if he used it on the Machine King's sword, which is what he did. The system offered to select the equipment that the player wanted to improve, but it must only be silver rank and below. By choosing the Mouse King's sword, the guy was able to upgrade its stats to gold rank, and now its attack has increased by 15% and attack speed by 20%. Moreover, the sword has an additional lifesteal effect increased by 10%, and this sword has become sharper. The weapon's attack was simple, but after adding the attack percentage and the benefit of his talent, it was no longer just a mere 180 points. Then a notification popped up saying that Winter River's power had reached a new level, and he had now reached the rank of Silver Boss. Now the fallen title has been changed to Dark Master, and the characteristics of the Winter River in the system have been changed. With such an attack rate, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to destroy the guy instantly, which he understood perfectly well and was happy about. Thanks to the status of a Dark Master, the final HP was increased by 150%, which was a true protection of the demonic god, similar to Resurrection. At first, the demon god's protection doesn't show much strength, but when it reaches a certain level, it becomes more and more powerful, and it's all thanks to Daniel. As soon as the boy thanked the teacher for this, he, as a matter of course, replied that it was really thanks to him. Now, the Winter River's attack is quite high, but the defense is weak, as is the equipment. That's why these points need to be improved to help the Dark City, and the guy, understanding the importance of the mission, asked what he should do next. The teacher replied that recently insidious adventurers from the Light faction with unknown intentions appeared near the city. Since they are essentially enemies, they cannot be allowed to return alive to Bright France and thus contribute to the Dark City. The B difficulty adventurer clearing mission was accepted by Winter River, who didn't expect to have to fight players, but that's great. Adventurers give a lot of experience points, but you need as many as 500 to destroy them, so Winter River asked the teacher for elixirs. But he replied that now he could only sell them, since this was not a reward, but as a teacher, he would give the guy a 30% discount. These conditions suited Winter River, and he opened his inventory to look at his options. There was a life elixir for 70 silver coins and a healing elixir for 35 silver coins, which was too expensive even with the 30% discount. This is not selling elixirs, but simply robbery, considering the amount of money the guy has in his inventory. Gritting his teeth, he asked for 5 elixirs of life, which would restore 1,000 HP every second for 10 seconds. I also bought 4 healing elixirs that restore 500 HP each under the same conditions, and then set off on my journey. Stepping outside the city, a strange shadow eclipsing the sun from above, it attracted the attention of the Winter River. Looking up, he was taken aback to see a real, huge dragon flying across the sky. But he was not alone, but with a rider on his head standing confidently and looking into the distance. But then something distracted the dragon's master, and he looked down as if searching for something with his eyes. The dragon asked the master what was going on, and he replied that he felt an incredibly dark aura nearby, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. But usually such powerful demons don't appear here, so most likely it was just an illusion. The dragon already wanted to go back and check, but the man said that their mission was more important. Even if the demons are really here, it will be difficult to contain them, and there is no need to waste time on it. Looking at the rider, Winter River thought that riding a dragon would be very cool, but such a chance could only come to players in the later stages of the game. But then the guy felt as if someone was watching him from behind the rocks. It was one of the adventurers who was a master of deception and a budding thief. He came too close and was noticed. The adventurer immediately recognized Winter River and was scared when he saw him and what had happened to him, because he was already a silver-level boss. Winter River noticed this fool and was already wondering what he would do, knowing that this was a silver-level boss in front of him. Turning to the adventurer, the guy asked why he was following him, but the novice thief did not answer him, only thinking about how they could have such different titles. The thought occurred to him that Winter River might be an NPC, and his name just happened to be similar to a player's nickname. But NPCs don't get rewards for killing players and equipment, which is what happened in that video that went viral. So the thief decided to find out what this Winter River was up to, considering that the reward for his head would drive anyone crazy. But the boy, waving his sword, told the adventurer to attack him since he was so brave, but the thief didn't even have time to blink before the Winter River sword destroyed him. Thus, the player moved to the starting point with lost HP 1198, which surprised him very much, because this is only the beginning of the game. There's no way someone could be that strong and it was just a normal attack. The guy then asked the system to send everyone the coordinates of the Winter River and warned everyone to be careful since his attack force was more than 10,000. The players didn't believe it at first, as even a divine-level item couldn't increase attack that much. Everyone started discussing that soon the guilds would unite against Winter River, but this only flattered the guy. In the end, he decided to hide and not get caught by others, since there would definitely be players who would want to destroy him. Winter River was lucky to be given the scrolls with the forbidden curses at the very beginning, but this was due to the stupidity of the developers. However, it could happen again. If someone decided to use such an item on the Winter River, they would die immediately. So now he decided to run deeper into the forest. After 10 minutes, there were too many people near his location. However, even they did not pose a danger to the guy, since it is almost impossible for newcomers who have not even passed the talent tests yet to defeat him. However, all these people were too determined and wanted to get a reward for Winter River's head. Their leader, a sharp blade, a cruel storm, looked for the guy more than anyone else and asked, "Where is he?" The thief who gave away the location of Winter River responded to the sharp blade that this was the very place where Winter River destroyed him 10 minutes ago. Sharp Blade ordered everyone to start searching, since the guy couldn't have gone far because there would be no huge reward for his capture. All the newcomers standing nearby accepted the order and rushed off to search. They scattered across the rocky and wooded terrain around them, continuing to search. Then someone sent a message that Winter River destroyed him, and then dropped the coordinates of where it happened. The whole team immediately rushed to this place, being confident that they would find their target there. However, upon arriving, the players noticed only their comrades, who had already been destroyed, disappearing into space, but the Winter River was not there. Sharpblade didn't like this game of cat and mouse, even though he knew it was very dangerous, as one swing of their enemy's sword dealt over 10,000 damage. He didn't expect the Eternity map to be so big, and that one dark city and the towns closest to it could accommodate more than 10,000 players. Even though the game has been around for about 5 days, most players are still hanging out in the newbie village. Therefore, it was unrealistic to mobilize tens of thousands of people to find one player, but the Sharpblade team, losing fighters, learned new coordinates. This seemed impossible, since all players, as soon as they encountered the Winter River, died immediately, without having time to write down the coordinates in advance. Realizing his chances, Sharpblade said it was too dangerous and told his brothers to return. Even though he spent a lot of money on special items for this encounter, Winter River destroys them one by one without even using any items. The guild thus suffers great losses despite many sacrifices for the sake of victory over the Winter River, which easily dealt with the enemies. Having destroyed another adventurer, the guy very quickly increased his level to 22. After that, he destroyed the last 500 adventurer to complete his mission, so it was time to get the reward. The system also notified that the Light faction would not just let the many deaths of adventurers near the Dark City go unnoticed.
This was the last straw for their patience, and in a week, they will be ready to take back the City of Light that is rightfully theirs.
This notification was seen by all the city residents and all the players, which caused a huge panic. Only then did Winter River realize that a battle for the city was coming, the first large-scale event in the game since its release. This will be a test of the entire guild's cooperative and organizational skills, as launching a large-scale attack on the city is no easy task. The system also warned that if Winter River, being the boss standing in the third place of the line of defense against the Light faction troops, will not participate in the battle, then bad consequences will occur. The level would be reduced by 10, and the stats would be permanently set to 1,000, which left the guy with no choice. He wasn't ready to become one of the 3 bosses defending the city, especially considering that the Light faction almost always wins. The Dark City is the main city of the first level, for which the Light faction can send even more powerful NPCs. It was hard to look forward to the battle ahead, given Winter River's certainty that he didn't have the stamina to fight back. Therefore, it was necessary to consult with the mentor to decide what to do next. The necromancer understood the entire situation, but he definitely didn't expect Winter River to be involved in Tianheng's affairs. This speech from the mentor once again made me doubt the guy was an NPC, since he was definitely not talking according to the rules of the game. But Daniel told the guy that he would definitely not let anyone hurt him, and when the time comes he will send help and help overcome the restriction of the rules by teleporting him. This surprised Winter River, but the necromancer repeated once again that he was not afraid of death, especially when his mission was accomplished. Therefore, death will now become a kind of liberation for him. But Winter River was only interested in what kind of mission the necromancer had in mind. But Daniel replied that in the future the guy would understand everything himself, and he definitely didn't need to worry about him. Winter River didn't know what to answer to this, so he simply looked at the teacher with surprised eyes. But Daniel, sighing, only said that problems needed to be solved as they came, and since the mission he had given his student had been completed, judging by his characteristics, it was time for him to choose a reward. Without thinking twice, Winter River blurted out that he wanted a pair of proper boots. With a wave of his hand, the necromancer gave the student 20,000 experience points and silver rank equipment, boots of speed, for completing the mission. They increased movement speed by 8% with the help of speed runes carved into them and kept warm in winter and cool in summer, allowing for quick movement. The guy was happy that he now had another piece of silver rank equipment, and it could be used from level 22. And since Winter River just reached the required level, he can equip the Mouse King's gear too. Although the attack didn't change much after that, but with such equipment and a 5-star increase in defense, Winter River will become a tank. The guy was very grateful to Daniel and asked what else he could do for him. The necromancer replied that his student had incredible talent, thanks to which the boy would learn powerful skills, but sooner or later he would have to learn the basics. So he handed the student a letter of recommendation and asked him to go into the swamps to find the Undead swordsman there. He will be able to teach Winter River new powerful techniques so that he can evolve even more. Thus, the guy received a new mission to find the Undead swordsman who lives in the ghost swamps and became the ruler of Bolt thanks to Daniel, and give him the necromancer's letter. Then the guy asked where this ghost swamp was, because the game does not allow you to mark information on the map, but requires players to explore everything themselves. Then the necromancer pointed to the north and said that he needed to go in that direction. The boy thanked the teacher and set off. He soon found himself outside the City of Darkness and headed in the direction Daniel had indicated to find the Undead swordsman. This was a C difficulty quest, as the mysterious swordsman was hiding in the swamps, and his power during life led the swordsman to gain consciousness. Finding the ghost swamp was equally difficult for both the Dark and Light faction members, as none of them had marked the location on the map. But eventually Winter River entered the ghost swamp location following Daniel's instructions. The dark swamp, covered with trees, was illuminated by the light of the moon and fireflies. It was thanks to them that Winter River noticed human silhouettes in the depths of the swamp, but These were not people, but rotting corpses. The normal monsters were the bodies of ghosts with 80,000 HP that died in the swamp, wandering around the swamps under the influence of a powerful aura of hatred. Winter River couldn't determine their level and defense, which meant that these monsters were at least level 28, and the rest of the stats were visible due to the small difference in strength between them and the guy. These monsters hated all living things and treated creatures in which life glimmered as mortal enemies. So when they saw the Winter River, they all rushed at him, wanting to tear him to pieces. But the guy was not afraid and rushed to counterattack, knowing that the skill of these monsters was only to bite and tear. Now it was time to think about the undead swordsman that had originally been sought out. But there was no one else around, so Winter River went deeper into the forest, leaving marks on the trees with his sword. In this way he tried not to get lost, but the location was so huge that it was still difficult to find the swordsman. But then some realization came to Winter River's mind after he read the assignment again. It said there that the undead swordsman was intelligent, which meant there was no need to try to find him here. Exhaling, the boy strained to call out to the undead swordsman and then shouted loudly that Daniel had asked him to find him. Then a hoarse male voice came from the bushes asking if someone really wanted to find him. Winter River at first did not understand where the sound was coming from, but then he heard a rustling sound behind him. He immediately decided to turn around to find the source of the sound with his eyes. Having done this, the guy saw a majestic man in armor sitting on a stone with a purple longsword. Slowly looking up at the Winter River, the undead swordsman asked sullenly why Daniel was looking for him. This question, like the appearance of the swordsman, was unexpected for Winter River because a couple of seconds ago this place was empty. It was immediately clear that this man was very strong, so it was worth being careful with him. Then Winter River handed the swordsman the explanation in the letter that Daniel had given him. A little interested in this fact, the man silently got up from the stone and headed towards the Winter River. In literally a second, the swordsman was next to the guy as if he had teleported. It was too fast even for the Winter River, but the swordsman took the scroll with a completely calm expression and opened it. Having read what was written, he, without expressing a single emotion, said that everything was clear to him. Now it became clear why this dark swordsman had such an evil aura. Because it was known that the world was drowning in chaos, and the Light faction created many heroes to fight it. Winter River, hearing that myriads of natures had also appeared again, foreshadowing an evil fate, did not understand why the evil swordsman was speaking so pompously. But he continued, saying that although Daniel wanted to teach his student the techniques of undead fencing, he himself, an undead swordsman, was bound by the rules of the swamps. This statement surprised the guy, but the man added that he must first complete the tasks that need to be completed. It seemed that the original inhabitants of this place fully understood the process, which is unthinkable for NPCs. Are the developers not afraid of such arbitrariness of characters? Or is their understanding of law another special parameter built in from the start? Then Winter River decided to find out what the undead swordsman himself thought about these rules. He replied that rules are rules, and since they exist, they must be obeyed, because even 10 demonic gods cannot break them, let alone a swordsman. After these words, the guy had an idea and asked if the swordsman was trying to break these rules. But he replied that if he did that, the rules would immediately end him, but it was too early to discuss that. The guy would find out everything himself when he became a dark swordsman of legendary power, but now he had to complete the task and destroy several rotting corpses. So Winter River could prove that he was worthy of being the undead swordsman's apprentice, so the boy accepted the mission. Then the quest from the swordsman Cheryl surfaced, wanting Winter River to destroy 1,000 monsters, which was a lot. Cheryl suddenly said that the guy's attack level was good, but overall he was weak and needed training. And if he fails, he can't count on training, and if he does manage to complete the task, then let him just call the undead swordsman by name. After these words, Cheryl seemed to evaporate into thin air, and Winter River once again thought that this was a very strange character. It was already 11 p.m., but the boy knew he had to get stronger to deal with the approaching siege of the city. The only option was to stay awake and begin carrying out Cheryl's mission. Finding the monsters wasn't that difficult, since they themselves, sensing the living spirit, went to the guy. With one swing of his sword, Winter River was able to destroy one of the monsters. Thus began the execution of his task, and continuing it was not so difficult, considering the number of monsters in the swamps. Without expressing any emotions, the guy destroyed the monsters one after another. He also hoped that for destroying one of them, he would get some good item. And so, having destroyed 486 monsters, Winter River finally got a bronze staff of evil level. This was a very good catch,
which should pay well, but now it was necessary to focus on the mission. Thus, after 5 hours, Winter River was still able to destroy 1,000 monsters. Having finally completed the task, a satisfied Winter River realized that he only had 5% left before moving on to the next level. But suddenly, a notification popped up that the effect of the concealment spell cast by the necromancer Daniel had ended. This meant that the Winter River had now taken on its true dark form, which looked quite creepy. But only now, the guy was able to understand what the true appearance of the Dark Swordsman was. Here, next to the Winter River, Cheryl appeared out of nowhere again, even though the guy hadn't called him. Looking at the undead swordsman, a satisfied Winter River in his true form said that he had completed the task. He replied that he had been watching the guy and praised his attack, which was superior to all others at this level, so there was no limit to the number of monsters that would pose a challenge to the Winter River. For completing this mission, the guy received 200,000 experience points and the right to become Cheryl's apprentice, thanks to which his level increased to 26. Cheryl then added that the boy didn't need to call him officially, and since Daniel himself asked to teach him, he could consider him a teacher. Now Cheryl was definitely ready to teach the boy and considered him his student. But he immediately warned Winter River not to expect too much, as the boy was too weak to learn much. But Winter River himself ignored these words because it was time for him to choose a skill. There were a huge number of them, and they all looked very powerful and frightening. All of them were unique and high level, learned by Cheryl, so any skill could be considered. One of them, the S-rank Evil Decision, instantly destroyed targets 10 levels lower than the user and cost a whopping 1,000 gold coins. It was a powerful talent, but the level required to use it was 55, which was difficult and expensive for Winter River. The S-rank talent Dark Cover, which weakened all enemies, cost 600 gold coins, and the SS rank Descent, which teleported to any location belonging to the Dark faction, cost 99999 gold coins. It was too expensive and out of reach for Winter River, given its relatively low level and 6 gold coins in stock. After several minutes of searching, Winter River finally found the skill available to him, Undead Grasp of rank A for 2 gold coins, capable of immobilizing an enemy for 3 seconds. The second talent, Necro Slash, rank B, cost 1 gold coin to deal damage to an enemy equal to 250% of their attack power and reduce their speed by 10% for 2 seconds. While these skills weren't as cool as some of the previous skills, they were both top-notch for the early game. After gifting Winter River 2 skills, Cheryl said that for now that was all he could teach Winter River, and told the boy to come back when he was stronger. But then the Dark Swordsman became interested and asked Cheryl when he would become strong enough to continue his lessons. Cheryl replied that this would come when the power of the Winter River began to overflow within him, allowing him to see new methods. If the guy remembered correctly, he got Dark Reincarnation at level 50 during the talent test. This means that it is necessary to reach exactly this level and return here. But for now, it was necessary to say goodbye to the teacher. With this done, Winter River was finally able to exit the game and return to the real world. Taking off his helmet, the guy exhaled, noting that it was already 3 a.m., so he definitely needed to sleep if he valued his life. So the guy lay down to rest and slept until the next day. He would have slept like that until the evening, but he was suddenly awakened by a telephone call. The sleepy guy picked up the phone and heard the cheerful voice of his friend Wang Kai, who asked in surprise why he was still sleeping. Winter River replied that he had simply gone to bed late. But Wang Kai quickly brought him to his senses by saying that a huge event had been announced through the system yesterday. The guy knew about the siege of the city, but Wang Kai added that decent rewards were given for participating in it, and top players would even be able to get gold rank equipment. Winter River became interested when he heard about the reward, which included cool equipment and rare items, and asked where he could find out about it. Wang Kai replied that the system itself did not say this, and he obtained this information through closed channels. This could have caused problems, but Wang Kai said that he had not signed any non-disclosure agreements, so he could tell whoever he wanted. Moreover, this is a very cool chance, since just for participation and relaxed fights against small monsters will give a good reward. And you can also get a lot of points to level up, but all this was difficult for the sleepy Winter River to comprehend. But when it did happen, the guy finally opened his eyes and asked again about the awards, after which he jumped out of bed and shouted that he had a brilliant plan. If everything works out for him, then he will definitely treat Wang Kai. But for now, everything needs to be done. Wang Kai wanted to find out what kind of plan this was, but Winter River didn't answer him, but only said goodbye sweetly
kissing his lips on the phone and hanging it up. Lonely Wang Kai was left without answers, listening in surprise to the beeps on the phone while standing on a small balcony. And only now did he tell the already disconnected subscriber that he was a guy. So it was strange to say goodbye to him like that. It was just a joke, which Winter River himself did not pay any attention to since his thoughts were now filled with something else. He returned to the game and, not wanting to waste a minute, rushed to his teacher to discuss strategy with him. Soon he reached the Dark City and entered the castle where the head of this gloomy place lived. Turning to Daniel, who was twirling the flask in his hand, the guy blurted out that he had an effective plan against the Light faction to protect the city. A little interested in these words, the necromancer nevertheless turned towards the student and decided to listen to him. Winter River began his story by saying that adventurers do not like to be ordered around, and even though they came to the continent as representatives of the Light faction, there are also players like Winter River. Whether they represented light or darkness, it didn't limit their actions as adventurers, so there was one suggestion that Daniel had already guessed. The guy added that it was all about the reward, because the Light faction had always been biased towards adventurers, so by giving them more attention and rewards, players could be lured to the dark side. From the very first village, Winter River has experienced hostility towards adventurers from the locals, which irritates many of them, so many of them will want to play against the main plot. But Daniel shook his head, saying that the student was oversimplifying things because you can't just join the dark faction because you want to. But the guy replied that the main thing for them now is that the adventurers from the Light faction will not go to war if they are offered a more tempting reward. This should definitely work, but there is one more nuance. The necromancer no longer knew what to expect next from his student, so he simply asked what he was thinking about. The guy replied that the reward for first place should be especially generous to create a competitive spirit.
For example, make it so that only the first place gets a chance to join the dark faction.
But the necromancer sternly repeated that joining the dark faction is not so easy, because even Winter River he initially invited only for his own safety. However, Daniel's strength was above the dark gold level, and then the surprised Winter River assumed that the necromancer had reached the spirit level. He laughed quietly and replied that this was not entirely true because he was referring to his power in the past, but decided not to elaborate. The main thing now is that it is impossible for players to join the dark faction, since they have already accepted the protection of the goddess, obliging them to fight for the Light faction, and this is an unbreakable contract. Therefore, even if someone takes first place, the so-called reward of joining the dark faction will be nothing more than an empty promise. But then the gazes of the necromancer and his student met, because they thought of one insidious plan.
For Daniel, these thoughts of Winter River were commendable because he wants to deceive and outwit the entire Light faction. The necromancer proudly said that Winter River was truly his student since she...
The necromancer replied that he would have done so even if the boy had not asked, since, given his strength, if he caught the eye of someone powerful, then death was guaranteed for him. So Daniel cast concealment magic on the student again, which returned him to his human form for 1 month.
It was a long period of time, which increased from the last time.
The necromancer replied that it was all because his strength had increased and his wounds had healed, so his concealment magic would last longer. Then the teacher turned a curious look to the boy and asked if he had met Cheryl. Winter River responded positively and added that he had learned 2 skills, after which Cheryl told him to come back when he was strong enough. This was good news for Daniel, who was glad that the Undead swordsman apparently was not going to return to the Light faction, and therefore would provide assistance to his student. These words surprised the guy since he could not even imagine that Cheryl had previously been in the Light faction, or rather, in a past life. Daniel replied that Cheryl was powerful, and as the necromancer had already mentioned in the letter, if he were to die one day, it would be Cheryl who would become the second teacher of the Winter River. Daniel told the guy not to act surprised because if he followed him, he wouldn't get far, and for him, death is not the end of the road. Therefore, if Daniel will die one day, but let the Winter River not mourn him, because if the boy lasts long enough on this earth, they will meet again. Winter River was surprised that the teacher could be resurrected after death, but Daniel replied that a necromancer was not something one could simply decide to become.
So now the guy needs to think not about this, but about how to become stronger, so that he can be the undisputed first in the siege of the city. So Winter River received a new mission, Bring Disorder of S difficulty, which consisted of taking first place in the city defense rating table, and in case of failure, the guy would lose the protection of the demonic gods. Winter River, as the creator of the plan, bore the price of possible defeat, which meant that this mission was given automatically to all players by the system, and not personally by the teacher, but the guy still accepted it. The next mission that popped up was given by Daniel, which was to destroy the Light Faction camp and ease the pressure on the city's defenders. The teacher added that he had increased the difficulty of the task and hoped that the student would not disappoint him and disgrace the name of the Dark Swordsman. The guy accepted the task with dignity and went to the southeast of the city to clear out the human army and destroy the boss of the Light Faction camp. They were dangerous because they were planning to attack the city with part of their forces, so they had to be found. After some time, the guy entered a new location of the Radiant Forest where the bright sun was shining. Finding the camp wasn't that difficult, as they were quite noisy due to the large number of people in it. Guarding the camp were the soldiers of the stars and the moon, elite warriors sent to the Radiant Forest by the City of the Star Nebula, who were strong enough to attack the City of Darkness. Winter River only saw the soldiers' HP of 100,000 and defense of 250, but the soldier's progress was 5 levels higher than the guy's progress, so he couldn't see his level and attack. In any case, Winter River first decided to attack those who were standing alone to test the waters. But the soldier was well prepared and immediately sensed the approaching enemy. But before he could even turn around, Winter River used the Undead grasp skill, which immobilized the soldier for 1 second. And then, attacking him from behind, he dealt 24,765 damage to the enemy in one blow using the Necro Swing skill. This also caused the soldier's speed to decrease by 10%, leaving him with no choice but to call for help. Even though the soldier couldn't move, his voice was too loud and the Winter River couldn't allow him to attract attention. Then he charged at the soldier, swinging his sword and using Necro Swing U-combo with Mad Destruction and Undead Grasp. The combination of all these control skills was simply an invincible weapon, so the guy easily destroyed the enemy. But suddenly behind him, the voices of many other warriors were heard who had discovered him and wanted to destroy him. Winter River decided that it was better to run away quickly now because he didn't know what kind of cool boss was inside this camp. The soldiers chased the guy and started asking each other where their general was, but someone replied that he had gone off to play with his concubine. This was a disappointment and frustration for the soldiers and an interesting idea for Winter River. The guy suddenly decided to stop and braked sharply, turning to face the soldiers. He looked straight at them and started teasing them about being a bunch of useless ants. The soldiers naturally began to attack, using the star formation skill and increasing their attack by 15%. But even with the raised attack, for the Winter River, they were just a pack of bugs that could be easily dealt with. The guy destroyed soldiers with one blow and received more than 11,000 unexperience points for each of them. It was a great way to level up, so Winter River didn't even plan to run away, unlike the scared soldiers. But after 10 minutes, the guy was able to destroy almost all the soldiers guarding the camp. He was even disappointed because he thought that there would be at least several hundred soldiers here. But it turned out that there were only 20-30 of them. But suddenly a loud crunch was heard behind the Winter River, and the guy immediately turned around to find out who made it. It would have been better if this had not happened, because a huge and formidable warrior with 2 equally large axes in his hands towered over the Winter River. Judging by the concubine who ran out after the warrior, this was the same general of the Stars and Moon named Kinton, who was in charge of this camp. He was also a silver rank boss with unknown level attack, defense, and skills, but with a huge HP of 250,000. But now, according to rumors, he was losing his power. Without seeing many of the soldiers' stats, Winter River realized that his scouting skills were becoming less and less effective. The general suddenly said that he recognized Winter River's abilities since he had defeated his soldiers, which was a very unexpected statement for the guy. The general said that Winter River was far from unknown in the Light Faction because there was a large reward for him which Kinton wanted to get. The general added that when he finished off the Winter River, he would be rolling in money and would be able to get any woman, but the guy had big doubts about this. He said that Quinton would not last a minute, which greatly angered the general, who rushed into battle. He really wanted to get the unique combat class, fame, and money as a reward for the head of the Winter River, so he swung his huge weapon. The blow was truly powerful and the earth shook from it, but the Winter River managed to jump back in time. He then hit Kinton with the Devil Trample skill, dealing 11,571 damage to the enemy. But due to the large difference in levels, the suppression effect did not work, which was something Winter River definitely did not expect. The general took advantage of the guy's confusion and began to attack him, inflicting damage. Winter River understood that despite his high attack, his defense level was much lower than the general's, so it was impossible to defend for long. Then Winter River used his agility and was able to run behind the enemy, who was not expecting it. And then, finding himself behind, the guy attacked from behind, delivering a powerful blow with his sword. Quentin, angry, said it was an impressive move, but he was not going to give up his position. Increasing his power and ensuring a good future greatly motivated the general, who launched a merciless attack. The concubine watched this entire beautiful and complex fight from behind a tree, waiting for the right moment. The girl looked and was truly worried about the general because her life depended on him. At this time, the HP of the Winter River had already decreased from 46,290 to 13,800, which was already more than half. And at that moment, the guy realized that it was time for healing, and he took out a bottle of medicine. After drinking it, Winter River increased his HP to 2,030, which surprised the general and took advantage of his confusion. Immediately after the recovery, Winter River used the Undead grip skill, which immobilized the general for 0.8 seconds. This should have been enough to get close to him and attack. Using the Devil Trample skill, Winter River dealt 11,160 damage to the enemy in one blow. An angry Quentin said that the boy's attempts to control him were worthless and that he would only embarrass himself. But before the general could swing, Winter River, increasing its movement speed by 200%, instantly disappeared behind the trees. Even the general himself was surprised by such a skill, watching the guy and realizing that it would be impossible to catch up with him. Suddenly, a concubine came out from behind the trees and asked if Quentin was okay. He replied that everything was fine, but he was sorry that Winter River had escaped. But fortunately or unfortunately for Quentin, the guy did not escape completely and suddenly appeared right in front of him. His HP was fully replenished, and now he was no longer going to run, so if the general wanted to fight so much, so be it. And he himself was thinking about the wonderful recovery effect from the potion, allowing him to avoid death in battle, which restored 0.5% of HP per second, which was very cool. The furious general couldn't believe that the guy dared to come back, but he was glad that he had another chance to destroy him. After 2 minutes of fighting, Quentin managed to take away half of the guy's HP. Suddenly, Winter River immobilized the enemy again with his skills. A split second was enough to get closer and strike the general. And as soon as Quentin was able to move again, Winter River ran away at great speed and hid behind a tree, restoring his HP. The general, who had just over half his HP left, considered Winter River to be an impudent person who had absolutely no fighting manners. Then the concubine suddenly turned to the general again and said that they could simply leave from there. Quentin considered the offer, deciding it was not a place to waste time. But this angered Winter River, who ran out of the trees and waved his sword threateningly. Was the general really going to run away if he couldn't win? It's really a disgrace for people like him. Enraged, Quentin pounced on the guy, not understanding how he could talk about him like that with a serious look. But Winter River asked why he shouldn't say so if it was true. But the general replied that only the Winter River constantly runs away here. While attacking, the guy replied that he was glad that the general had rated his skills so highly, so he had the right to show off a little. Today they will fight to the death, and one of them will leave this world, but the generals were satisfied with these conditions. He suddenly turned into a whirlwind and his blows became too fast and powerful. Winter River realized that this silver rank boss was truly impressive, but his HP was still recovering little by little. But the guy still decided to wait until the general's skills finished working and then attack. But now it was better for him to run away again. It didn't take long for the general to become exhausted and lose his vigilance. At this time, Winter River again suddenly appeared from cover and began to attack. Swinging his sword, the boy dealt the general quite a lot of damage. He, clutching his shoulder, only now decided to ask the question of why Winter River's stamina was not running out, since his HP was almost at 0. The guy replied that it turns out he's not as weak as everyone thinks, after which he used his next skill to deliver the final blow and defeat the boss of the light faction. Thanks to this, the guy's level increased and some rewards dropped. In addition, equipment dropped: armor, silver rank rock, thunder axe, and 2 gold coins. The armor was heavy, durable, and stood out for its 60-80 points of protection, and was also Quentin's favorite armor. The thunder axe was too heavy to wield, but it increased attack and decreased attack speed by 10%. The armor was cool, but the weapon required a high level, 35, and it was also not as powerful as the Machine King's sword. Then the guy decided to sell the axe and recruited a guy he already knew to sell it to.
The dragon looked at the axe and said that the level of its use was too high since the strongest player was only at level 23. Well, the guy needed to sell this axe as well as the equipment since he lost access to the storage functionality after joining the Dark faction. Now, if he suddenly dies, his weapon will evaporate along with the character, so Winter River still managed to negotiate with the dragon for 200,000 coins for the axe. Then the guy, as usual, dropped the coordinates and asked the dragon to send a man to pick up the hidden weapon. When the dragon transferred the correct amount once again, Winter River was happy with the honesty of this guy, who did not even check the accuracy of the data, but already transferred the money. Here, Winter River's attention was drawn to the general's very own concubine, who had been hiding behind the trees during the battle. As soon as the guy turned his gaze to her, he noticed that the girl was very scared and worried. Then Winter River decided to check how realistic the NPC in Eternity was and headed towards the girl. She began to scream and move away from the guy, fearfully asking what he wanted, but the Winter River did not answer, stretching out her arms to the girl. But he was suddenly stopped by a notice stating that these actions would be considered brutal behavior on the Tianheng continent. If Winter River wants to carry out his plan, he will become the enemy of the entire continent, which was annoying for the guy, but expected from the developers. Then Winter River turned to the lady and asked her to convey his message to the Light faction that he would be waiting for them in the City of Darkness, and anyone who did not come was a coward. The girl threw it down in fear and ran away, and Winter River, looking after her, decided to return and report everything to the teacher. Had to go back to town to find Daniel, which the guy did. When Winter River found his mentor, he asked how he could help. Then the guy asked the necromancer for another gift sphere. Daniel, without a moment's hesitation, handed the sphere to Winter River, which was a reward for the completed task. The guy also received 200,000 experience points, but now he decided to use the sphere on the rock armor. After this, Winter River donned this equipment, increasing his defense to 331-374. The description said that Winter River was a fallen traitor to the Light faction who was becoming more powerful with the help of Daniel. As soon as the armor was on the Winter River, the power rating in the Dark faction also opened up before him. It contained all the powerful living beings from the Dark faction, arranged in descending order. Then Winter River asked to find him on this list, but was a little disappointed. It turned out that in the Dark faction, he is ranked 99955th in strength. The guy realized with annoyance that the number of characters from the Dark faction capable of destroying him was almost equal to 100 million. Here, Daniel said that the top 10 characters in the ranking were demon gods whose strength was rarely seen on the Tianheng continent. Therefore, Winter River should not devalue his achievements because he himself may end up in the top 10. And all because he is a dark swordsman, and the previous dark swordsman was just one of the demonic gods whose name was known throughout the world. Winter River then asked how the previous dark swordsman had died, but Daniel said that the boy didn't need to know that yet. He then added that Winter River's plan had indeed proven effective, as over 200,000 adventurers had joined the defense ranks under Cantor's command and would be helping them defend the city. This pleased Winter River because if the Light faction, representing justice, did not help, then players inclined to act as they wished would. Daniel noted that at this rate, if they don't show up, they really do have a chance to save the City of Darkness. The boy looked at the teacher in surprise and asked who he meant. But Daniel said that he already knew the answer to that question, so he shouldn't act like a fool. Then the Winter River realized that the main problem was not in armies and strength, but in the plot rails that they did not want to change. But Daniel said that now was not the time to think about it, since the guy was not powerful enough to solve the problem right now. Therefore, he should accept a new task to train the skeleton warriors who guard the city in the amount of 5,000. Their own skills are not enough to stand up to the elite of the Light faction, but by accepting this task, the guy left the game. He decided to have a snack first, but then he noticed a new notification on his phone. It was Wang Kai who invited his friend to eat spicy beef noodles, and the guy agreed to meet. Having met at their favorite place, the guys ordered food and began to discuss the events of the game. Wang Kai decided to ask what level his friend had reached, to which he replied that he was already at level 20+. This surprised Wang Kai, who realized that his friend was apparently at the top of the rankings. Wang Kai himself was at level 19 and ranked 39 with the nickname Triumphant King, but he was curious about his friend's nickname. After finishing chewing, the guy looked at Wang Kai and warned that he would now tell his nickname, but he couldn't tell it to anyone. And at that moment, a shocking confession happened because Wang Kai found out that his little brother was Winter River. At first, Wang Kai, upon hearing this nickname, calmly continued eating noodles. But then it dawned on him what his friend had said, and his surprise turned to shock. Since his friend is the Winter River, all past situations become clear, and everything falls into place. Wang Kai didn't even believe it at first, asking his friend again if he was really Winter River or if it was a joke. But if that's the case, then it's better not to spread your nickname and ID, so as not to get into trouble, and Wang Kai, realizing this, promised to keep quiet. But Winter River, looking at his friend, calmly replied that he believed him. After this impressive meeting, the guy returned to the game and again found himself in the Dark City. Immediately received a notification that due to the actions of the Dark faction to attract players, the Light faction is preparing an attack 4 days earlier. Having made simple mathematical calculations, Winter River realized that 4 days earlier is tomorrow. This seemed impossible since no one had ever carried over an established game event before, meaning that each NPC here actually has their own feelings and storyline. This allows them to trigger changes to a seemingly static story, or is it the work of the developers who didn't want players to join the Dark faction? But now it was necessary to think about completing the task and preparing the skeletons for battle. He shouted that their master had ordered him to train the skeletons in the hopes that they would learn new abilities. Winter River then ordered all the students who were nearby to be summoned to him to begin their training. But as soon as the skeletons gathered around, the guy wondered how he could teach them. The system notification said that the skeleton warriors had limited potential and were unable to perfectly reproduce the skills the boy had shown. They could have trained them every day, but then an interesting thought came to Winter River's head. He coughed to attract attention and said that today he would demonstrate an extremely effective technique. The next second, Winter River found himself high in the air with a jump, and then he landed with his leg extended forward and thus breaking the ground with it, saying that the main thing in this technique is to step on the enemy. When meeting with opponents, in particular with representatives of the Light faction, skeleton warriors must crush their... Having agreed, the boy soared into the air again, demonstrating a D-rank move, trampling people, which was mastered by 13 skeletons. After finishing the training, the 3 skeletons also mastered the C-rank crushing skill, which was quite good. Then Winter River realized that the skeletons differed in their understanding, so they learned different ranks of the skill, but they were similar to Winter River's skills. However, they were much weaker. The guy then decided to add a theory, which led to 22 skeletons adopting human trampling as their main combat technique, increasing the frequency of its use. By the end of the training, 42 skeletons already had this skill, but they were only supposed to use it when their health reached a critical level. After some time, the guy managed to complete the task training skeleton warriors abroad, and he went to the teacher for a reward. Arriving at the palace courtyard, the guy found Daniel in the gazebo and said that he had completed the task. The necromancer, looking contentedly at the Winter River, replied that he had assumed that his student would cope in a day, given the enemy's attack tomorrow. The reward for completing the mission was a mysterious item, a fragment of the moon of unknown rank. It contained immeasurable power and provided the wearer with a one-time protection against lethal damage and had a recharge time of 1 month. Taking the moon fragment, Winter River was surprised. How could such a valuable and powerful item become a reward for such a simple task? The necromancer replied that the rank of the moon fragment was unknown, which is why it was available on an easy quest. Looking at his teacher, Winter River thanked him sincerely. And the necromancer suddenly said a mysterious phrase about fate, and said that at first he used the power of the shard to avoid strong enemies. At one point, he stopped recharging, and that's when Daniel met Winter River, who unexpectedly became his student. The boy asked why the teacher gave him the stone, to which he replied that his mission was complete and death was predetermined. Rather than allow the imposters from the Light faction to take the moon fragment, Daniel chose to give this treasure to his student, but this is all too sentimental. The only thing the necromancer added was that he wished for Winter River to live longer in this world, which would give them the opportunity to meet in the future. Then the guy asked again who Daniel was, but he turned around and replied that when the guy became powerful enough, he would find out the truth himself. Now, the main thing for Winter River is to remember that its main task tomorrow is to protect itself. Watching the teacher walk away, Winter River remained silent, realizing that words were of no use now. So I decided to return to the real world, deciding that it was already late and I needed to get some sleep to be ready for tomorrow's battle. Winter River, having returned home, immediately fell asleep and slept until 9:30. By this time, he was already mentally and physically prepared for a fierce fight. Taking the helmet, he put it on with special pleasure and excitement to enter the game and start the fight. However, as soon as he entered the Dark City, a whole crowd of adventurers caught his eye. These were the same players who had betrayed the Light faction. But suddenly, a multitude of notifications popped up saying that the Winter River mission to protect the city would begin at exactly 10 o'clock. And also, if he does not take first place in the rating table, he will lose the protection of the demonic gods, and if he does not show up for the post appointed by the Light faction, he will lose 10 levels. Apparently, such sanctions were imposed on the guy for the unrest he caused among the players, but then one of them called out to the guy. Winter River made a splash with its appearance, receiving positive comments in its direction from all players. They started to bombard the guy with questions, but he didn't answer, and began pushing people aside, asking them to let him through. Winter River knew that he had been appointed as the boss of the third line, so he needed to check what was happening on the walls first. It was there that the boy found his teacher, and then a notification came that the event had begun. The system also drew the guy's attention to the fact that he, being a silver rank boss, should not enter the battle ahead of time. Winter River didn't know how to understand when the time would come because the huge army approaching them worried him much more. Bronze rank level 20, boss challenger Shazua led the first wave of Light faction players into the siege. This player was strong, having 200-350 attack and skills such as Mighty Blow and Fury, and on top of that he was very active in cheering on his army. The city's leader, Daniel, raised his hand and ordered his soldiers to move forward. At that very moment, the city gates opened to release their vanguard. Thousands of skeletons began to run out from there, ready to defend the city. The first skeleton warriors to run out immediately decided to put their new acquired skills to use. With the help of the human trample skill, the skeletons made the adventurers from the Light faction hesitate and stop in confusion. This played into the hands of the warriors of the Dark faction, who crushed the adventurers one after another. Some of them were scared and were glad that they were standing on the defensive since the rule "don't hit in the face" didn't work for the skeletons. Looking at the chaos, the necromancer stole a glance at the Winter River and nodded approvingly, saying that he was his best student. This cunning move was truly worthy of applause, and even some adventurers decided to record the fight to watch it again. One of them ran away from the skeleton and shouted that before these monsters could not do this and were too weak. But now, this is not the case at all. But then, among all the adventurers, their leader appeared, throwing the skeletons aside and condemning their dirty tricks. He then ordered all the defenders to take up positions and hold the line. Then Winter River decided to look at the rating of the best defenders, where Sleepless was in first place, having earned 20 points. The battle has just begun. The Storm Legion has quite a bit of HP, so they won't be destroyed quickly. Obviously, adventurers who attack a city earn points for defeating the defenders. So just in case, Winter River decided to do something and asked the player for his spare weapon. But it was a bow, which would hardly help the warrior, but Winter River calmed the guy down, saying that it didn't matter to him, offering 10 silver for any old thing. Thus, the Winter River ended up with a regular wooden bow with an attack of 6-8. The system warned that if this bow fired, it would be a real miracle, but Winter River didn't care. Changing his weapon to a bow, the guy's attack power dropped to 842, but he had already pulled the bowstring. Taking careful aim, the guy released the arrow and it flew into the crowd. Luckily, she achieved her goal and destroyed one of the Light faction adventurers, for which Winter River received 1 point. This adventurer was the deputy leader of the army of the Light faction, which scared the other players because the killed one had a defense higher than level 20. The former owner of the bow was also shocked, as he knew that this weapon was not even a student class weapon, and he, as an archer, would not be able to deal that much damage. And Winter River is a swordsman, but his damage was striking, but the guy was not going to stop there. Pulling the bowstring a second time, Winter River took aim at his next victim. The arrow flew out from the side of the wall at great speed. She hit the target right on target, dealing 9968 damage to the adventurer and giving the guy another point. The archer standing on the wall with Winter River couldn't believe his eyes because he had destroyed a level 21 enemy, thinking that it was all because of the Dark faction. But Winter River was only flattered by this, as he realized that he was talented not only with a sword but also with a bow. Drawing 3 arrows at once, Winter River said that the name Reincarnation Lu Bu suits him better now. But when the arrows flew out, they didn't quite hit the target, but destroyed 2 skeletons. One adventurer did suffer, but he was on the side of the Dark faction. For such inattention, the guy was deducted 3 points for each of the Dark faction members he destroyed. The necromancer, looking at all this with annoyance and disappointment in his eyes, did not want to look at the Winter River. The guy himself was ashamed, but Daniel still addressed the student as a flying general and warned that if he continued to shoot like that, the entire Dark army would beg him for mercy. Then Winter River decided not to complicate things any further and aim where the enemies were clustered. After 20 minutes of fighting, the leader of the Light faction lost almost all of his HP, but did not want to give up. But the final blow destroyed him and the hope of returning the City of Light. The players immediately pounced on the things left behind by challenger Shazuo, ignoring the fight. For the victory of the player sleepless over the challenger Shazuo, he received 25 points, having only 129 points, which pushed Winter River to 4th place, since he only had 51. The competition was quite tough, especially for 1st place, where Basani had almost twice as many points as 2nd place. Suddenly, a notification popped up that the Thunder Legion, led by the level 25 bronze rank boss Angus Thunderaxe, would send a second wave of siege in 5 minutes. The second wave, in the form of a larger and stronger army, was already ready. Their boss, who sent the Ice Legion brothers to attack, was stronger than the previous leader, having 160,000 HP and 450 attack. Their formation was more constructive and complex because they were already trained fighters and had a strong leader with the skills of a double-edged blade and onslaught. The archers were the first to attack from the walls, destroying the vanguard of Angus Thunderaxe's army. The arrow strikes were powerful enough to explode, sending enemies flying back. Suddenly, the necromancer ordered to go on the offensive and go to the battlefield, because the Dark faction also had its own formed army. It was led by a skeleton general, a level 25 bronze boss with 250,000 HP, who led the 2nd Battalion of skeletons and adventurers into the attack. His skills were different from those of ordinary soldiers, including the heavy strike and lunge skill, and the general's attack was 4490. They easily began to scatter adventurers from the Light faction, and the skeleton general with 120-150 defense was not so easy to defeat. Angus was furious at the skeleton warriors' dirty tricks and wanted to crush them. But then, right in front of him, a huge monster appeared, an NPC general, a skeleton whose size and strength terrified him. With one blow, the skeleton general decided to destroy the main enemy in this wave. He succeeded, and Angus Thunderaxe fell, but since the skeleton was an NPC, there were points for the destruction. Agnes were not counted. The warriors from the Light faction, noticing that their master had been finished off, immediately fell into fear. But this gave much more confidence to the warriors from the Dark faction who rushed to attack, taking advantage of the enemy's confusion. But as soon as this army was defeated, another notice came out that a 3rd wave was coming, the Legions of New England. They were led by a level 35 silver rank boss, the fierce soldier Cairo, whose name seemed familiar to the Winter River. He already defeated one like that once, so it could be a different character, just with the same name. Here, the soldiers of the Dark faction were scattered to the sides by the swing of the sword of one of the soldiers of the Light faction, who was eager to take revenge on the Winter River. It was that same Cairo who, by a twist of fate, became quite a powerful man, having received support from the headman of the newcomer village. Recognizing his enemy, Winter River remembered that he owed him 2 gold coins, but it was unlikely that he had come here for them. However, Cairo fought too bravely and quickly destroyed the enemies, having an attack of 850. He also had the skills of combo strike, advanced sword mastery, rage, and silver light blade. But then a skeleton general came out to meet Cairo. The soldier easily dodged the monster's attack, especially since he had a defense of 420-450. He could not be afraid of the monster's attacks. Then, with a swing of his ball, the soldier Cairo delivered a heavy blow and destroyed the skeleton, but the points for destroying it were also not counted. The furious soldier Cairo was also an NPC who was now leading the entire army into attack. Looking at this, Winter River thought that there was no intrigue in the battle between level 35 and level 25 soldiers, so it was time for him to join the battle. But Daniel turned to the guy and reminded him that his student's main goal was survival. Therefore, let him not allow the heat of battle to drown out the voice of reason. Thanking the teacher for the advice, Winter River immediately jumped off the wall, heading into battle. The system immediately notified all adventurers that the 3rd line of defense would be led by a level 28 silver rank boss, the Dark Master Winter River. All the adventurers from the Light faction, noticing that this guy was getting into a fight, immediately wanted to finish him off in order to secure enormous wealth for themselves. Another notification popped up saying that the Winter River needed to hold out for at least 20 minutes before retreating back to the city. The guy realized that the system clearly did not want him to get out of this mess, but then the tip of a sword flew towards him. At first it seemed unexpected, but the guy's agility was at its best, and he dodged. His opponent from the Light faction once again raised his sword to strike the Winter River.
One of the adventurers ordered the others to surround the guy and attack him together. They understood that if the Winter River was destroyed by anyone, either by the attacking or defending side, a reward would be given for it. This flattered the guy, who understood that in order to deal with him, the warriors even prepared false agents on the side of the defenders. However, due to the fact that there were more than 5,000 adventurers around the guy, damage resistance was greatly increased and HP was increased by 100%. Then the number of adventurers reached 8,000, the guy's attack increased to 1308, and his HP, increased by 200%, rose to 150,660. Winter River realized that the system increased the boss's health depending on the number of players in the raid, but it worked to his advantage. So the guy began to destroy adventurers of the Light faction, getting more and more points. Everyone looked in amazement at how much damage the guy could do with one hit, and were shocked at how strong his attack was. With her help, the adventurers had no chance to fight him. Winter River inflicted damage equal to more than 22,000, which no soldier in this army could do. Using his skills, the guy managed to destroy as many as 13 soldiers with one attack. But then a furious soldier, Cairo, appeared, who simply wanted to defeat Winter River. He rushed straight at the boy, drawing his sword, but Winter River was not averse to fighting him. Cairo managed to deal over 5,000 damage to his opponent with a single sword strike. The satisfied soldier looked at the Winter River with excitement in his eyes and asked if he remembered him. Winter River replied that such a fool from the rookie village could not be forgotten, but this only made Cairo even more angry. He said that the guy had lied to him, saying that there wouldn't be any other adventurers for a long time, and as a result, too many of them had come running, causing the cost of the equipment to skyrocket to 1,000 gold. But the guy replied that their contract clearly stated the cost of 2 gold coins, which Winter River was ready to return right now. But if Cairo continues to fight, then Winter River will consider his debt paid with the soldier's death, so let him take the money while the others uselessly attack him. The soldiers who attacked from behind on the Winter River could not inflict more than 2 points of damage on him. This meant that the guy's armor was very highly upgraded, so he didn't even notice these blows, but the guy didn't like that he was attacked from behind. However, Cairo, who was standing nearby, did not want to agree to the conditions put forward by Winter River at all, because he had suffered enormous damage for it. Moreover, the soldiers were very surprised that this guy was still so disobedient in the face of death. So I decided it was time to show him a new advanced swordsmanship skill. The fight started off really interesting as the swords moved too fast. The other soldiers watched this in surprise and realized that they wouldn't even be able to get there without taking damage. After 2 minutes, Winter River's HP was almost at 0, but he still used the Undead grip skill. This immobilized Cairo's soldier for 1 second, which was enough for the guy to deal a lot of damage to him. But this was not enough and only angered Cairo, who again raised his sword over the Winter River. However, with one swing of his sword, he destroyed the switch standing nearby, for which he received 1 point and 2,340 experience points. Cairo didn't understand why the guy did this until he saw that his HP was fully restored to 15,500. Thus, Winter River reached level 29, which further angered Cairo, who had no doubt about his opponent's cunning. Winter River, smiling, replied that his opponent was still as stupid as a cork. Filled with rage, Cairo, without thinking, attacked his opponent, who did not even move from the spot. However, at the last moment, Winter River used the Devil Trample skill and dealt 16,847 damage to Cairo. Because of this, the soldier was immobilized for 1 second, which was enough for Winter River to use another skill, Mad Destruction. In this way, he dealt a huge amount of damage to Cairo, who was finally able to recover from the attack. But Winter River decided to use the attack recovery speed just in case and drink a health potion to restore HP. The furious soldier Cairo was almost burning with anger, wanting his enemy to pay for all the sins he had committed, so he used the rage skill. With it, Cairo's damage was increased by 20% and attack speed by 25%, which even Winter River thought was a cool skill. But he raised his sword and ordered the skeleton warriors to protect him. The skeletons themselves did not expect such an order, but were still obliged to carry it out. Players also did not think that it was possible to fight in this way, using other warriors to delay the main enemy, because this destroyed all the customs of the battle. The skeleton warriors immediately lined up in a row using a group skill, Iron Wall, which increases defense by 100%. Winter River warned that Cairo, since he had decided to go into siege, would not get out of it unscathed. Once his skills expire, he'll be a piece of cake to deal with. Winter River asked Cairo if he really believed that in his rage, which was now no different from impotent anger. He could break through the wall of skeletons in 1 minute. Suddenly, Cairo ordered all adventurers to retreat as their numbers were increasing Winter River's health and damage resistance. But the adventurers understood that they had a chance to simply finish off the Winter River at the last moment, for which they could get a fortune. That's why they didn't want to listen to Cairo and retreat, but only wanted to intervene in the fight at the last moment so that everything wouldn't go to one soldier. Winter River, looking at this, reminded that Cairo had 30 seconds of his rage left. And the soldier had no choice but to attack the Winter River himself and try to break through the barrier created by the skeletons. He tried to do this, but the skeletons did not give in to him so easily. Another 10 seconds passed and the wall was still not broken. Cairo continued to attack, still trying to break the defense. Eventually he started to succeed, but his power only lasted for another 10 seconds. Finally reaching the Winter River, Cairo pounced on him, wanting to shut him up forever. But the guy understood that there was only 1 second left, and his enemy's strength would run out. Having waited for this moment, Winter River used the Devil's Trample and struck the enemy who approached him. This dealt Cairo 40,486 damage and immobilized him for 1 second, allowing him to land even more hits. Stepping on his face, Winter River realized that his enemy had little HP left, but Cairo began to beg the guy to spare him. But Winter River didn't listen to him, destroying the third wave boss and receiving 500 points, 2,000 reputation. They thought indignantly why such a strong warrior was not on their side, but then the boss dropped equipment. No one dared to take it and approach the Winter River, which decided to first throw the equipment into the inventory. He only had 13 minutes left to hold out on the battlefield, so he decided not to waste time and attack the warriors of the Light faction. Daniel, looking at this, was confident that by the time he was reborn, Winter River would definitely become a figure famous throughout the entire Tianheng continent. Here the necromancer felt some strange energy coming from afar and looked in the other direction. He smiled and recognized Brandy's energy, calling him a truly persistent ghost, but he had no time for that now. Winter River has been catching up for 4 minutes now and destroyed all the adventurers of the Light faction who believed that it was simply impossible to destroy him. Many players started to run, but then one of them tried to stop them, saying that they would only become experience. This was a man who didn't expect there to be so many people at the front, but he was confident that he would gladly take the reward for Winter River's head. The guy immediately noticed him, thinking that he was some top player named Ku Feng Wutong, who was a swordsman of raging flames. He was level 25 with 20,070 HP, and his appearance indicated that his skills were related to fire. Flame Strike, Dragon Dance, Patronage of the Fire God, and Fury of the Raging Flame. Winter River realized that this guy had a secret class, but he didn't understand why he was still bothering him. Kufeng Wutong replied that according to rumors, if you give up another secret class, the game will give you a corresponding reward in return. Winter River understood this guy's position and was ready to defend himself, since his attack was 705, 752 points, and his defense was 353, 377. Here, Kufeng Wutong said that he was quite curious about Winter River's personal abilities, as the SSS rank abilities were something to be envied. The guy immediately used the skill of the Raging Flame Fury, which increased all stats by 50% for 2 minutes at the cost of losing 10 levels. Winter River appreciated his opponent's powerful skill, but it looked like he was going to put everything on the line to finish him off here. Kufeng Wutong attacked Winter River using his skill, and to the boy's surprise, he dealt him a whopping 10,000 points of damage. The players marveled at the skill of this warrior, wishing that this nerd from the eastern region would defeat Winter River, and that they themselves would only deliver the finishing blow. But after Kufeng Wutong's attack, Winter River threateningly said that it was his turn now. He jumped up using the Devil Trample skill and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy, immobilizing him for 2 seconds. This surprised Kufeng Wutong, who was unable to move for a full 2 seconds, causing him to take damage. But he wasn't going to give up so easily and used the Fire God's Patronage skill, which increased his defense by 30% for 5 seconds. But Winter River didn't let him get up, using the skill of Mad Destruction and striking the enemy. Kufeng Wutong had already stood up to answer with low HP and a look full of anger, but Winter River did not retreat. Then Wutong stood up and started to run when suddenly a huge energy overtook him. Winter River used Undead Grip on him, which immobilized the opponent for 1 second. Wutong was annoyed that the guy had so many control skills. He knew that his end was coming, so he decided to call a certain Tianyu Qihua.
Then a bright beam of light shot out from the crowd, directed straight at Wutong. With his help, the guy's HP increased by more than 25,000, completely healing him. Then in the same crowd a staff flashed by from which healing energy emanated. Then Tianyukihua, the divine priestess, appeared and mockingly said that she thought Wutong could handle it on his own. The healing spell had a 7-day cooldown, but Winter River was more interested in the secret priestess class. Here, Wutong ordered all the healers who remained on the battlefield to heal him, since only he could weaken Winter River, who could then be finished off. But the players didn't understand how they would deliver the final blow, but this time they decided to trust and listen to the guy. Having fully recovered, Wutong said that he was ready to start the next round. Because while dozens of priests were healing him, he could be destroyed with just one powerful blow. But Winter River replied that his opponent was wrong because he definitely couldn't cut off 140,000 of his HP in 2 minutes. Wutong realized that he had to act quickly, otherwise the guy would just run away. He pounced on Winter River and started to provoke him, saying that he was not acting like a man and not playing fair, but the guy didn't care. He disappeared into the crowd under Daniel's gaze, who silently praised the student who acted smartly because soon his enemy's techniques would stop working and he would become easy prey. After 2 minutes, Wutong, who was no longer at level 25 but at level 20, was exhausted. And at that moment, Winter River jumped on him, destroying his opponent with one blow of his sword, thanks to which he received 10 points. After which he immediately attacked the priestess of Kihua, and for her destruction he received 8 points. It turned out to be too easy for Winter River, but now he got level 30, increased his strength and health. But it was strange to him that among the players in the eastern region, there were actually a lot of nerds like this swordsman of Raging Flame and the divine priestess. Then a new system notification popped up which said that the Ice Legion, led by a gold-ranked level 50 boss, would send the 4th wave to siege in 1 minute. At the same time, the 5th wave will come under the leadership of a level 80 dark gold rank boss, which really scared the players in the dark faction. It turned out that this was a plot event, and now they will have to fight with the strongest bosses, Amats, so the necromancer standing on the wall fearfully ordered Winter River to return, since there is no place for him in the next battle. But the guy himself, looking at his first place in the ranking, considered the next battle to be awesome, because he already had 11,099 points, which was 70 points more than second place, so they should be enough. The guy realized that now it would be better for him to return to the city and wait for the right moment. But then a scary and powerful figure of some guy appeared in his path. It turned out that it was Bessany, who was in second place in the ranking. He said that players would never defeat Winter River using normal methods, but he recognized this guy and ordered him to get out of the way. But Bessany said that they were in no hurry because they had an unresolved issue. Standing in front of the Winter River, Sleepless extended a scroll of a forbidden spell towards him. This is exactly what the boy feared most, as it was the most effective weapon against evil. Sleepless knew that no matter how strong the Winter River was, it might not be enough to withstand the terrifying power of the scroll of the forbidden spell. The system also notified about the use of a forbidden spell by the player Sleepless, which brought down a sacred storm of the 9 heavens. This meant that all targets within a 500-meter radius would be dealt 2,000 points of damage through defense. The next second, all the players of the Dark faction were struck by a tremendous force. Of course, she did not bypass the Winter River, who found himself in confusion and did not understand how he could save himself now. At this moment, Sleepless felt the triumph of his actions, being sure that he had just destroyed all the representatives of the Dark faction. He did all this in order to obtain the secret class and the bounty on Winter River's head. But then, from the rising clouds of dust, Daniel's voice was heard saying that none of this would happen. Defending the surprised Winter River, the necromancer said that, no, Sleepless attacked many adventurers defending the City of Darkness, which cannot go unpunished. Sleepless couldn't believe what was happening, since the ban was not a scroll spell that was supposed to destroy the Winter River, but certainly not be blocked by the NPC. It already seemed strange for an NPC to interfere in an adventurer's fight, but he was able to destroy Sleepless with one blow. Winter River, turning to the teacher, said that if he had received a direct blow, his life would have been saved by a fragment of the moon. But Daniel said not to worry because one day he would die anyway, and the moon fragment was too valuable to waste. It's better to keep it for emergencies, which could happen right now. A whole army appeared before the necromancer and his student, led by the ice mage Jennifer and the fire mage Brandy, who feigned affection for the relationship between teacher and student, In fact, Brandy wanted to collect the necromancer's debts, but apart from his name, all his other stats were unknown. Winter River only realized that this old one was level 80, and the difference in strength between them was so huge that he couldn't even see the value on the status bar. Then the skeleton general appeared and told the Winter River to leave it to him and the city's ruler, and the guy himself should rest in the city. Daniel agreed and ordered the boy to hide so that he and Cantor could handle it themselves. But Winter River did not expect that the dark faction would show greater loyalty to its own than the light one. So he couldn't do otherwise and gripped his sword even tighter. He then turned to the teacher and said that he could handle Brandy while he and Cantor took care of the old hag. Daniel this time shouted at the student and ordered him to retreat into the city and, if possible, escape from it, and now this was not up for discussion. A system notification immediately popped up, offering the guy to accept the mission, escape death, but he resolutely refused. The guy said that these old men had always oppressed the dark faction, and if the guy ran away now, then these magicians will continue to haunt him in the future. They had better join forces to deal with him once and for all, and these arguments finally convinced Daniel, who agreed to give the old woman to the guy. Jennifer was furious at the boy's insolence, so she decided to take him on herself and leave Daniel with Brandy. The Ice Legion was ready to tear all the members of the dark faction to pieces and went on the attack. All the attackers used the Storm Rain group skill, which allowed them to move too quickly. The dark faction players realized that level 40 skills could wipe them out in one hit and began to retreat. Daniel ordered everyone to follow him into the city for cover and take advantageous positions. Everyone obeyed their commander and began to run into the closing gates. Brandy wasn't going to let it go and gave chase. He and Jennifer managed to run under the gate before it closed. As soon as the gates closed, arrows began to be fired at the enemy. But the two magicians stood motionless, as these arrows did not cause them any damage at all. The archers were surprised by such armor strength, but then they remembered that these were still bosses of levels 80 and 50. Suddenly Daniel appeared unexpectedly and struck the enemy from behind with magic. But for Brandy, this was, although unexpected, too pathetic and weak, a trick to defeat him. He believed that this was all the necromancer could do, and answered him with his power of fire. At this time, Cantor and Winter River had already crept up on Jennifer, fully prepared to attack. The boy told Cantor to go for a frontal attack while he would act as support, and this simple plan was immediately agreed upon. So the Undead Knight used the charge skill, which increased his movement speed by 35%, and ensured that he would knock down the first enemy on his way. Jennifer didn't react at first, and then in an instant she erected a wall of ice in front of herself. The knight immediately hit the wall, breaking it with his strength. As soon as Cantor broke the ice, Winter River's leg immediately appeared behind him and decided to use the devil trampling skill. But this only dealt 1 point of damage to Jennifer, who blocked the use of this skill. The guy was surprised that a level 50 boss could block the devil's trample with his bare hands. Jennifer added the devil's trample is a powerful skill, but its user is simply too weak. Then an undead knight appeared, drawing Jennifer's attention to him, saying that he was her main enemy. But before the knight could raise his spear over her, Jennifer used her power against him. Winter River realized with horror that a level 40 gold boss like Cantor was no match for her. Even this ice witch is so terrifying that they are truly doomed this time because Jennifer didn't take them seriously at all. The knight, barely rising from the ground, said that their battle was not over yet. Jennifer became even more angry as this was starting to bore her. She immediately gathered her strength and threw icy knife-like shards toward the knight. They hit the target right on target, taking almost all of the knight's HP! Thus, Jennifer was able to defeat him with one blow, fulfilling his wish to fight to the end. But the next second, the Winter River appeared in front of the old woman, flying towards her. This made Jennifer even more angry, as she knew that she couldn't be harmed by a blow from some bug. However, the guy was suddenly able to deal 141,869 damage to her with one blow. Winter River's eyes were filled with rage, and he asked if the old woman was tired of showing off. She lay on the ground, crushed by the guy's boot, clearly not expecting such force from him. He looked at her with a fierce gaze and understood that now he was ready to destroy him. However, he did not immediately gain such strength. A minute ago, he thought he would die since his attacks were useless. But he couldn't back down, watching his teacher and Cantor fight to the last for his life. It was hard for them too, but they were ready to die for their goal and were not afraid of it. But because the Winter River only got in their way, it looked like they would all die here together. The thought of this was very depressing, and the guy refused to accept it because his character only has one life and he does not want to lose everything he has achieved now. For him now, it is a life or death struggle, and he must fight to the end, so he decided to use the purple electric diamond. This stone could stimulate a person's hidden power, and Winter River decided to use it a second time. When he did this, he awakened his hidden potential, and all of the guy's stats were increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. So when he hit Jennifer, all the players couldn't believe that the damage from that hit was so strong. Jennifer herself could not understand how this was possible, because before this, he was no stronger than a bug. But the guy wasn't going to stop and use Devil Trample, dealing 141,869 damage to the Ice Mage and putting a suppressive effect for 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, Winter River managed to inflict a huge amount of damage on this old woman, who was unable to resist. Watching the boys fight, Cantor was also surprised, as he did not expect this from Winter River, but was pleased with the result. Suddenly the boy called out to the skeleton and beckoned him over to him, standing over Jennifer. He immediately understood what the Winter River wanted from him and threw his spear in his direction. The spear hit the Ice Mage straight on, causing serious damage to the woman, who began to call for help. She really didn't expect such force and such blows, so she called Brandy for help. The OT boss to such a state. But in any case, he decided to help his partner and pointed his staff towards the guy. A huge force of fire fell towards him and almost touched the Winter River. Thanks to this, the guy recoiled and lost a few seconds, which caused the effect of suppressing the enemy to dissipate. Having risen from the ground, the old woman immediately began to run away, clutching her wound. On Winter River, he used the Undead grip skill and immobilized the old woman for 3 seconds, stopping her right under Brandy's flying energy. The old woman realized that she did not have enough time to hide from this force directed directly at her by her ally. Brandy couldn't do anything either, so a huge fiery energy enveloped Jennifer, taking away her life force. The final blow was from Winter River, who raised his sword and dealt Jennifer another massive 587 points of damage. Thus, the guy managed to defeat a gold rank boss of level 50, so his level increased by 3 and his reputation by 2,500 points. Thus, Winter River became the first player to defeat a gold rank boss in the game, for which he received additional rewards: 5,000 reputation points, 30 stat points, and a rare skill. Then the guy published his achievement again and received 10,000 reputation points for this, and the notification of his victory spread across the continent. The players immediately started asking the guy how much he spent on the item that increased his strength so much, because they wanted it too. But the guy just silently put away the equipment he got from the boss. But we must not forget about the second boss, Brandy, who was furious at what he saw because he had just destroyed his partner with his own hands. The boss decided to use the Flame Shield skill, creating a shield around himself equal to 25% of his maximum HP, which blocked all types of physical damage. Winter River knew he needed to deal as much damage as possible while the power of the purple diamond was in effect. And although there were only 17 seconds left, the guy still tried to break through the shield, but it was useless. It seemed impossible, but there really was no damage because this shield was so powerful. Then the tired voice of the necromancer was heard, who ordered his student to retreat, since he was no match for this opponent. The teacher looked exhausted, which didn't escape Winter River's notice, especially after Daniel started drinking some kind of potion. His strength was almost completely restored, but he said that he could barely cope with this opponent. Moreover, the grandfather went completely wild and started shouting that he would destroy everyone who was here now. He then used the Sea of Flames skill, which dealt damage equal to 10% of his attack power to all enemies within 50 meters for 2 minutes. Those whose strength was too low were immediately immersed in the fiery abyss without having time to escape, as their speed was also reduced by 10%. This skill affected everyone, both the new adventurers and the skeleton warriors, some of whom were even weaker. Winter River's HP also began to fall, but the guy calculated that about 15,150 points would be pumped into the attack, since the effect of the purple diamond had ended. The boy, drinking the health elixir, understood that even with the power of the diamond, his characteristics were not enough to withstand the attacks of this old man. Then Daniel's cry was heard, once again ordering the guy with Cantor to retreat and leave Brandy to him. But the guy, as if he hadn't heard the teacher, said that he would now look for a convenient moment to attack from the other side. Brandy was furious, and he didn't like the tragedy of the teachers and the student being played out right in front of him, as there was a lot of pathos in it. He considered them too pathetic to allow himself to mock them, so he said that today he would send them straight to hell, after which he released another huge stream of fire. Winter River wouldn't have had time to dodge if it weren't for Cantor, who appeared right in front of him and blocked him from the blow. Thus, this blow dealt 871,008 points of damage to the skeleton, which was too much. The skeleton immediately fell to the ground to Daniel's screams and Winter River's surprised gaze.
The last thing the skeleton said was that the boy was destined to sow throughout the entire Qianheng continent, and not to fall here. The guy couldn't believe the canner risked his life for him and wanted to help him, but the necromancer understood that it was too late, so he ordered him to leave. They both barely managed to dodge another wave of fire that appeared in front of them. As soon as the necromancer and his apprentice were at a more or less safe distance, a thought came to Winter River's head. He handed the teacher a blue diamond and asked if he could use it to increase his power. But Daniel replied that those who became necromancers no longer belonged to the world of the living, so it was impossible. And by this time Brandy was already completely enraged and seemed to be mocking his rivals. He decided to see how long they could run away and released a real fire monster in their direction. But Daniel also released a fairly large cloud of energy in response, as if extinguishing the fire. Thus, two destructive energies collided, causing the earth to crack. Winter River even had to cover her eyes with her hands from the bright light that these energies emitted. Brandy said that if the necromancer had not taken the brunt of the forbidden spell, he would have been able to hold out against him a little longer. But now he is too weak and can only wait for his death, but Daniel did not agree with this. Winter River understood that no matter how hard the teacher tried, his chances were really slim. So something had to be done. The guy opened his inventory and began frantically searching for something useful there. Then he came across a skill book, which was a reward for defeating a gold rank boss and gave the S rank insight skill. This is the most advanced reconnaissance technique that not only shows the subscriber's strength, but also has the chance to reveal his weaknesses even if the opponent is 50 levels higher. Winter River, without thinking, learned this skill, since it should be useful right now, and immediately used it. So he was able to see all the stats of the fire mage, starting from his HP equal to 10,000, ending with his weakness, the desire to prolong life through holy cleansing from necromancers wanted by the Light faction. Thus the guy discovered his enemy's weakness, and it was not an attack of 15,500, 16,200 points, and not a defense of 11,100, 12,100. The magician's weakness was his low stamina due to aging, which he so wanted to avoid. Then the Winter River shouted to the teacher that it was not worth fighting the magician head-on. This is because he is not very durable and can be dealt with at a distance. The necromancer became interested in this idea and ordered all the skeletons in the city to attack Brandy. The warriors accepted the order and began to carry it out unconditionally, detaining the magician. Brandy was too strong and once again created a fiery whirlpool around himself, protecting him from the attacks of the oncoming skeletons. For him, they were just trash that stood in his way and were too easy to destroy. He was sure that even with his endurance, old age, and infirmity, he would definitely not be able to stay with the skeleton warriors. They were too weak to do anything to reduce the old man's endurance, as they burned up before they could even get close to him. Daniel also realized this and said that he was hoping for the skeletons, an empty hope, since they would not be able to exhaust the magician. But the necromancer was sure of one thing: as long as he was alive, Brandy would not stop, so he was ready to sacrifice himself. Winter River disagreed, saying that as long as they were alive, they still had a chance. But without Daniel, they would definitely lose. The necromancer replied that they had no chance from the start, since the City of Darkness would fall, and the Light faction was destined to win. The guy couldn't believe it, because if they win now, what's the chance that a new wave won't come? But Brandy was only adding fuel to the fire that was already burning around him, asking Daniel to simply accept his death meekly. As a huge fiery hand flew at the necromancer, he said that his part in this performance was over for now. But Brandy hated Winter River so much that even if he let the guy go, he would still be a huge problem for him. So they had to end it using all the energy reserves that Daniel had. Winter River couldn't believe that the teacher had just had one foot in the grave and instantly turned into a completely new person. Who he really was still a mystery to the guy. But he was able to gather energy that covered the entire sky. As soon as the energy whirlpool gathered in the sky, a huge beam of energy immediately shot out from it. He flew down, filling the necromancer with enormous energy and increasing his strength. Thus, he received a mysterious blessing, and all his stats were increased by 10,000% for 10 seconds. Looking at Brandy, the necromancer said in a threatening, angry, and seemingly dead voice that he would die today. The old man, looking at this accumulation of enormous energy, could not believe his eyes. Daniel suddenly turned to his student and said that he had really done a great job, so he shouldn't be upset. The necromancer had already told him that if he lived long enough, they would meet again. And then the Winter River would know who he was. But now he had to do his job,
and sent a huge, deadly beam of energy straight at Brandy, taking away more than 38,000 HP from him. The old man could not believe it, but he had to accept what was happening since this blow destroyed him. Immediately after this, Daniel's stats dropped by 10,000% for some unknown reason. The boy looked at the teacher with concern, but he told him to run before it was too late. But suddenly, it was as if someone flew out from the roof of one of the houses and instantly moved to the wall. When the stranger landed, his boots made an unpleasant squeak. It turned out that the death of the fire mage had caused a hidden story boss to appear. He started clapping and said that the necromancer's final blow was always impressive, no matter how many times he saw it. The boy saw that his name was Holy Knight Herbert, using his keen eyes. But even with detection magic, all of his stats were questionable except for his name, which could mean that his level was simply incredibly high. Herbert, looking at the dark swordsman and necromancer, said that today was his lucky day. Daniel replied that Herbert's church was collecting the remains of necromancers, which would definitely lead to disaster in the future. But the knight replied that this was definitely not the necromancer's concern and took out a golden spear. It was one of the most powerful weapons Winter River had ever seen, and it was the one Herbert pointed at the boy. The knight said that Winter River was loyal and fair, which made him admire him, but the boy chose the wrong faction. So now the knights decided to show mercy and give the Winter River a chance to have the last word. The guy couldn't do anything, and this made him very angry. He did not want to leave after what he had already done, but silence was a sign of consent for Herbert, who swung his spear at the Winter River. But suddenly, this blow was stopped by someone with their purple longsword. It was Cheryl, who appeared out of nowhere and began to defend his student to the last. The use of such enormous forces created huge clouds of dust around, which made it easy to hide. The undead swordsman's gaze was full of life and threat, which seemed simply impossible. Herbert knew that a normal undead swordsman couldn't have such power, so he asked who he was in life. But Cheryl clearly wasn't going to answer, and grabbing the Winter River began to hide. He did it with such speed that Herbert could not even come to his senses and start chasing. Daniel, meanwhile, was sitting on his knees, and the energy was leaving him, causing him to fall apart. As he disappeared, he turned to his disciple with the belief that when they met again, his name would be known throughout the entire Tianheng continent. After which, in Daniel's place, only a small clot of energy in the shape of a ball remained, a piece of the necromancer's soul. Herbert took it in his hands, which meant that he took possession of this city. The gates to the city immediately began to open, letting in all the warriors of the Light faction. As soon as they were inside, they immediately bowed before the Holy Knight, who became their new leader. The knight immediately ordered that the reward for the capture of the Dark Swordsman, alive or dead, be increased because he needed his head. Thus, the theme city was conquered by the Light faction, so the points received by the defending side are doubled for successfully resisting 5 attacking waves. The adventurers who switched to the Dark faction filmed the entire battle and decided to post the video online. But the main hero was Winter River, whose reward was increased. They had already seen enough and decided not to stay, as they could be destroyed and they would lose levels, so it was decided to escape. But first upload the video. While the players were busy celebrating their victory, Cheryl ran deeper into the forest along with the Winter River to the Ghost Swamp. Having achieved his goal, the undead swordsman said that Daniel wrote in his letters that he hoped that Cheryl would save Winter River's life at a critical moment. So the undead swordsman hid in the City of Darkness and waited for the right moment. But the guy was interested in the question, why didn't Cheryl save Daniel? The swordsman replied that Daniel had summoned a celestial phenomenon that was the necromancer's final blow. After using it, Daniel was no longer able to move, and only minutes remained before his death. Moreover, necromancers are very important for the Church of Light, and if Cheryl had taken both of them, then Herbert would have definitely reached them, and so the swordsman not only would not have saved the guy, but would have died himself. Herbert is just a puppet, as there are more powerful personalities hidden in the City of Darkness who were also hunting for Daniel. This information surprised the guy, as Daniel's personality was becoming more and more of a mystery to him. But then Cheryl handed the boy a scroll and said that today he would become his new teacher, adding that Winter River's performance in the City of Darkness was incomparable. The guy's definitely capable, but to become Cheryl's disciple, he had to pass a test called the Treasure Hunt, which the guy took to become stronger. He had to travel and reveal the entire Tianheng continent along with the teacher's identity, and in the meantime, he was studying a new task where he had to find treasures. The reward was becoming Cheryl's apprentice. The penalty for not completing the task was 10 gold coins, and although it didn't seem too easy, the swordsman believed in the guy. But then the guy received notifications that his main mission to protect the City of Darkness was a failure, but for his contribution he received 1,000 experience points and a rare piece of equipment. A wind ring. For completing the mission of causing confusion, the guy received 500,000 experience points and black-scaled bracers, for which the title of Dark Master was slightly improved. Because Winter River was among the top point leaders, he received 1,500 experience points, joined the Dark faction, and changed his class to a hidden one. Undead Swordsman. And now, he could choose a reward or a class. But based on the judgment system, the system warned that the Dark Swordsman class was rarer than the low-living swordsman, so he should choose with caution. Winter River couldn't believe it because even though the defense had fallen, he still received a bunch of rewards and reached level 36. Then, notification spread throughout the continent that Winter River had joined the Dark faction and attracted the attention of the Light faction. Whoever destroys it will receive incredibly rare rewards and a unique hidden class with an additional S-rank skill book. Upon seeing this notification, all the players were excited and wanted to find the Winter River because a reward of 100,000 hours was announced for information about the guy's location. Winter River was unhappy because he thought that if he got rid of Brandy, that would reduce the problems, but now the Holy Knight has announced a huge reward for him. He promised to take revenge on Herbert, saying that the next time they met he would destroy him. But now, Winter River decided to check out today's rewards and upgrade his gear to increase his power, and started with the rewards for defeating Cairo. The first were the silver rank heroic boots, which increased movement speed by 12% and provided excellent protection. The second item was a silver-ranked heroic ring that increased attack by 10% and signified strength and status as it was worn by the generals of Tianhai City. The silver-ranked heroic sword increased attack and attack speed by 15% and was very sharp, so Cairo treasured it like a treasure. These were great things that would significantly boost the guy's strength, so he didn't even want to be angry at Cairo anymore. The guy decided to put on the boots now, but the heroic ring and sword are not so good, so they can be sold. But now it would be necessary to look at the rewards for defending the City of Darkness, which should have been even cooler. The first reward was a dark gold-level wind ring that was inlaid with a wind crystal carefully crafted by a powerful mage, giving a nearly permanent magic skill. This ring could reduce attack damage by 20%, making it a top-tier piece of equipment considering its attack power of 160 to 180 and its increase by 30%. For the guy, it was a great replacement for the Necro ring, but now he decided to look at the received black-scaled bracers of the gold rank, which looked simply magnificent. This item provided high durability and comfort because its defense was equal to 50 to 60 points. The effect increased HP by 20%, which made them ideal defense. With these improvements, the Winter River's power increased significantly, and he decided to test its parameters. With all the equipment, the guy's attack reached 20 to 21 43 points. The reputation was 39,000, making him a silver-level boss. The description said that Winter River was a cunning, evil adventurer who tried to lure good adventurers to the dark side, but his plan failed. However, for the title of Dark Master, the guy's HP was increased by 200%, which was incredible. However, there was still one more notification from the system that the Winter River had not yet managed to receive. It offered the boy to accept the change of the hidden class to an undead swordsman, which he refused, because the power he received by becoming a dark swordsman was incredible. The system then warned that rewards could be changed to skills or equipment of the same rarity, so it offered several reward options. Without thinking twice, the guy chose a reward in the form of a new skill because equipment, after all, can be changed, but skills cannot. In addition, the skills of the hidden undead swordsman class may be strong, but suddenly a new notification came that for getting into the top leaders so far in terms of points, the guy received 1,500,000 experience points. In addition, he had a new S-class skill, Battlefield, which reduced the attack of enemies within a 50-meter radius and increased the attack of allies by an amount, depending on the difference in strength between the two sides. This attack lasted for 3 minutes. Well, to use it, you needed a melee class, but the skill itself was very strong. Then the guy decided to study it, reading the description that a warrior who has gone through bloody battles always becomes the center of the battlefield and can instill fear in enemies and increase the morale of allies. And this skill would definitely not be superfluous, so Having studied it, the guy opened the card that Cheryl gave him. He knew it was time for him to take on a quest to increase his strength even more. According to the map, we had to head straight to the huge volcano that was located nearby. It was a lava rock location where it was really hot. Winter River, without thinking twice, decided to set off on a journey according to the map. Soon he saw a huge mountain that was so hot that it heated the air around it to enormous temperatures. But what scared the boy most was that the map showed that the treasure was at the top, which looked very dangerous. Suddenly, behind the Winter River, there was a roar, and the stones seemed to come to life, turning into a huge monster. It was scary to even turn around and look at him, but there was no choice. Forward, and saw a huge monster of the lava mountain of level 38, which was clearly not in a friendly mood. The Winter River barely managed to return from his strong blow because his attack level reached 550 points, and his defense even more, 700 to 800. Using the skill of insightful vision, the guy saw other parameters of the monster. Its HP, equal to 220,000, and special skills, durability, and petrification. Mountain monsters lived around the mountain range, famous for their irritability and love of high environmental temperatures. But due to the more dangerous creatures at higher altitudes, the monsters only live in the lower reaches of the mountain, not posing a big threat to the Winter River due to the small attack. This was even to the guy's advantage, since he could now test his fighting strength on these little monsters. The power of battle increased the guy's attack power and decreased the monster's attack power by 20%, so with one blow the guy was able to deal 547 points of damage to the monster. He clearly didn't expect such power, so he realized that he needed to use his skills. At that moment, he crouched and used the petrification skill, reducing his attack power by another 20%. However, the monster's defense power increased by 30% for 2 minutes, making it virtually impenetrable. But Winter River just laughed, thinking that the monster was using the phrase, "wear the thickest armor to withstand the strongest blows." And the guy knew that this made his task easier, since he would simply attack a motionless opponent, so he destroyed the monster in 1 minute. Winter River got 2,500 experience points for defeating him, which was decent, but he needed 1.2 million to advance to the next level. Winter River calculated that he needed to destroy 480 of these monsters, but he didn't have time because he needed to go higher. The higher he climbed, the stronger the heat that enveloped him became, but suddenly something caught the guy's attention. On the hot stone cliffs sat strange creatures resembling monkeys with fiery tails and manes. They were level 40 toothy fire monkeys with 280,000 HP and 1,1080 attack. They also loved high temperatures and were flexible and aggressive. The description said that they loved to mock their opponents, making them one of the most hated monsters on the continent. Their main skills were taunting and throwing rocks, but Winter River didn't believe that they couldn't mock a player like him. Then one of the monkeys screamed and began to gather all the others. They say that someone has arrived. When enough of them had gathered, they immediately began to call Winter River names, calling him scary and funny, ridiculing his nickname. They called the guy a weakling and laughed loudly, not fearing the damage he could inflict on them since their defense was 260 to 420 points. However, they clearly underestimated the Winter River, which succumbed to provocations and became very angry. He immediately jumped up, and in one bound he found himself on top of the cliff next to the monkeys. He began to threaten them that today they would meet their end and began the attack. With the help of the new skill, the battlefield, the guy was able to reduce the attack of the toothy fire monkeys by 16% for 3 minutes. There were quite a lot of them, so they continued to attack, throwing fast-flying stones towards the guy. The damage they did was minimal, so Winter River grew bolder, thinking that this was all the monkeys could do. Eventually, anger overwhelmed Winter River as he was fed up with these animals. He swung his sword and with one blow pushed away 2 huge monkeys. At the end of this little fight, all the monkeys were lying around the guy who had defeated them. He called them pathetic little creatures, but decided to give them a chance to redeem themselves if they wanted it. The monkeys immediately began to scream for mercy and even called the Winter River their king, ready to obey him. Then the boy's first order to the monkeys was to take him to their companions, to which the monkeys readily agreed. Towering over the monkeys, Winter River confidently ordered them to show the way. So they walked for several minutes across the stone wasteland until the guy received another notification. It said that 100,000 players had received talents, so the top talent tiers were opened. In first place, naturally, was Winter River, who was the only one with SS-ranked talent. This flattered him incredibly, and he felt like the strongest player on the continent. But there was no time to enjoy his triumph for long as Winter River reached the monkey's lair.
One of the monkeys also began to laugh, as it had at the very beginning, and was about to joke about the Winter River again. But he swung his sword and hit the monkey, asking why it suddenly started laughing. After 2 minutes, all the monkeys that were aggressive towards the guy were already lying on the ground and not resisting. Looking at the monkey that had accompanied him before, the guy said to move on to the next fortress. But such behavior of the Winter River could not go unnoticed by a more powerful monster, the king of the fiery-toothed monkeys. This gold level 42 boss was rushing across the hot stone surface, wanting to know who was destroying the toothy fire monkeys. Noticing the guy, the huge monster jumped up to reach him in one jump, and the power of its attack was astonishing, equal to 1,600 to 1,800 points. The king, with 2,000 HP, won the mockery contest held every 3 years among the monkeys, and by winning became the leader, controlling the entire clan with his firepower and his own harem of admirers. This boss was too strong, and even though Winter wouldn't be able to waste her last use of the electric diamond on this monkey, suddenly the little monkey behind the guy started complaining to the king that this guy had attacked them all. At Winter River, he waved his sword and ordered her to be silent, and these became her last words. The Monkey King immediately became furious and asked how this fool dared to offend his subjects. Swinging his huge paws, the Monkey King was ready to destroy the guy with his blows, even without using the heavy punch skill. But Winter River was quicker and decided to try to strike first, and if that didn't work, he would still repel the attack. The giant monkey slammed his fists into the ground, but missed as the boy dodged too quickly. Then Winter River jumped up and dealt 1,670 damage to the king with Devil Trample. It seemed too easy for the guy because he was even able to immobilize the boss for 0.5 seconds, which seemed like a big result for him for such a boss. But the angry Monkey King used the ultimate skill taunt, which reduced the enemy's attack by 5%. But Winter River had the ability to attack and increase its strength in direct proportion to its weakening, and he decided to take advantage of it. The boy swung his sword and said that with the king's strength, the toothy fire monkeys under his protection would be completely safe. Then Winter River used a verbal attack and lowered the king of the toothy fire monkeys' defense by 10%. He realized that he had hit a weak spot as the king's defense of 800-950 points had been broken, and now he has a chance. And he began to attack to break through the defense. But to the king, it looked as if his enemy was trying to provoke him, because the Winter River had too little strength and energy. Therefore, the Monkey King used the ultimate mockery skill once again and lowered the boy's attack by 10%, but this left him confused. The guy couldn't understand. Did the game still think that this force was working on him? So he decided to tease the monkey with its own method. Winter River began to laugh at the king and say that no female would talk to him because he looked pathetic, which made the king very angry. But the guy used a verbal attack, lowering the king's defense by 20% and increasing his attack and its speed by 10%. However, even with this, the Monkey King's attack power was strong enough, and he pounced on the boy too quickly. He understood that he wouldn't have time to dodge completely, so he used the equipment skill, vanguard, which reduces attack damage by 20%. Thus, with his powerful blow, the Monkey King was able to deal only 30,157 points of damage to the guy, who managed to dodge a little. Winter River began to mock the king again, saying that he had little power, which shamed him. So it was time for the monkey to go home and drink some milk while continuing his attacks. Due to the guy's constant verbal attacks, the king of the toothy fire monkeys received 300% more damage. This caused great excitement in Winter River, since the king was already broken, although the boy had not even begun. In the end, the guy dealt the final blow to the gold rank boss, for which he received 800,000 experience points and 20 reputation points. Suddenly, a system notification popped up that, thanks to winning the Battle of Ridicule against the Monkey King, the guy received the hidden title of the King of Ridicule and became the new king. This title increased damage from verbal attacks by 10%, which couldn't help much, but it was very insulting to others, which was great for verbal duels. In any case, the guy decided to leave the title of Dark Master now in order to increase his HP. By defeating this boss, the guy's level increased to 37, after which he decided to look at the treasures that fell from the Golden Monkey King. The first reward was a gold rank fire helmet with remarkable defense made from precious fire crystals that were hard to hit with normal weapons. The second reward was a gold rank fire dagger, tempered with a special flame cutting through iron as if it were dirt. But there was one drawback, a burning surface that would cause damage to the user. It was good loot for the guy, but he needs to level up a bit so he can wear the helmet and use the dagger starting at level 40.
The dagger was very good, but since the guy was a swordsman, he received more bonuses from swords, so he decided to exchange it later and now continue on his way. When the guy walked a little past the birch, the system drew his attention to the fact that in a high-temperature environment, the owner's HP decreases by 10 every second. Winter River understood that the further he climbed, the hotter it became, but his death power restored 0.5% of HP every second. So he was able to continue on his way without much damage and find what he was looking for, a long wooden stick of white rank.
The description said that only girls who have lost hope in love choose it since it is a very weak weapon, with an attack of 1.
Winter River was disappointed because he thought he was going to get something worthwhile. But apparently Cheryl just wanted to give him a difficult task and leave the stick as the end point. It certainly didn't look like treasure, so the guy turned around in disappointment and decided to go back and finish the quest. Suddenly Winter River felt the disguise that Neil had cast on him fall away. But time had not yet expired, so this could only mean that the dark swordsman's potential was awakening again.
The system said that the guy felt the presence of something of the same origin as himself at a distance of 500 meters.
Winter River thought that this was the treasure and went back, but the distance increased. So he started taking a couple of steps in different directions to figure out which way he should go to reduce the distance. Eventually Winter River was able to reach his destination, but he saw nothing of value. To be more precise, he saw nothing, so he assumed that the treasure was underground.
Then the boy began to dig with his sword, sticking it into the ground.
There was no need to wait long, as the sword almost immediately hit something hard underground. After digging up some dirt, Winter River used one swing of his weapon to dig a hole to see what he had found. The system notified that the guy had not found the hidden location of the Tower of the God of Suppression, an ancient structure of unknown generations that had retained its original appearance even after endless years. There were rumors that this was the site of a battle between endless powerful warriors against mystical and evil creatures, which meant that it was definitely not safe. But Winter River was a gambler, and even though he had only one life, if he was afraid to take risks, he would not have gone so far, so he took another chance. Jumping into a huge hole, he landed on the stone floor after a few seconds of falling. As soon as Winter River looked up, he noticed a strange energy entity in front of him, radiating enormous power. Looking at this with a crazy look, the guy immediately used wind protection to somehow protect himself, but it didn't help him much. The energy that seemed to envelop the Winter River took away almost all of his HP, which caused a limited line left on the ground by the god of fire demons. The line's power had dropped due to a long period of time, and that was the only reason Winter River was able to survive, but he was lucky that he had the power of death. Sometime later, thanks to this power, the guy was fully restored and the wind guard rolled back. It was necessary to proceed carefully, so Winter River continued on its way, stepping as quietly as possible on the ground. But then the guy was dumbfounded, seeing in front of him another huge accumulation of energy of the god of fire demons, which is why he had to use wind protection again. Winter River triggered another line left on the ground by the god of fire demons, but its power also dropped after a while, so the damage was less. The guy managed to deal with 157,891 points of damage, and he began to search even harder for something that had the same origin as him. 5 minutes later, Winter River had regained all of his HP and continued on his way, realizing that what he was looking for was here. His further path was easier, so the guy decided that not every point here could cause a limited line. But these were hasty judgments, as he had provoked another line left on Earth by the god of fire demons. Everything continued in the same pattern for half an hour, but Winter River was finally able to get further. He walked along, suspecting nothing, but suddenly stopped, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. It was unpleasant, but I had to accept the fact that before the Winter River there was another test, an invisible wall. The guy tried to break or cut it with his sword, but it was pointless. It still didn't let him pass, so it suggested that this one worked like some kind of mechanism. All that was left was to find the solution, but then that very fragment of the moon appeared in front of the guy. He stood right in place of the invisible wall as if he had destroyed it, as if it had never been there. And now the Winter River could pass. The guy assumed that this barrier was installed by someone who owned a fragment of the moon, since it caused such a reaction. This intrigued Winter River even more, and he began to descend further, but suddenly he noticed traces of swords on the walls. They showed that there had once been a very fierce battle here, so the guy began to move forward with caution. As he went down the stairs, he suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, noticed a human figure sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. It turned out that it was the Soul Reaper Carl, who was no longer a living person but was once one of the dozens of the strongest, but quietly died in a mysterious battle and was not noticed by anyone. This scared the guy, because it turned out that even one of the 10 strongest demon gods died here, which meant that there was a very strong divine something in this place. What was even more frightening was that Winter River couldn't even take the equipment of this Carl, who was sitting by the wall. It seemed to the guy that something of the same origin was still far from him, but he saw a purple light. It was as if he was leading him along, forcing him to go further and go even lower down the dungeon. At first, Winter River didn't understand where they were taking him, but when the pitch darkness parted, the boy was dumbfounded with horror. The eyes had to get used to the darkness to see all the horror that was around in the form of a pile of bones. There were human bones scattered all over the room. It looked very creepy. The owners of this horror were in a variety of positions, as if someone had destroyed them all at once. There were many skilled warriors who had fallen here, so it was clear that the tower of the god of suppression was not so simple. Thus, the guy calmly reached the 4th floor and nothing happened to him. But suddenly, 2 fast and strong sword swings appeared in front of him, cutting the air right before his eyes, causing Winter River to lose 800 HP per second. Trying to defend himself, the boy felt that the source of the aura he was looking for was here. As soon as the sword strike stopped, Winter River peered into the distance, into the pitch darkness, seeing only a dark silhouette. The dark swordsman Luo Yi stood before him, but he was no longer dead, however. He used to be one of the dozens of strongest gods of ancient times, famous throughout the world. His power was capable of crushing the heavens and earth, but in the end, he ended up here, reduced to dust and ashes. And it was the aura of his armor that brought Winter River here. The previous dark swordsman seemed to have been dead here for a long time, and now this guy could take his armor. He extended his hand and said to Luo Yi, "Rest in peace," and promised that he would take care of the continuation of the dark swordsman's legacy. But then his hand suddenly stopped, as if someone invisible had stopped it. Winter River immediately turned around and asked who was there, but there was no answer. Only from the dark swordsman began to emanate the strongest aura and destructive energy. It felt like the skeleton was starting to survive, covering itself with flesh and skin, becoming like an ordinary person. After recovering, the guy in front of the Winter River introduced himself as the remnant of the soul of Luo Yi, the former owner of the title of Dark Swordsman, which the guy was going to carry on. Rolling his eyes at the pathos of the statement, Winter River replied that he just said it. But Luo Yi replied that he was already dead, so he didn't care what Winter River said, but now they were talking about armor. They have accompanied the swordsman through countless battles, so he cannot give them up just like that unless Winter River can defeat him in his prime. The system offered to challenge the ghost, but for the guy it was expected, since the greedy game system will never allow you to take something for free. However, he agreed and accepted the challenge, after which he was able to see all the stats of the Dark Swordsman, a boss of gold level 37 with HP 1300 sols. The swordsman was about to attack and rushed at the guy using all the power of his attack equal to 1430, 1510 points, but the Winter River stopped him. He decided to ask how Luo Yi was able to use Dark Reincarnation at level 37 when it could only be used at level 50. Luo replied that as a remnant soul, his memories were somewhat fuzzy, so he didn't know how it happened, but the boy didn't believe him. The swordsman then charged at Winter River again, but he immediately used the battlefield skill, increasing his attack power by 20% and decreasing the Dark Swordsman's attack power by 10% for 3 minutes. This surprised Luo Yi, and he asked where the guy learned this, since his skills were basic: Dark Blade, Killing Sword Technique, Death Power, and Dark Reincarnation. But Winter River, defending himself, replied that he had an innate talent and he figured it out on his own. Luo Yi smiled and asked if the guy really thought he would believe it, since it was impossible. But while the swordsman was thinking and was a little distracted, Winter River took advantage of this moment. Using his leg and devil trample, he dealt a powerful blow to Luo, sending him flying and dealing 26,546 damage to the swordsman. Luo was also immobilized for 1 second, which allowed the guy to strike again. But he didn't want to stop there and use the power of the Undead grip, which stopped the enemy for a few more seconds. This made it all too easy for Winter River to land heavy blows on her opponent, dealing more and more damage with her frantic destruction. However, Luo said that the quality of the guy's equipment was not that outstanding, and his passive skills only strengthened the attack with the massacre technique. Although Winter River's attack power exceeded 2,000, it was more than Luo's best years, so the skills were quite elevated. But here, Winter River couldn't stand it.
He shouted out that it was their duty to revive the glory of the dark swordsman, which sounded too arrogant even for Luo Yi. He raised his hand and said it was time to increase the difficulty. By moving his sword to the side, the dark swordsman seemed to strengthen his aura, thereby increasing his HP. The guy Azar had already turned into anger, and Luo Yi told the guy to get ready, as there would be an even more intense battle now. He used that same dark reincarnation skill and increased his stats by 50% for 5 minutes, but after using that skill, his level would decrease by 10. Given the increased strength, Winter River panicked, as he could no longer directly attack his opponent. Luo Yi's HP was now 300,000, attack power was 2,256, and defense was 975, which were simply incredible values. And this most powerful spirit rushed towards the Winter River with surprisingly great speed. In just a second, Luo Yi found himself behind the guy who didn't even notice how it happened. With one blow, the swordsman dealt more than 43,000 damage to the Winter River, which was quite a large amount. In one hit, the guy lost a quarter of his HP, which surprised him, and he had to drink the elixir. But the dark swordsman attacked again, but Winter River knew that with normal speed he would not be able to repel the spirit's attacks. The energy was already too close, but Winter River decided to take advantage of the moment. He used evil steps, increasing his speed by 200% for 2 seconds, dodging the attack and immobilizing the enemy for 1 second. After which, Winter River dealt the swordsman a necro blow, dealing over 8,000 damage and slowing the enemy by 15% for 2 seconds. The next second, Luo decided to attack again and swung at the guy, who deftly jumped to the side. He realized that his tactic had worked, as Luo had indeed slowed down, making it possible to dodge his attacks. It was worth continuing this slow, so Winter River used Undead Grasp on his opponent. Luo practically froze for a few seconds, but that was enough to get close to him. Luo praised the guy for this, as he knew how to get close and use his skills to slow down the enemy. But Winter River understood that all the Phantom's skills were written down, so there shouldn't be anything unexpected. But just in case, the guy decided to jump back, and he was not mistaken, because the swordsman again released a stronger cloud of energy at him. The only thing that came to Winter River's mind was to hide behind the column standing to the side. The guy managed to run behind her, but the swordsman's strength was too destructive not to destroy the stone pillar. However, the guy who had exhaled still barely managed to dodge, and by that time there were 5 seconds left before the recharge of the Steps of Evil. But Luo was already too close and was jumping and swinging his sword at the Winter River. The guy didn't expect this, which is why he didn't have time to dodge and lost almost all of his HP. The Phantom, watching the battle, was even curious about what Winter River would do next. But the guy stood up, realizing that he was almost destroyed by a normal air attack. But now, the Steps of Evil were restored. Thanks to this, Winter River was able to dodge the blow by jumping upward. Once again increasing his speed by 200%, the boy launched an air kick straight at the swordsman. And then, following the old tactics, he used a necro sword strike to kill Luo, who was not expecting it. The swordsman quickly got his bearings and stood up, swinging at the guy again. But he used the undead grab and immobilized the enemy for a few seconds. After which, the guy used the Furious Strike skill to deal more damage to Luo per hit. However, after this, Winter River realized that a control was already over and it was time to retreat before he was destroyed in one blow. Moreover, due to the large number of control skills, the warrior Luo Yi gained resistance that reduced control by 80%. Winter River didn't expect that there was such a setting, but now he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He closed his eyes and decided to use the moon fragment at his own risk, which should save him, but this is not a fact. Then Luo dealt one more final blow to Winter River, which took away all his HP. Darkness appeared around in an instant, but it was not clear why. From eyes closed in fear or from hitting the starting point. Opening his eyes, Winter River was surprised to find that he was still alive, but he did not understand what had happened. In front of him stood the spirit of Luo Yi, whose dark reincarnation skill had ended, and his level had dropped by 10. Now Luo's level was only 27, which was clearly not enough to defeat Winter River, even with low HP. Their swords crossed, but Luo's strength was definitely not the same as a minute ago, so he didn't have a chance. Winter River was amazed at the swordsman's self-confidence, because in his place, the best solution would have been to hide and wait for the reload. The guy didn't stand on ceremony anymore and pushed Luo away from himself with all his might, dealing him more than 23,000 points of damage. Blow after blow took away Luo Yi's strength, and he didn't even have time to defend himself from them. In the end, the Winter River had only one blow left, and the boy jumped up and delivered it with all his might. Luo Yi's sword couldn't withstand such pressure, and cracked under the onslaught of the Winter River sword. In this way, he was able to defeat the dark warrior Luo Yi and received 1,000,000 reputation points for it.
This raised Winter River's level to 38 and allowed him to complete the quest from warrior Luo, who was pleased to say that the guy had a good balance of courage and strategy. He, leveling up, reminded him that he had completed the task and was waiting for a reward, but the swordsman told him not to worry, as he always keeps his promises. Therefore, Winter River received 50,000 exp gold level and dark armor made from dragon scales and gems. She became stronger with the blood of living beings and weaker if she didn't receive blood for too long, and her armor could be improved. As expected, it was a divine piece of equipment that Winter River was delighted with. Such a strong defense of 250-300 points and health of 20,000 were at a high level, and she also had the skill of terrifying presence, so it could also be improved. It was indestructible and had the exclusive class of Dark Warrior. Winter River realized that the gold level was not the highest, so it was clear that this armor would not disappoint him. The S-rank Terrifying Presence skill released the Dragon Soul power hidden in the armor, frightening enemies and dealing 100% damage based on the player's attack to all enemies. This had a 100-meter radius and reduced the speed of enemies and their attack speed by 20% with a 5-minute cooldown. Winter River was delighted by such a powerful area attack that also slowed down enemies because it was an incredible power. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi looked at the surprised boy and asked if he was satisfied. He responded with delight that he was very pleased because the armor he received was incredibly strong, and all this could be described in one phrase. The swordsman looked questioningly at the Winter River and asked what phrase he meant. And he, already dressed in the new armor, said that it all suited him just perfectly. Now with this armor, the guy automatically increased his defense by 30% and additional health by 20%, which made him even stronger. Luo Yi, a little disappointed by the guy's words, scratched his forehead and said that his dark armor had finally found its next owner. After saying these words, the swordsman disappeared, and Winter River didn't even have time to ask the questions that interested him. When he realized this, he appeared in front of the guy again and asked what else he wanted from him. Winter River, looking at Luo Yi's huge sword, said that he wanted to take this weapon for himself. He replied that this weapon was as good as the dark armor. But after years of use, the sword weakens, so if the guy wants it, then let him take it. But there is one condition. Luo Yi asked to return one girl's jade pendant, for which he would give her his sword as a reward. The system immediately notified the guy that he had activated the side quest to return the jade pendant. The only important task that Winter River received was the defense of the city from the topic, and everything else was optional. However, side quests are often related to the main storyline or provide additional information about the story, but they are not necessary to do. The guy still agreed. The quest said that the Dark Warrior Luo Yi was defeated, but there is something he cannot forget. So he asks for the pendant to be returned, but he himself did not know who its owner was. Luo added that he had nothing serious with her, so he didn't even know her name. Winter River asked if Luo could find out with his power, but he replied that the girl had done a good job, so the swordsman only saw her fake name. Moreover, the girl used something rare, and her weapon was a sword, so she might be from the sword pavilion. When asked where it was, Luo Yi replied that it was hidden in Qingfeng City so that no one would know about the power struggle between their princes. Having received information about the quest simply from a conversation, Winter River was happy, since before this he had to deal with it himself. However, the boy had already joined the Dark faction and did not know how to enter the City of Light without revealing his identity, given that there was a $1 billion bounty on his head. He was being hunted by both players and regular NPCs, so Luo Yi said that there would be no problem with that and directed his energy towards the Winter River. The swordsman said that he would teach the boy to hide his true aura by giving him a new skill, the Art of Cunning, Level A. The system immediately asked Winter River if he wanted to accept this skill, and the guy definitely answered yes. Winter River could now hide his title and name so that it would be harder for other players 20 levels below him to reveal his true stats, and the duration was 1 day. This was very useful, as Winter River's level was higher than most players except the very best. With this art, they had no chance of revealing it. Luo Yi suddenly said that the energy of his remaining soul was running out, so let the guy ask his questions quickly if he still had any. Winter River immediately took out a moon fragment from his inventory and asked if the swordsman knew what it was. When Luo Yi saw the shard, he almost went crazy from the surprise and shock he felt. He immediately asked where the guy got it, and he replied that it was just a gift, which surprised the swordsman even more. He assumed that Winter River had formed a close bond with the person who gave it to him.
The boy really wanted to know more, but the swordsman started to disappear, so he just asked, "Who is Luo Yi talking about?" But he only managed to answer that the source of all the corpses in the Tower of God Suppression was a mysterious creature that caused the fall of the best warriors, including him. It became clear where this fragment of the moon came from, and Daniel's strength now seemed simply enormous. It was still equally unclear who this necromancer really was, but now it was no surprise that no one had told Daniel about the death of the previous dark swordsman. Does this mean that Daniel destroyed him? But if he really did, why didn't he hate Winter River and even train him? These thoughts completely confused the guys, and he decided that he would think about it in the future, which would show him all the answers. And at the moment, he needed to complete a side quest to get a powerful weapon. He apologized to the elder and tore the pendant from the skeleton's neck to take it to its owner. As soon as the guy did this, the skeleton dissolved, leaving only a sword of the spiritual level, the power of which, unfortunately after tens of thousands of years, reaches even 1,000th of its former strength. The attack was equal to 750 points, and the effect increased it by 40% and attack speed by 50%, while having an additional effect of adding 15% health during the attack. He had a special skill, Blood Drink, and was also a valuable divine weapon. But to obtain it, you need to complete a quest in 3 days. If you don't do this, the sword will be temporarily unavailable, and to get it, you will need to complete another task. Winter River took the sword in his hands and immediately felt its special skill, which increased the power of the blood sword for every enemy destroyed, which added 1% attack. The guy knew that this was marked as unusual because this skill could be changed up to 20 times and the entire effect remained until the end of the battle. Winter River happily realized that the trip to the lava mountains had paid off many times over because he had received the most powerful equipment. But suddenly a whisper was heard, spreading throughout the entire huge hall, whispering a request, "Give it back." The voice continued to whisper, saying that it belonged to him, but then a bright, strong energy began to emanate from below, which was surprising because the guy thought that there were no more living beings here. Winter River was already prepared for battle, drawing his new sword and directing it towards the energy. However, the feeling of anxiety in him increased, as the guy felt that this energy was too strong and he could not stay here for long. Then he decided to run away from here because he decided that he had enough of the trials, because getting the armor and the sword was already a great victory. Half an hour later, the Winter River managed to get out of this dungeon. He marked his coordinates on the map and promised himself that he would return here later when he had completed the task. But suddenly he felt behind his back some strange and very dangerous presence of a huge creature. Turning around, Winter River was dumbfounded when he saw the huge snake monster and used the Eye of Insight skill to look at its stats. It was a fire python, a normal level 45 monster, the ruler of the lava mountain range, with 32,000 HP and a huge attack equal to 1,300 points. There weren't many of these monsters, but the good guy grinned as he looked at it, realizing that it was that boss. Winter River understood that his stats were much higher because his attack was worth more than 3,500 points. The monster, without thinking twice, rushed towards the guy, but he was able to easily jump back, avoiding his attack. Moreover, Winter River found himself on top and was able to deliver his signature move with his skills and powerful kicks. The boy then used his sword to deal even more damage to the monster with his blows. After that, he flew into the air and used the skill of Mad Destruction, which slows down the enemy and increases the guy's attack. In this way, he was able to cut the fire python in half and defeat it. After this, Winter River looked confidently at his defeated enemy and said that no one in the world dares to threaten him. But the only thing that worried the guy now was that it was already 2 a.m., and he still hadn't slept because of his quests. Then Winter River decided to return to Teacher Cheryl, hand over the assignment to him, and go to bed in his world. The boy called the teacher, who immediately responded, saying that it seemed that his student had been able to complete the quest. Cheryl appeared out of nowhere again, and the system congratulated the guy on completing the task, for which he received 800,000 experience points. The undead swordsman looked at his student and his stats in surprise, immediately realizing that he had achieved a lot in the mountains. Having reached level 39, Winter River responded contentedly that he had several opportunities to do so. The swordsman replied that he had originally placed the wooden stick in a different place, but as he watched the boy grow, he realized that he could handle more difficult tasks. Remembering his find, Winter River remained silent with annoyance, as it was still a little offensive.
He then told his teacher that he still had one quest to complete, and this greatly interested the undead swordsman. Taking the pendant out of his pocket, Winter River showed it to the teacher and said that he needed to return this thing to a certain girl. Seeing this, Cheryl was very surprised as he realized that this medallion was from the Sword Pavilion. And this was just what Winter River was waiting for, because he wasn't sure if Cheryl knew anything, but apparently he was lucky. The swordsman replied that he himself had once been a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, so he knew the origin of this pendant. Winter River realized that when Cheryl said one day, he meant before his death, but the fact that he was connected to the pavilion was really interesting. Taking the jade pendant in his hands, the undead swordsman said that every woman in the Sword Pavilion, from the disciple to the teacher, had such a pendant. And if a girl falls in love with a guy, she gives him her pendant, which has already become an unbreakable custom in the Sword Pavilion. Winter River realized that some girl who was in love with Luo Yi gave him her pendant to express her feelings. However, Cheryl added that this jade pendant was quite unusual, which meant that the girl's status in the Sword Pavilion was very high. Then the guy asked if he would be in danger if she found her pendant on him. Cheryl, giving the pendant back to the guy, replied that perhaps it was fate, and this girl was waiting for the Winter River. The undead swordsman then added that the sword he possessed was also from the Sword Pavilion and needed to be returned, so let Winter River come to him tomorrow. Tomorrow he would give him new tasks, but for now, the guy needed a rest after such a difficult test, and after these words, the swordsman disappeared. Winter River also decided not to waste time and left the game to get some sleep. In his world, he slept until noon, after which he put his helmet back on and entered eternity. As soon as he entered the game, he immediately decided to find Cheryl to accept his mission. But the undead swordsman didn't have to be searched for long, as he was already waiting for the Winter River standing right in the same place. Then they both set off on their way to the swordsman's pavilion, gradually leaving the swamp location. During this journey, the boy asked what his teacher thought about him constantly appearing and disappearing. Cheryl replied that he knew that adventurers were returning to their own space, which was a very interesting privilege that was most likely given to them by the god of time and space. This answer surprised Winter River, who thought that the game itself had implanted this into the NPCs so that they would not ask unnecessary questions. After some time, a system notification arrived that the travelers had entered the location of the Swordsman Pavilion. The boy looked out in surprise from the gorge from which he and his teacher had just emerged to look at the city. He was shocked by the huge number of light faction soldiers who guarded the entrance to the city, which made the passage into it very difficult. Cheryl added that in order to enter Qingfeng City, they would have to teleport from the City of Darkness. The only problem was hiding the Winter River's aura, which fortunately he could easily solve himself. It was high time to try the new appearance change skill. The thing, if Winter River doesn't do it, then the light faction will destroy it. It was also necessary to choose a fake name, and Winter River wanted to change it to Successful, but accidentally said Fake Name, which became his nickname in the game. Moreover, Fake Name's new appearance left much to be desired. Cheryl almost fell over laughing when he saw the guy's bald head, which would now remain like that for 24 hours. However, it was necessary, but as soon as Fake Name entered the city, he immediately attracted attention. The adventurers began to turn towards the guy and joke about his funny nickname and equally strange appearance. However, they had to continue on their way, and thus the undead swordsman and his hidden apprentice reached the portal. The man standing there asked for 60 silver for the teleportation he was supposed to perform. Naturally, Cheryl knew all this and paid for the service, after which the magician began to read the teleportation spell. The teleporter outlined on the ground lit up with a bright light, activating the energy to transport people. Thus, Cheryl and Fake Name ended up on the new map of the third-tier Qingfeng City, which, although close to the Dark Faction, had never been attacked. It was all about the Sword Pavilion guarding the city, but Winter River didn't understand why it was still hidden on the map. Cheryl said that it was dangerous to move during the day, so they would continue at night, which False Name agreed with, since the undead swordsman would definitely help him find the hidden pavilion. They could explore the area during the day, but they needed to avoid attracting attention. Then the guy replied that he wanted to go shopping and replenish supplies, and Cheryl just knew a good place to buy potions. Arriving at a small pavilion, the student and teacher met a nice salesperson who asked what they needed. The Fake Name immediately shouted out that he wanted the best health potions while having 236 gold, 56 silver, and 3 copper coins that the guy was able to accumulate after defeating bosses. The guy already thought that he could afford everything, but the seller pointed out one of the best potions that could be used from level 120, and it cost 50,000 gold. In real money, this was simply a fabulous sum. And although the effect of the potion was incomparable, False Name decided to choose something more rational. For example, the healing potion is the most popular potion among adventurers, restoring 500 HP per second, costing 50 silver, or a healing potion that could heal injuries and diseases and restore 1000 HP per second for 10 seconds, costing 1 gold coin. Laughing, Cheryl told the guy not to underestimate Qinfeng City. Even though it was only level 3, there were top-level masters here. It was then that False Name noticed something strange, hearing frightened screams and dangerous sounds from around the corner. Right in broad daylight, some knight was pestering an innocent, beautiful girl, trying to remain unnoticed. Looking at this situation, Fake Name thought that this was his chance to become a hero. Both of these characters were probably NPCs, otherwise the penalties for doing this to regular players would be too severe. The system said that the guy had opened another hidden task, which the guy happily decided to complete and ordered the man to stop. The Cool as the Wind quest was a D difficulty quest that involved taking out bandits and getting that much experience. Then Fake Name walked up to the man and shouted, "How dare he bother a woman in broad daylight?" The man laughed when he saw the bald guy, which is why he lost 5 reputation points, because he didn't think through his appearance. But Winter River was so angry that with his angry expression and order to go away, he scared his opponent, for which he returned 1 reputation point. However, the man was still angry and could not forgive the guy for ruining his fun. The Fake Names, but this made the man laugh even more. However, the guy replied that this low-level man could only see his fake name, being unworthy of seeing the real one. But he, with the help of the Eye of Insight, could see all the stats of the level 50 enemy, who was a gold boss and used to be the mayor of the city and a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. However, because he pestered girls, he was expelled, and now he has lost all his authority. The opponent's stats surprised Winter River, who realized that this ordinary man Bei Fu had a dark gold level, just like Brandy, but you couldn't tell it visually. Bei Fu was a little scared that he didn't know his opponent's true name, for which the guy got 5 points, but the man didn't care. Just when Bei Fu was about to attack, Fake Name pointed to Cheryl, whose name was Xiaoxi, and said that he would deal with him. Xiaoxi said in a dissatisfied voice that his young master hated it when someone oppressed the innocent, so he would avenge him. The girl, hearing that this boy was a young master, was very surprised. And Bei Fu once again thought that if such a strong swordsman as Xiaoxi was this guy's subordinate, then his strength was even greater. Deciding not to take them on alone, Bei Fu ran away, shouting that he would be back, which increased the man's hatred by 1,000 and the guy's points by 30. He looked at his teacher with satisfaction and showed a thumbs up, but Cheryl himself did not share his joy since he did not like this game. However, for the admiration of the rescued victim, the guy received another 20 points and told the girl that it was time for him to leave, and thought to himself that he did not want to wait for reinforcements from Bei Fu. The girl looked at the young master in surprise and asked him to tell her his real name. And False Name, under the indignant gaze of the undead swordsman, called himself Daniel, thus completing his hidden mission. The guy received 51 coolness points exchanged for 510,000 experience points, after which he headed to the auction house to sell the unnecessary equipment. So he ran all day with the teacher until 8 o'clock in the evening came and night enveloped the city. It was now time to sneak into the swordsman's pavilion, and False Name and Xiaoxi headed toward the gate. They were ready to start the mission, so the first thing they decided to do was get through the gate. Using the power of the jump, the swordsman and his disciple flew up to jump over the gate. Thus, the two of them instantly found themselves on this side of the gate, finding themselves in the location of the swordsman's pavilion. The architecture of the pavilion was very similar to the Chinese one, and for being here illegally, the NPC would immediately destroy the enemy and his level would drop by 5. Cheryl ordered the student to go to the sword storage in the east, where there would be a person who could help him, and he himself would go to the sword forging place. False Name didn't really want to share, but asked who the person was who was supposed to help him. Cheryl replied that it was the sword god himself, whom he did not know personally, but he knew that he valued pure consciousness, and given the boy's intentions, the god would not touch him. Fake Name couldn't believe that the teacher was letting him go on such a task so easily, but he decided to wish him luck and not argue. The undead swordsman jumped up and shouted for the boy not to worry about him, as he would sort everything out and stay alive. Watching the teacher go, the boy promised himself to be more careful, because if an NPC noticed him, he would be finished. He then went to a huge Chinese building and hid behind a wall, waiting for the guards to pass. A few minutes later, False Name managed to find himself next to the sword storage, where there was no one yet, and only the light from the second-floor window illuminated the facade of the building. The boy understood that the sword god was here, and he himself wondered if the sword god would destroy him as soon as he entered inside. But if this sword god is real, then he already knows that the guy is here, so it's better to be honest. But as soon as False Name opened the gate, his appearance changed back to that of Winter River due to the presence of a stronger entity in the space. This surprised the guy, but his skills apparently really weren't up to the level of the sword god. Entering inside, Winter River noticed a girl sitting on a huge chair in front of him who was the sword god. The girl, hearing the noise, immediately turned around and asked who was there. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He certainly didn't expect that a young beauty would turn out to be a god. He first heard about this god at the talent test, when Daniel mentioned that he had a special SS rank sword heart skill. When the guy asked if the goddess knew him, she slammed the book shut with fury and answered positively because if Cheryl had destroyed Herbert in the City of Darkness, she would have appeared next. The boy remembered Cheryl's words about strong entities and thought that the Light faction and the Necromancers might be cooperating. So they sent the Holy Knight, Herbert. Cheryl helped because Daniel resurrected him. And if the connection between the undead swordsman and the sword pavilion with the sword god is real, then the power Cheryl spoke of is here. And since this girl is a sword god, she should definitely have rare skill books that contain a ton of power. The girl was holding one of the books in her hands, but it was some kind of novel about the god of swords, and it was unlikely that the guy was interested in it. But if he wanted, the girl was ready to give the book back as soon as she finished reading it, but Winter River waved it off, not expecting that God reads romantic novels. Coming closer to her, Winter River handed the girl a jade pendant and asked if she knew who this thing belonged to. Upon seeing the pendant, the girl named Dongfang Yixin immediately recognized it, looking at the Winter River in surprise. She immediately stood up and ran up to the guy, looking harmless, however. Despite her young appearance, the girl's true age was unknown. The sword god was revered even by the royal family and respected her strength because she was one of the highest figures in the Light faction and was trusted. Therefore, taking the pendant in her hands, Yixin asked Winter River where he got this pendant. The guy decided to tell the whole truth and replied that this pendant belonged to the previous dark swordsman, who was no longer there. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised because it was impossible. If the previous dark swordsman was dead, then Winter River wouldn't be able to become the new dark swordsman. However, the guy knew that the dark swordsman was a hidden class that could only be possessed by one player in eternity. So he replied that he had only seen the remnant of the swordsman's soul. But there was no point in talking further, and since the god of swords knows who the pendant belongs to, then let her give it to him herself, and Winter River just say goodbye. But as soon as the guy wanted to leave, something sharper than a sword appeared in front of him, preventing him from going further. She didn't want to just let Winter River go, who understood that the S-class quest couldn't be completed so easily. But if it is related to defeating a god, then S level is definitely not enough, and it should be SS or even SSS level. So Winter River told Yixin that she could take whatever she wanted except his life. But this offer only made her laugh. She swung her sword and replied that today's price for the Winter River could be very high, but the boy stopped her and asked her to listen. He offered a deal that he would take one blow from the sword god, and if he stayed in alive, then the Pavilion of Swords will remain intact. But the girl replied that she belonged to the Light faction and could not just let go of the Winter River because it would cause problems. But the guy began to justify himself, saying that he came here only to return the jade pendant, and it would be cruel of Yixin to destroy the hero. Moreover, she will damage her sword heart, which will forever remain on her conscience. But the girl asked, "What is it?" This question left Winter River stumped, because he thought that the sword's heart was like some kind of mysterious will or something like that. It was understandable to him, but Yixin had been struggling to hold back her laughter the entire time and finally couldn't help it. Laughing, she said that she was joking and that it really would be wrong to destroy the guy for bringing the pendant. But she still couldn't let the Winter River go quietly, as the Sword Pavilion would face criticism. So the girl came up with a plan. She will fight a guy with silver level stats, which will lower her level to 39, and if she wins, Winter River will leave the pavilion, and if she loses, this world! The system immediately notified the boy of a new mission, the goal of which was to defeat the sword god at the silver level, which sounded doable, and he agreed.
In order not to destroy the pavilion, the sword god snapped her fingers and moved them to another place more suitable for battle. Now they were in a complete wasteland where in front of the Winter River there was only a boss with 21,000 HP and 2,500 2820 attack. The girl also had a huge number of skills such as mastery of words, a destructive blow, an unrivaled blade, types of swords, and other powerful powers. Any forbidden skill was always super powerful, and the girl used the forbidden sword return skill. Looking at the guy sternly and confidently, Yixin decided to quickly finish him off and then used the sharp sword skill. It increased her attack speed by 50% and her attack range was 200 meters, and with all this, the girl pounced on the Winter River. The guy was shocked because the first skill that Yixin used was already very powerful. But Winter River had his own trump cards, so he used Undead Grip and directed it at the sword god, which immobilized her for 0.35 seconds. The guy then used his jumping skill and was able to pin down the sword flying at him with his foot. Yixin was already familiar with this skill, but she had never seen it used like this. Suddenly, she wanted her sword back, and with a snap of her finger, she ordered the weapon to return to her. However, the Winter River pressed down too hard and the sword did not move. And then the sword god got angry and flew into the air, deciding to attack the guy again with one of her swords. She pounced on him, but Winter River used the War Domain skill, which increased his attack by 20% and decreased the enemy's attack by 10%. Even though it only lasted for 3 minutes, it was difficult to dodge the blow, and the Yixin sword quickly approached the Winter River. The weapon pierced the boy in his armor, which seemed like it should have hit him, but the blow didn't do much damage. Yixin, seeing that the guy was still alive, was very surprised, as she was confident of her victory. And Winter River, with an excited smile, grabbed the blade of the sword and decided to throw it aside. After which, a fight began between the guy and the god of swords, but the damage was only on one side. Yixin deftly dodged the blows, and the guy's blows did not cause her any damage. Finally, the girl jumped aside and looked at the Winter River with a new look. She then added menacingly that he was risking his life greatly by using such techniques against her. But Winter River had no intention of stopping and used the Devil Presence skill, awakening a powerful energy within him. He even began to change visually, which amazed the god of swords even more, who was watching the Winter River's metamorphosis in surprise. In the end, the guy changed so much that, absorbed by the dark energy, he began to look like a huge dragon. He was able to deal over 36,000 damage to the sword god and reduce the sword god's attack speed by 20%, which he needed to take advantage of. But the girl was also not an easy one and used the Break Strickle skill, ignoring 80% of the damage based on the difference in attributes between both sides. Moreover, she was just waiting for the guy to move so she could get his weapon back. She once again, with a snap of her fingers, pulled her sword, which was her main weapon, towards her. As soon as the sword was in Yixin's hand, she seemed to be filled with energy and immediately decided to use this power. A huge shockwave was created by this weapon, and it was aimed directly at the Winter River. The guy didn't have time to dodge, so he used one of his skills to create a shield around himself. Yixin couldn't believe that her attack had caused such little damage, which made her guess that Winter River was above the silver level. And suddenly Yixin loudly said that the battle between them was over, as she noticed that the guy didn't have a single prohibitive skill. However, this did not stop him from being able to repel attacks with dignity and play fairly, being at the silver level, so Yixin admitted that Winter River was better than her. The guy was shocked by this confession, but it didn't stop him from finishing the mission, getting 200,000 experience points and moving up to level 40. Moreover, the guy's strength became so great that his status was upgraded to a gold-level boss, which changed his attributes. Returning back, Winter River asked with interest why everything ended, because the girl didn't even use her basic skills and her HP remained almost the same. Yixin replied that she hadn't originally intended to fight him since the guy had brought her a jade pendant, but the rules forced her to do so. The girl had already turned around and was about to leave, letting go of the Winter River, and he wondered how these NPCs could judge the rules of the game and be dissatisfied with them. But Yixin interrupted his thoughts and said at last that as soon as the guy leaves here, chaos will start around. It sounded scary, but Yixin added that the confrontation between the factions had gone on for too long. A few days ago, the Light faction reclaimed the City of Darkness, indicating that they are fully prepared, so the return of the pendant may be a gift from fate. Winter River wanted to hear more and already rushed after Yixin to ask her to tell him more. But he didn't have time as the door slammed shut in front of him, leaving Winter River to its own conjectures. The guy looked at the door for a few more seconds and thought about what to do. In the end, if the prediction is so bad, the best solution is to just leave quickly.
After he left, Winter River returned to its former appearance and false name. Returning back, he reported to the Undead swordsman that he had returned the pendant and found the teacher in a good mood. He looked mysteriously at his student and said that it was time for them to return back to the Swamp of Ghosts. 2 hours later, they were already there, and the Undead swordsman decided to thank the surprised Winter River. Thanks to Cheryl returning the sword, he was no longer a member of the Sword Pavilion, allowing him to peacefully join the Dark faction without any mental burden. The boy was surprised to hear this, as he had thought all this time that the Undead swordsman already belonged to the Dark faction. Well, he replied that in order to join her, he had to prove his loyalty to the darkness, but as a student of the Ball Pavilion, he swore to never turn his sword against people. But now Cheryl was free of that restriction and ready to settle old scores. After this statement, everyone received a notification that the confrontation between the Dark and Light factions had officially begun. With the sword back, Cheryl could now join the Dark faction like many other players, and this whole process was started by Winter River. After which, a notification popped up that an army of undead, led by the level 190 boss, the Undead swordsman Cheryl, was preparing an attack on the main city of Mirui Chaishin in 3 days. The system also notified that the vampire army led by the level 185 heavenly boss, Catherine Cold-Blooded Moon, was preparing to attack the main city of the Eastern District, Ivermillion. Also, the Army of Sin, led by the level 190 heavenly boss, Solomon Court of Sin, was preparing to attack the main city of the Sakura region, Thunder City. There were too many sieges, but Winter River realized that he and his teacher would be taking part in the siege of the city of Chazan. Here another notification popped up that the Dark Army was led by a gold level 40 boss. The Dark Swordsman of the Winter River prepares to attack the gentle city of the 3rd level of the Romantic District. Players who saw this notification were shocked to learn that Winter River had become a gold tier boss and had been given the S difficulty main quest, Siege and Conquest. Now Winter River acted as the boss of the 5th wave and had to conquer the Snow City, for which the reward was to receive access to the Demon Treasury. The guy was a city for himself because he could lead an entire army, but if he failed, he would die. Cheryl, looking at the confident Winter River, said contentedly that he hoped the guy would emerge victorious. And as soon as he wished the teacher good luck in return, he disappeared, saying goodbye to the student. Smiling slyly, Winter River decided to show all the players of Eternity the power of a gold-level boss. Now that he was already at level 40, he could improve his equipment, so the guy opened his inventory. There he looked at all the equipment he had, and it increased the guy's attack power and HP. As he grew stronger, Winter River attracted more and more attention from influential figures. Here a strange notification appeared that the final HP of the Dark Swordsman will increase by 250%. With such an improvement, Winter River could enter the top 100 in the ranking of the strongest players of the Dark faction. However, when he opened the rating, the guy found himself only in 84,50217th place, which surprised him. But he decided to put it off for later and exit the game to get some sleep. The next day, Winter River called his friend Wang Kai, who congratulated him on his achievements. Winter River also added that he can now even jump into servers to check out other players. But Wang Kai warned his friend that he checked all the local forums and they were exploding, as many were heading to Snow City to destroy Winter River. Having thanked his friend for his worries, Winter River promised to be careful and was transported to Eternity. There, surprised adventurers noticed him and immediately recognized him, so they decided to run away, as they were afraid of him. But then one of the players standing at the head ordered everyone to stop, because they had been preparing for this for too long. They studied Winter River's fight videos to learn his techniques, and now he's standing right in front of them, so they have no right to escape. Someone supported the leader, saying that they were truly the best of their guild and were capable of getting this reward by defeating Winter River. All the players suddenly rushed towards the guy, working in a stacked manner and covering each other, which was actually a good technique. The team leader jumped up and swung his sword at the guy, thinking that the enemy was finished. But Winter River took just one step back and swung his sword, easily dodging the blow. However, with his blow he destroyed the leader of the company, as well as all the others, whom he immediately took on. Someone tried to use Shadow Strike skills, but they couldn't keep up because Winter River's sword was faster. Having finished with the players, the guy apologized and said that any technique is fluff against absolute power. But suddenly he received a notification. One of his items was sold at the auction in Qingfeng City for 2,147 gold coins, and the second piece of equipment was sold for 112 gold coins. Winter River himself did not understand why he was given so much money, but at the currency exchange, the ratio of gold to money was 1.193. Having seen the excellent rate, the guy decided to first activate some gold into cash, and he got 530,000 real money. After this, Winter River decided it was time to level up for the upcoming fierce battle. So the guy ended up in a location of an empty field where an elite monster was walking. Dark Panther, level 50 with HP 650,000 and attack 2650. She was one of the Void Field's predators, known for her terrifying speed and attack power, but it was corrupted by dark energy. This made the monster even more angry and impatient, but Winter River was confused by the fact that the Panther's statistics were greater than the lava python's. But the guy's own statistics were much better, so he understood that the Panther would just be his experience. Thus, Winter River spent the whole day in this location destroying Panthers, which helped him rise to level 41. And at that moment, the system changed the difficulty of the Siege and Conquest quest, and now it was not S, but SS, although the conditions were the same, which was strange. The next unpleasant news was told to Winter River by the dragon, who said that Snow City had found a level 60 gold dark boss for defense. The guy didn't understand how the dark boss would help the light faction, but it was as if the system had set it up against him. Winter River thanked the dragon for the information anyway, and he, saying goodbye, wished him good luck. Here a notification told the guy that the Undead swordsman had already gathered his army and the guy needed to join. Winter River happily agreed to visit Cheryl and find out what Snowtown and its defenses were like. Thus, soon the guy reached the location of the dark swamps and found Cheryl, who stood at the head of a large army. It consisted of undead knights, whose stats were impossible for the Winter River to see even through the eye of divination. The guy was surprised to realize that these warriors were too strong because they were definitely 50 levels higher than him. But Cheryl replied that these warriors were not as strong as he was in life, and they had not renewed their consciousness like he had to become true living Ryami knights. The undead swordsman then raised his hand and pointed to the side, saying that the Winter River army was there. Seeing his warriors, the guy was taken aback because these were not knights in armor, but real elite monsters of level 45 water demons. However, their HP was 550,000, and their attack was 2150, which was not very much. But in the Dark faction, they were considered cannon fodder, which was not a pity. Winter River looked back at the undead swordsman in confusion and asked if he could send him some of his knights so they could at least have a chance. But Cheryl replied that it was impossible because the rules forbade it, which caused internal fear in the guy. Then Winter River, after a short pause, asked if there was any other way to support him. Cheryl replied that there were ways, such as summoning a level 5 demon god, but that would be enough for them to attack a small level 3 city. If you tear this scroll, a portal will open for 1 minute from which you can attract god-level entities and join the fight. However, Cheryl warned that one should not summon these creatures lightly, since if the guy fails to attract their attention, it will, in fact, be self-destruction. There was a case with one guy who summoned a demon god on a whim who ate the guy in that very second. The guy's joy from such a gift turned into seriousness because he realized that this scroll could save them or it could destroy them. So Winterhand extended his hand to the teacher and slyly asked if Cheryl had anything safer for him. But the undead swordsman said with displeasure not to put pressure on him because he was sure that the guy would not be able to milk him like Daniel. Deciding not to get personal, Cheryl coughed into his fist, changing the subject, and said that it was time for them to move. Winter River had no choice but to follow him, and they moved forward. The army seemed simply enormous and moved in precise formation, listening to Cheryl's orders. Suddenly, Winter River decided to ask the teacher what he thought about the possibilities and chances of the Dark faction. Cheryl had called the Dark faction rebels trying to overthrow those in power, but to the guy that meant the Light faction had to be evil. However, usually the symbols of evil are the undead, demons, the 10 great demon gods who cannot be good. But Cheryl responded that it was not so easy to determine good and evil, and one must remember that history is written by the winner. And if they defeat the Light faction, they themselves will become light, and the light will become the Dark faction. The undead swordsman added that he had seen very noble undead and the most despicable rulers of the Light faction. Of course, it is not worth saying that the Dark faction is better and justifying it for everything, but among the 10 great demon gods, some have human bloodline, but they betrayed humanity. The guy remembered all these words, deciding that future quests would be connected with this, but now he needed to concentrate because they had arrived. The place was too quiet for a fight, because it was even called the Plain of Long Grass. But this was exactly the place that Cheryl needed, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and began to release energy. He revealed an entire energy wall, a real barrier that divided the Tianheng continent into regions. Taking the scroll in his hand, Cheryl added that if you are not strong enough, you will not be able to pass through the barrier. The next second, he tore the scroll in half, and suddenly more energy gushed out from it, destroying the barrier. This way they could enter a new region, the Romantic District, from which they planned to attack. So Cheryl and his entire army found themselves in foreign territory, and if they were caught, the death penalty would be death. Moreover, this punishment was doubled, but for the guy this meant absolutely nothing. After all, if he dies, his character will no longer be able to be reborn, since the punishment for him is not doubled. Cheryl turned to the student and said that since he had never been here before, he would take the boy to Snowtown himself, for which the boy was grateful. Soon they found themselves in the new mountains location, where it was cold and there was snow all around, covering the city that needed to be attacked. Looking at his target, Winter River assessed the possibilities and said contentedly that he would definitely deal with it. The newcomers to Snowtown should tremble before his might, but suddenly Cheryl interrupted Winter River's self-confident thoughts. He wished the disciple victory and said that he hoped that they would enter the treasury of the demon god together and find the treasures of the demon god there. This phrase greatly interested Winter River, and he asked the teacher what kind of treasures these were, and Cheryl told him that all the treasures were collected by the demon gods. There were rare skills, items, equipment, and even certificates for hidden class transfer, and you could only choose and take one of these items with you. Winter River was most interested in the certificates for transferring the hidden class because even if he didn't need it, it could be sold for millions. Then Winter River waved to the teacher and told him to go and take care of his business, and he would not distract him any longer and let them meet at the entrance to the treasury. Then Winter River turned to his army and told them to set up camp here, and if anyone attacked them, they were to report it to him immediately. And the guy himself looked at the snowy thicket and decided not to waste time, but to raise his level here. He will climb off the cliff and go deep into the snowy mountains in search of monsters. It didn't take long to find them, as a large, fluffy silhouette appeared among the snow-covered trees in front of the Winter River. It was a level 55 elite white bear monster with 800,000 HP. This bear lived in cold places and had a fierce attack. Many adventurers met their end in his belly, and his strength far surpassed that of the Dark Panther. His stats were high enough for an elite monster, and so he would be a great prey for Winter River to attack. The bear also did not waste time and also rushed into the attack, the strength of which amounted to as much as 3,200 points. But the guy used his high jump skill and flying above the bear landed right on his head, causing damage. Then, using mad destruction, Winter River began to strike the bear one after another. Thus, destroying the snow monster was too easy and fast for Winter River, for which he received 14,000 experience points. But suddenly the boy noticed a few coins and a B-rank snow globe skill left over from the monster, which was strange for a bear of such a low level. The skill allowed you to create snowballs and throw them for 5 seconds, causing them to deal 30% damage. This was interesting, but suddenly a new notification came that the Winter River army was under attack from the Romantic District and they urgently needed help. And indeed, a battle broke out in the camp as members of the Light faction decided to attack.
They were strong enough to destroy the monsters they caught off guard.
But then one of them felt that someone suddenly appeared behind him. It was Winter River who destroyed the adventurer from the Light faction with one blow of his sword. Everyone else immediately recognized the legendary own language, appropriate to the region, but for the Winter River there was an automatic translation. However, the knights began to attack the guy in a crowd, but he did not move from his place since these blows did almost no damage to him. The leaders of this group could not believe their eyes, considering that although Winter River became the boss of the Dark faction, he was still a player. However, his strength was off the charts and frightening, and the guy himself really wanted to communicate with foreign enemies. He used Shockwave, dealing 100% attack damage to enemies within 100 meters, reducing their attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds. Thus, only a few knights managed to survive, who thanked the Almighty for being further away from the battlefield. But Winter River was worried that there were too few warriors around him, as if it was a trap. And suddenly he felt that someone was approaching him, and very quickly. The guy barely managed to dodge the blow of the enemy's sword, which flew past him like a bullet. It was a level 34 Shadow Assassin class Phantom King who immediately realized that he had come across a professional in the form of Winter River. The Knights of the Light faction, seeing their leader, rejoiced, deciding that not all was lost. Winter River, looking at the ghostly king, decided that he was the best player in their city, since they were so happy to see him. But the one thing he was really good at was his insane attack speed, which was over 1670 points. He was next to the guy in a second and struck, managing to hit the Winter River. The guy jumped back and stared at the enemy, but he was no longer there as he was moving at great speed. This time he attacked from behind, dealing over 3,000 damage to Winter River again. The players were inspired to realize that although their leader didn't hit as hard, he moved very quickly, so they had to help him to overthrow Winter River. They began to cheer the Ghost King on, telling him that he was their hero as he continued to fight. However, Winter River studied his opponent's capabilities and observed what techniques he used. Some players started broadcasting this fight so that everyone could see it, because right now Winter River could be defeated. However, the guy was only playing with them, giving them false hope, but the culmination of this fight was soon to come. And it is at this moment, with the victory over the Phantom King, that their last hope will perish. Winter River was able to defeat his opponent with one blow, earning over 16,000 experience points for it. All the players on the field suddenly fell silent and stared at the Winter River with fear and horror in their eyes. Moreover, for defeating the boss Winter River, I increased my level to 42, becoming even stronger. The players, even more frightened, began to flee from the battlefield, not wanting to face such a strong opponent. Watching them go, Winter River told his charges that they would hardly dare to attack in the coming days, but they had to continue to hold the defense. The boy spent the remaining 2 days leveling up until the siege and conquest quest officially began. As soon as this SS rank mission began, the system warned that the Dark Army must launch at least 5 waves of attacks. Otherwise, the attributes of all troops will be reduced by 20% until the end of the siege. The system also notified that the battle had to start at exactly 10 o'clock. Otherwise, there would be further sanctions, which again made Winter River think that the system was trying to interfere with him. The guy was just hoping that there wouldn't be anyone like Herbert or Cheryl in this town, but suddenly a lot of system notifications appeared. They all said that sieges on other cities had already begun, and Winter River, not wanting to be left behind, ordered the first wave to prepare for the siege. Then, a 20 bronze-level boss approached the guy and said that he would lead the siege as the leader. Winter River agreed, and then a boss named Gug sent an army to the city gates, beginning a siege. But the city's warriors didn't even take the monsters seriously since level 20 was too weak for them. Thus, Gug and his army were defeated in a matter of minutes, which upset Winter River a little, but he realized that the enemies were stronger than level 20. Then the guy raised his hand and ordered the second line of defense, led by the bronze level 25 boss, Sech, to advance. His army, slightly higher in level and more numerous, rushed forward. The warriors realized that the level of the undead had increased and continued to defend themselves, becoming more vigilant. The second wave had not yet finished when Winter River ordered the third wave to advance. Thus, there were too many monsters and the warriors could no longer cope with them as they ran out of strength and mana. Winter River was about to release the fourth wave, but the system said that he needed to wait another 5 minutes, otherwise the troop attributes would be reduced by 20%. Winter River realized that the system was against his victory, but then Dragon called him and said that there was a live broadcast from the Romantic District, and this battle was being broadcast on the Eastern District websites. Millions are watching it, so Winter River shouldn't disappoint them, but the guy didn't intend to, releasing the fourth wave after 5 minutes. It was led by a level 40 silver boss Aksai, and his army was even stronger, which became a serious obstacle to the city's defense. The warriors could not cope with the wave and began to retreat, which could have already meant victory, but it was not the end. Suddenly a girl appeared and pulled back her bowstring, saying that they could not lose to these undead. Her arrows began to pierce enemies with great speed and accuracy. The damage she caused was enormous, but Winter River was too far away to tell if this girl was an NPC or a player. In any case, the city guard came out as support, so it was time to begin a new wave of attack. After 20 minutes, the fourth wave was destroyed, so it was time for the fifth one to go. And here it was, led by the level 42 boss himself, Winter River, who was already eagerly awaiting his performance. He stepped forward first, ordering the monsters to follow him to capture the commander of the Light Faction army. When the warriors saw the Winter River, they became afraid, remembering what he had done before, and many of them became scared and began to run. The girl was angry because of this behavior of her warriors, who became traitors to her. She did not know the Winter River,
but because of it, the spirit of her army fell. The girl ordered everyone not to worry, as it was just a gold boss, and not to let it out of their sight so as not to allow it to advance further. The warriors were inspired when they realized that they also had gold-level bosses and decided to defeat Winter River and split the reward for it equally. One of the level 35 warriors, Harold, attacked Winter River directly, wanting to get his head. But the guy was absolutely not sure about this, and he struck the warrior with a kick that was devastating for him. For destroying Harold, Winter River earned over 16,000 experience points, taking on other warriors. When he realized there were too many warriors around him, he used War Domain, increasing his attack by 20%. Allies within 50 meters received 15% attack, enemy attacks decreased by 25% for 3 minutes. This skill was just insane and gave monsters a lot more attack options. Players fell one after another from just one blow from the Winter River sword, which dealt over 100,000 points of damage. The players were horrified to see that Winter River's attack had become even stronger, and they no longer dared to attack him. It was as if he was the embodiment of a demon on Earth, and his weapon increased its power by 20%, and his attack became equal to more than 14,000 points. His HP reached 4,896 points, so no one dared to stand in his way except for one warrior named Lantal, gold level 50. He couldn't forgive the traitor, and being the son of the mayor of Snow City, the deputy commander, and a heartthrob. Thanks to his talent, he has a bright future. Seeing the enemy with 2,800,000 HP and over 3,000 attack, Winter River realized that Lantal was strong, so he decided to use Breeze Guard. However, with one blow, the knight dealt Winter River more than 50,000 damage points, reducing attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 15% for 5 seconds. Winter River realized that this guy's attack speed is pretty high, and he himself is cool. All the warriors immediately began to support their leader, being sure that now the Winter River would definitely come to an end. This really angered the guy that she could allow someone to humiliate him, especially for the fact that he fights on foot. Lantal suddenly said that it was strange that Winter River had traveled so long on his own feet. Winter River, releasing his dark energy, said that the joke was indeed good, but his opponent had chosen the wrong target. Using Terrifying Presence, Winter River embodied the energy of a dragon and dealt 100% attack damage to enemies within 100 meters. The attack also reduced their attack speed by 20%, movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds. This power amazed Lanter, who certainly didn't expect such damage to his army. But for the knight himself, this was child's play, and in his opinion, Winter River was only good at bullying weaklings. But having freed the Undead's grip, the guy answered Lanter that this power should be enough for him, and then immobilized his opponent for 2 seconds. After this, Winter River approached the knight and dealt him a powerful blow with his sword. However, just before the strike, Lanter managed to use the Ice Armor skill to reduce the damage. The armor's durability negated the suppression effect, causing Lanter to deal damage to Winter River. The guy definitely didn't expect the shockwave from the armor to damage him, and it was incredibly annoying. But now it didn't matter, because it was necessary to think rationally. The boy ordered the Undead to surround Lanter in order to use their power as well. Now that the knight's power was being dispersed across a large number of enemies, he couldn't focus on just the Winter River. He said that he wanted to destroy Lanter quickly, but now he would let the Undead do it so that it would scratch his face. This outraged the knight, who did not understand how this fool dared to fight him head-on so brazenly. The Undead surrounded the narcissistic and confident Lanter, who was furious about this. He began to fight the Undead, driving them away, but there were too many monsters. Lanter himself didn't expect this, and the monsters continued to attack, devouring him. Even for one of the most unattractive monsters, Lanter now looked simply terrible, and, accordingly, was defeated. For this, Winter River received 500,000 HP and 1,000 reputation points, for which he rose to level 44. But these were reduced rewards because he did not personally destroy the knight. But suddenly, Lanter's sister appeared on the horizon, who did not want to come to terms with his death and believed that he was destroyed by dirty tricks. The girl named Phoenix was ready to rush into battle, but her partner told her to calm down. After all, according to the rules, they can attack only after the Dark Army enters the city, which happened a few seconds later. The system warned that the guy was waiting for a level 50 boss, Snow Guardian Phoenix, and a level 60 Dark Gold boss, Ice Furry Thrall. He led the elite Snow Guard as the fifth wave of defense, and having 2 bosses at once scared Winter River. After 5 rounds of siege battles, the forces of both sides were almost completely exhausted. But now, the elite The guards, the high-level players, and the gold-level boss, this is too much. Although Winter River has already met 2 bosses at once in the Dark City. However, before, Daniel and Cantor were with him, and now he is the only one here, but he is ready to show his dead friends what he has become. That is why the legendary battle of that very Winter River will begin now. But then an arrow flew at him, and a disgruntled female voice called the guy a traitor who did not dare to rise so high in his last battle. However, this only angered Winter River, and he dodged the arrow by only slightly tilting his head to the side. It was Phoenix, who was the daughter of the mayor of Ice and Snow City, the first commander, famous for her stunning beauty and exceptional archery skills. She was admired by many. Now she dreamed of avenging her brother and released a hail of arrows into the Dark Army. The fighters were without shields, so the arrows became a serious obstacle for them, which also hit the Winter River. It was very powerful, and at this rate the guy's troops would be destroyed before they even engaged the enemy. Winter River decided to attack on his own to distract the archers. Avoiding arrow shots, he began to climb up at great speed. He did it so quickly that they couldn't keep up with him, but the guy had a clear goal. Jumping up, he released his demonic energy again, using the power of devilish destruction. This power hit everyone around, dealing 100% attack damage to all enemies, reducing their attack and movement speed by 20%. Then he landed on the ground, and that was just the beginning of his attack. Rushing forward, his sword began to strike targets one after another with great ease. But then Winter River, after defeating another target, noticed that many arrows were flying at him, but he no longer had time to dodge. So the guy got hit by a lot of arrows from Phoenix, which took away his HP, but the guy had a healing potion. While he was taking it, he thought that if he were alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle bosses of this level. But luckily his monsters were with him and could buy him some time to think things over. So he ordered the monsters to attack. Winter River then used War Domain again, increasing his attack by 20%, and allies within 50 meters gained 15% attack, and enemies' attacks were reduced by 25%. Then another arrow flew at the guy, but again missed, hitting one of the warriors. Winter River immediately ordered the monster to grab Phoenix, who was shooting at him. But she was not so simple, and with the help of her arrow, she destroyed one of the monsters. She immediately ordered all her soldiers to destroy all the undead and, most importantly, to capture Winter River. He was their main enemy, as he inflicted the most damage on the enemy. Suddenly, the Winter River struck Phantom King, dealing 4,300 by P6 HP damage to the guy and stunning him for 0.35 seconds. Winter River already knew this enemy, but it was strange to see him again. He was still moving too fast, so Winter River got hit in the back, causing him to lose a lot of HP. But when the guy was about to attack back, he didn't notice how the ghostly king disappeared from sight. So Winter River rushed away from the Ghost King, destroying all enemies along the way. People watching the broadcast were surprised to see Winter River running away from the Ghost King, assuming that it was because almost all of the Dark Soldiers had been destroyed. Winter River's HP had already dropped to half, and no one believed that he could defeat 2 bosses. However, the guy had no idea that he was being watched not by ordinary people, but by someone higher up who also hoped for his victory. The main man in this company was upset seeing this sad situation, and they consoled him, saying that they had many other talented players. And, as they say, the tallest tree in the forest is torn down by the wind, and the glory of the Winter River in the first days was too high. But if he had kept a low profile, his future achievements would have been greater. But the main man told everyone to shut up and watch. There was still hope that the Winter River would perform a real miracle. But the guy himself only continued to destroy the elite warriors of the Light faction one after another. However, his strength was running out, and no matter how he tried to defeat everyone, his entire army had already been destroyed. Another powerful arrow suddenly flew into his back. It was Phoenix who found the Winter River and called the others to attack. She looked at the guy with a crazy and wild look, wanting only one thing: for him to be destroyed. Phoenix was about to make the last shot, but suddenly other players of the Light faction blocked her path. She ordered the warriors to retreat as she wanted to destroy the Winter River herself, but the players didn't care. They all wanted to destroy the Winter River to get a huge reward for it. Phoenix has started shooting at Light faction players to protect the Winter River from them, and he himself, smiling slyly, said that one should never underestimate human greed, which is characteristic of adventurers and NPCs. He began to jump on heads, wanting only one thing: to run away while they all crowded around him. Winter River used the skill Evil Trampling, increasing his speed by 200% for 2 seconds, slightly slowing down his enemies. The guy wanted to escape, so he jumped up to the second floor to hide, but they started chasing him.
People immediately started running out of the building, screaming for help as someone had broken into their second floor. It was Winter River, who ran along the corridor of the entire house and jumped out of the opposite window. And while they were looking for him in the house, on all floors, the guy ran further and further down the street. Eventually, the warriors noticed that the window was broken and realized that it was from there that Winter River had jumped. Someone suggested that the boy had escaped, but this suggestion was rejected as the system penalty was too great to risk. Therefore, an order was given to search the entire city to find the fugitive, which caused completely different emotions among all the players and people watching the game. They searched for him for more than 20 minutes, entering every house, but were unable to find him. The Phantom King was also looking for the Winter River, and also without success, but suddenly a strange man in a cloak approached him. His name was Bob, and he said that someone had broken into his house and he was scared, asking for a warrior help him. The Ghost King was already overjoyed, as he was sure that this was the Winter River, so he asked Bob to take him to his house. They entered a dark corner where there were many high-rise buildings, and the Ghostly King began to look for the fugitive with his eyes. But suddenly Bob's sword was thrown at him, which was powerful and took away more than 47,000 HP from the guy. It turned out that Bob had cheated, and the Ghost King didn't even have time to answer him before he disappeared, which meant that Bob had destroyed him. In fact, Bob was Winter River, who had the skill of changing his appearance and name, which allowed him to hide for a long time and fully restore his health. In the guise of Bob, Winter River wandered the streets quite calmly and destroyed soldiers one after another. However, this could not remain unnoticed for too long, and the news that the Winter River became Bob and spread throughout the city. Instead of the guy, everyone started looking for the man in the robe who had not been able to hide for long. Winter River tried to pass himself off as someone else until the very end, but the adventurers already knew about the guy's little trick and attacked Bob. They ordered Winter River to show himself, but he did not even argue and threw off his cloak and magic, becoming himself. He added that for him, these warriors are just small carriers of his glasses because it is too easy to destroy them. The players didn't even have time to understand how the guy was able to restore his health so quickly because they were destroyed too quickly. Winter River wanted to find the boss, but he found him himself. Phoenix was already aiming her arrows at him. But because she was overcome with rage, Phoenix was too loud, and the guy was able to notice her in time and dodge her blows. With his sword, he accurately hit the arrows and cut them in mid-air before they reached their target. And then Winter River, standing in front of the girl, said that since all the pests had disappeared, now it was her turn. Phoenix fired another arrow at the boy. It seemed that she did not fully realize all the dangers as anger consumed her. Winter River rushed forward, not paying attention to the arrows because his main goal was to get to the girl. He used evil trampling again and jumped straight at Phoenix, dealing massive damage and knocking her down. He then pinned her to the ground and immobilized her with another skill for a few seconds. After all, Phoenix was a great fighter, but she was an archer, so when the enemy approached her, she didn't stand a chance. In close combat, she is helpless, and Winter River, realizing this, was ready to destroy the frightened Phoenix right now. Suddenly, when the guy had already raised his sword, she called Trello and asked if he was going to help her. It was unlikely that this certain Trello wanted the Phoenix to be destroyed so easily, so Winter River suddenly felt some kind of magical presence. In the end, he barely managed to jump away from the powerful blow of energy directed at him, which came from the roof. Turning his head, Winter River saw a male silhouette whose voice said that he would never let Phoenix die, but he was just studying all the tricks of their cunning enemy. Trello was once a powerful gold-tier warrior, but his greed and lust led him to extreme measures. He used the flame potion to force his way into dark gold, but at the cost of being disfigured by the potion's burns and his strength being shaky. He liked Phoenix, and her cry for help meant to him that she was ready to marry him, but the girl only ordered to destroy the Winter River. Trello couldn't refuse the bride, but he thanked Winter River for his arrival because now he would receive both the reward and Felix, so he would make the guy's death quick and painless. Looking at Trello, Winter River noticed that his stats were insane because the guy's max attack barely reached 4K, and this Trello's defense was at 6K, which made it impossible breakthrough. But, judging by Trello's biography, his statistics may not be as strong as it seems, but the warrior himself replied that these would be the last words of Winter River. However, the guy wasn't sure about this because he already had a plan in his head. After all, Trello went through all these trials just to get the Phoenix, so it turns out that she is very important to him, As Winter River rushed towards the girl, Trello immediately directed his attack equal to 10,000 at him, threatening not to approach Phoenix. But Winter River didn't intend to do that and simply jumped aside too quickly, exposing Phoenix to a blow. The plan worked perfectly, and the girl received over 100,000 points of damage from the Trello energy strike. She immediately used ice armor to protect herself from the guy's next blows and then, ironically, thanked Trello for the service he had rendered. She yelled at him and asked who exactly he was going to destroy, her or the Winter River. Trello apologized to Phoenix and promised that Winter River's little tricks would soon end. He used the skill Frost Sweep, creating a huge amount of small ice shards aimed at the boy. So Trello dealt 200% damage to all enemies within 200 meters in front of him, lasting for 20 seconds. And naturally, Winter River also came under attack, but he wasn't going to just stand there, so he rushed into the attack. Suddenly, an arrow filled with dark, powerful energy flew past him. Hitting the target, she dealt over 43,000 damage to Winter River, and a furious Felix told the guy not to even dream of escaping. The other players watching the fight understood that Winter River had very little HP left and he was going to die right now. However, in an instant, the arrow stopped doing as much damage as before and the guy's energy became stronger. Winter River sensed that there were survivors left, which was a great way to level him up. He immediately used his skill, which destroyed the enemies in a small radius around him. He had only a little time left before leveling up, so a couple of players were enough, and now the Winter River's level had reached 45. Phoenix, watching the guy's HP fully recover, became very angry. Trello knew that Winter River had another ace up its sleeve, but even now, he was no match for him. However, the guy didn't think so and decided to show what he was capable of, gathering all his energy into a fist. Then this energy began to overflow him, and he rushed towards Trello to attack. However, his main target was Phoenix, who used the Ice Wind Field skill to reduce the enemy's attack power by 10%. This power also created a shield around the girl, who thought that this would be enough. But the power of the Winter River proved stronger. Not only did he deal quite a lot of damage to the stunned Phoenix, but he also pierced her armor with one blow. In fact, the guy used an S-class item, the purple electric gem, which unlocked his potential by increasing all attributes by 1,000% for 1 minute. There were 56 seconds left, and that was enough time for Phoenix to land another powerful blow. She was already on the edge and screamed for Trello to save her, as he was her only hope. A frightened Trello used his staff to direct his power at the boy, ordering him to move away from Phoenix. However, his blow caused almost no damage to the Winter River, which was incredibly strange. The situation smelled of hopelessness. Trello didn't understand why his icicle shot barely dealt triple damage, and what power did Winter River just unlock? Anyway, it helped the guy to hit Phoenix again, who fell to the ground from the massive damage. She looked at the guys with tears in her eyes and asked them not to destroy her. But Winter River was no longer susceptible to such tricks and raised his leg up to swing. For him, asking for mercy was simply ridiculous after what Phoenix did to him, so he, without thinking, dealt her the final blow, receiving 2,200,000 points for defeating the boss. Trello watched in shock as Winter River destroyed his bride, wondering why Winter River's attacks couldn't even scratch him before. But now he had just destroyed the gold boss in a few hits, and now he was staring at Trello. Saying that it was the little mage's turn, Winter River rushed to attack towards Trello. He decided to strike him. Trello dodged, but his mask was hit by the blade of the sword. Eventually the mask came off and broke into 2 pieces, which was a tragedy for Trello. He was ashamed of the burns on his face, and the loss of his mask completely disoriented him. Seeing Trello's true face, Winter River began to make insulting comments about his cheap appearance for a gold-tier boss. Trello used the skill Desperate Cold Wind while lying on the ground, but it did almost no damage to the Winter River. Seeing this, the stunned warrior realized that he could not fight the guy head-on, so he had to do something. Trello decided to use self-freezing to create a powerful barrier around himself, increasing defense by 100% and restoring 200 HP per second. However, Trello was unable to move for 20 seconds, but in this way, he decided to wait out the duration of the Winter River skill. But the guy wasn't worried because he still had 26 seconds to destroy the enemy. He began to strike the barrier one after another, gradually destroying it. Trello himself was shocked by such power, and the Winter River still had 10 seconds to destroy the barrier. The guy was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, so his blows were crazy and very fast. In the end, the barrier collapsed, and Trello's HP was practically at 0. He definitely didn't expect the guy's strength to be increased for such a long period of time, so he decided to run away. But Winter River used Undead Grasp to immobilize the enemy for 2 seconds, preventing him from escaping. And when Winter River had 1 second of buff left, he raised his sword.
Thus, he managed to strike and destroy Trello, a gold-level boss, for which he received 4,500,000 experience points and 600 reputation points. Thus, Winter River became the first player to destroy a gold boss in the game, for which he received an additional 8,000 reputation and 30 free attributes. He also got a rare item, God's Blessing, Precious Stone, and won the final battle. Tired Winter River thought that this was the end, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice that said that it looked epic. Turning his head, the guy saw the hidden boss, Holy Knight Herbert, who praised him for defeating such bosses single-handedly. However, as soon as Winter River saw Herbert, his eyes filled with rage. Jumping off the roof, the knight said that last time this traitor Cheryl saved Winter River, but today he definitely won't escape. The guy remembered Cantor and Daniel, who were NPCs, and in theory the guy shouldn't feel guilty for their deaths. But in his head, there were always the words of Cheryl, who said that if Winter River lived long, then they would see each other again. And the guy also remembered that Cheryl was sure that the Winter River was destined to shine on the Tianheng continent. And yet he couldn't forgive himself for Cheryl's death, so he asked what Herbert did to him when he won. Herbert replied that the necromancer was destined to die after using the forbidden spell, but he was their main enemy. Therefore, even if his body is dead, his body will still suffer as punishment for his sins against the Light faction. After these words, rage consumed Winter River, who now definitely could not call the Light faction light. Due to the rage and stimulation of the nearby powerful blood, the boy's dark armor advanced to the dark gold level, with greatly improved attributes. But Winter River didn't care anymore and attacked Herbert, who said that this was a surefire win. The collision of two powerful forces sent a powerful shockwave throughout the city. However, Herbert was able to withstand the power of the Winter River and deflected his blow, throwing the guy aside. Only thanks to the moon fragment, Winter River was immune to this fatal damage and was able to survive the hard impact on the ground. Herbert didn't expect the guy to have a life-saving trick up his sleeve, but that makes it even more interesting, because it would be boring if the trial ended before it even began. Herbert then raised his staff and activated the Scorching Heat skill, dealing damage to the enemy's weapon, as well as an additional 100% continuous damage to the enemy. But before Herbert could apply this, Winter River raised his hand, holding a scroll in it. The knight immediately recognized that this was an item for summoning demonic gods, but he did not understand where Winter River got this scroll from. Herbert wanted to leave the boy and talk some sense into him, because this subject could bring a huge disaster. But Winter River didn't care. He was going to die anyway, so she didn't mind taking someone with her to avenge Daniel. Then the guy used the Demon God Summon Scroll with a chance to summon a god-level entity onto the battlefield. But nothing happened, which caused Herbert to laugh and despise, because in vain did this fool think that the god of demons would pay attention to the call from a small town. But suddenly a whisper came into Herbert's head, telling him that resistance was futile and that the knight should simply accept his fate. This ultrasound came from an unknown source, but it greatly frightened and tensed the knight who heard the threats. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky, opening up a space from which a demonic silhouette appeared. A few seconds later, one of the 10 great demon gods of the dark faction, Evil Curse, Laurel, appeared before Herbert and Winter River to unleash all his anger. Knight Herbert did not despair and decided to use the item Blessing of Holy Light, reducing incoming damage by 99% for 5 seconds. The force also activated a teleporter that transported Herbert to the nearest Light faction main city. But the teleportation itself lasted 5 seconds. However, this was nothing compared to the demon's power, which easily overpowered Herbert's. Then he activated the Forbidden Blood Oath technique, instantly receiving 1000% of his maximum health, but received a penalty from the Light faction for this. Herbert's level decreased by 50%, but there were still 2 seconds left before the teleportation ended. Winter River said that Herbert had better pray to die here. If he finds out the knight is still alive, he will spend all his resources to track him down. But the teleportation unfortunately succeeded. But in the end, disappointed Winter River called Herbert a coward and promised to find him himself and finish him off. Now there was one more problem left. The demon summoned by the Winter River hanging over Snowtown. The guy looked at him with fear because he understood that he couldn't say anything unnecessary, otherwise it would be the end for him. Then Laurel spoke first, turning to the dark swordsman and asking why he had summoned her. Winter River appealed to the great demon god, saying that it was because of the holy knight Herbert, but he fled in disgrace due to the demon's overwhelming power. Laurel was angry at being bothered over such a trifle and promised to bury the city in darkness. But Winter River stopped her, saying that since Laurel is the great demon god, she should know about the situation here, so she can't do that. Laurel replied that she had only come down here because she had felt the energy of an old acquaintance, but had found nothing. This surprised the guy, and he assumed that it could be the fragment of the moon that Daniel gave him, but if anyone had connections with the gods, it was only him. Taking out the moon shard, Winter River asked if this was the item or object Laurel was talking about, not forgetting to mention that it was given to him by Master Daniel. And the guy himself is his outstanding student, to which the demon replied that this object really does have an interesting aura. Winter River thought it worked, but then Laurel said that she and Daniel used to be really good friends, but now they are sworn enemies. The demon added that he would like to destroy the necromancer with his own hands, and it is a pity that this will not happen. But destroying his best student is a great alternative. Winter River couldn't believe it and asked why he and Daniel became enemies. But Laurel wasn't going to answer, and starting to gather energy, said that as soon as the guy tore that scroll, he signed his own death warrant. She was furious and ready to destroy not only the Winter River, but the entire city, releasing destructive energy. For the guy with primal fear in his eyes, it was all over since there was nowhere to run. But suddenly he heard a woman's voice ordering him to quickly take her sword in his hand. Looking down, Winter River saw the girl, the god of swords from the pavilion, and his surprise knew no bounds. Yixin looked at Winter River with a warlike and confident expression, and strangely enough, hope appeared on her face. He didn't have time to ask how the girl appeared here because there was a strong explosion and the guy was thrown back by the shockwave. He flew out of town and landed unpleasantly on the ground, but the most important thing was that he was alive. However, he could not believe his eyes and the fact that the Snow City was destroyed. In the sky, the gap from which the demon had emerged began to close, which meant that he was leaving. Winter River was wondering where the sword god was, but after a couple of seconds, the girl landed right behind the stunned guy. He looked at her with a worried look and asked if she was okay. Yixin smiled wearily. She replied that everything was great, but now Winter River owed her 2 favors. The guy looked at the god of swords in surprise and asked what 2 favors she meant. Yixin gave 2 reasons. First, she saved him from certain death. Second, she was a member of the Light faction, that is, an enemy, but still helped Winter River. But the guy already understood this, so he rushed to Yixin and asked how she was feeling and if she needed help to heal her injuries. The girl said for the second time that she was okay because she shouldn't forget that she was still a powerful sword god. Winter River said that he saw the gap in the sky close up, and Yixin, confirming his guess, said that the demon had gone back into the darkness. But the guy was still worried because he had angered Laurel and she might come for him again later. But Yixin said not to worry about it because to the demon god, Winter River was as insignificant as a bug, so he wouldn't bother with nonsense. The boy thanked the sword god for the explanation, but added that it sounded a little offensive, for which Yixin awkwardly apologized. She then decided to say goodbye, as everything had become quiet, but told him not to forget about 2 favors that Winter River owed her. After that, she used her sword mastery to summon her huge sword to her. Having said goodbye to the guy for good, she jumped into the air to hop onto her unusual transport. Standing on the sword, she kept her balance perfectly and flew into the air, leaving Winter River alone. Looking after the girl, the guy thought that the swordsmanship was really cool, just like Yixin herself. Notifications started popping up congratulating him on completing the main quest for the city siege, for which the guy received 4,000 experience points. For destroying Snowtown, Winter River received another 1,000 experience points and access to the Demon Gook's treasure, which increased his level to 48. Thus, Winter River finally managed to conquer Snow City, and he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was time for him to return. Along the way, he received notifications that the vampire army led by Catherine had conquered the Tier 1 capital city of Vermilion Bird Citadel in the Eastern District. Also, the Sin Army, led by Solomon Judgment of Sins, conquered the Tier 1 city Thunder Citadel in the Sakura District, but the boy was worried that there was no notification from Cheryl. Winter River hoped that his mentor was okay, but there was nothing he could do to help now, so he decided to check his loot from the siege. The first rewards were for the Phoenix, Gold Class Level 48 Orchid Phantom Chalice. Phoenix, the Snowstorm Guard's favorite weapon, known for its excellent killing power and expensive design with 330 attack, increasing its power by 35%. The next equipment was the gold-level Snow Knight Cloak, which increased defense by 20% and was a symbol of leadership in the Snow City. The last one was a Class A blinding arrow, which even if it missed, could still affect the enemy's vision with poison and cause blindness. Winter River was delighted because he certainly didn't expect that even the cloak would have any meaning, and all of this could be sold for a lot of money. The following items were from Lanter, gold rank Frostguard bracers forged from frost crystals offering superior defense that increases HP by 30%. There was also a rank A ice armor skill book, which allowed one to form blue armor around oneself, increasing defense by 30% for 2 minutes. The guy happily learned the new skill right away, but the system said that the ice armor skill had been corrupted by the evil power of the dark swordsman and transformed into black flame armor. It created a black fire armor covering the body to increase defense by 30% and increase resistance by 10% for 2 minutes. Winter River was delighted to realize that being the only hidden class actually paid off, as the transformation even increased the skill a little. It remains to look at the rewards for the strongest boss, Trey Lu, for whom the most was supposed to be given. And the first were the ultra-thin, breathable, and incredibly light gold rank Wind Spirit boots, which increased movement speed by 20%. Next was the Class A Flame Potion, made from rare materials extracted from magma, unlocking the potential, but with the side effect of reducing the fire's power by 20%. Next up was the Frostwind Robe, a dark gold rank that increased defense by 30% and gave resilience, but required a mage or summoner to use. Although the cloak appeared thin, it provided excellent protection from the cold and was made of a special material that was difficult to cut. The last one was the Flame Demon Helmet, which increased defense by 35% made from the hard, hot Glory Stone, the body of a demon combined with rare minerals. Winter River realized that except for Trello's cloak, he could use all the items, especially the helmet, but it required level 58 to use. And while Winter River was thinking about how to level up to use the equipment, Yixin continued her journey on the sword. Suddenly she wondered why this dark swordsman Winter River was bothering her so much and why she saved him. Laurel asked her this question right after Yixin teleported the guy out of the city, but the girl replied that it didn't concern her. But the demon himself drew a parallel, thinking that every sword god is always associated with swordsmen, so he decided to let Yixin go. The girl did not understand why the demon retreated so easily and asked what he meant when he spoke about the connection. But Laurel replied that Yixin was too weak to fight her. But when the demon was still a human, the sword god helped her a lot, so she would spare Yixin. But the demon warned that if the sword god ever got in her way again, he would destroy the sword pavilion. This contempt on Laurel's part greatly angered the proud and powerful sword god, who was not going to put up with it. The demon didn't dare to talk to Yixin like that, so she promised that she would get to her, and then the girl would personally finish off the demon. At this time, Winter River was happy with his new armor. Thanks to her, the power just went up another stasis. Dark gold level dark armor greatly increased all stats. Winter River hasn't checked yet what that old lady dropped in the City of Darkness due to insufficient level. There was an ice crystal that could increase elemental resistance, which the guy decided to sell. But B-rank Ilse crystal could be embedded into weapons or armor to increase ice elemental damage and resistance. So Winter River embedded ice crystal into the Wind Spirit boots, increasing ice resistance by 10%. Now it's time to check the reward for killing this dark gold boss. There was a S-rank Divine Favor Pearl that combined 2 skills into one, making it stronger. Winter River was delighted and suggested that maybe 2 S ranks could merge into a rank skill. S. Suddenly, a notification popped up that the Undead army led by Cheryl had conquered the main city of Haixin Citylin, Mairui District. This was great news, and Winter River decided to meet with the mentor. As he was leaving, he decided to take one last look at his awesome Dark Master stats. A gold-level boss. He was sure he would impress Cheryl with his new stats. Entering the misty swamplands, Winter River found Cheryl and called him. The teacher turned around with satisfaction and said that Winter River did not disappoint him as he dealt with the unexpected curse of the demon Lori. The guy completed the mission, and even though he couldn't hide the demon's descent, it's better not to say that the sword god saved him. Cheryl asked how Winter River dealt with the demon, but he replied that he managed to escape from the destroyed Snow City. Cheryl said excitedly that he shouldn't have given the guy such a difficult task, but he replied that everything was fine. And then he asked if the teacher knew anything about the precious Pearl of Favor. Cheryl replied that it was a fairly rare item that increased skill levels. The lower the skill level, the higher the chance. But if you combine 2 S-rank skills, the chances of leveling up are very low. But before trying anything, Cheryl told the boy to rest as the siege was tough.
The guy thanked his mentor, feeling that he was already tired after fighting Trello and Herbert. At the moment, he was completely exhausted, so he decided to get some sleep in his world. The next day, he returned to the game and immediately met an undead swordsman. They immediately set out to put their new skills to use. But then Winter River asked the teacher when he would be able to learn horse riding. Cheryl smiled and replied that it would happen very soon. An hour later, they reached the dangerous map of Demon Fog City, the gathering place of the 10 demon gods. If anyone can conquer this fortress, he will become a legendary figure on the Tianheng continent. Suddenly, some strange figure appeared on the horizon. It was a whole small gang that was aiming to conquer the city's treasury. Cheryl said that these were the same bosses as them who also successfully conquered the cities of the Light faction. Only those who lead the squad can come to the treasury of the demon god. The treasury has 5 levels with equipment, potions, skills, items, and special items in separate sections. Fighting is prohibited here, so even massive guys can safely choose their treasures. Because as soon as they enter there, they will shrink to their normal size, but their time is limited. So Winter River and Cheryl decided to split up to find the items. The boy experienced a strange sensation when he passed through the magic door. But that's how he ended up in the treasury, where he had 10 minutes to choose one treasure. You can only take one item, otherwise the treasury guardians will become angry. Winter River decided to skip the equipment floor and went up to the second floor with potions. Here the guy's gaze was drawn to flasks of elven spring water of divine level. The potion permanently increased HP by $100,000 and restored 5% HP per second. But the constant HP increase decreased with each use, even though it increased attack by 1,000. This would make the guy the strongest representative of his caste, but although this is valuable, it is not unique. So Winter River went up to the floor of the skills section that he wanted to combine with the Pearl. Skill Sword and Blade Whirlwind rank A and Swap Offense Defense rank A attracted a guy. But they weren't good enough to suit his desires. But then, Winter River's attention was drawn to S-rank Dragon Breaker Slash, which increases attack by 150%. What's more, it dealt 25% damage per second for 5 seconds. The potential damage was simply off the charts. But there were still 4 minutes left to choose an item, and the guy decided to look some more. If he doesn't find anything better in the treasure section, he will take the previous item. Suddenly, the boy noticed certificates of class change, but no class was better than his class. One of the monsters stood above them and chose his new class. But then Winter River became worried, seeing the scroll in his hand. It was an S-level replica scroll that contained special powers that allowed the element to be replicated perceptually. It gave a 100% chance to reproduce level 5 items, which is what Winter River needed. He must, at all costs, convince the big guy to choose another scroll. He turned to the bro and said that at their level they were just ants. And if you don't use the hidden class to enhance your powers, why would you even come to the demon god's treasury? But the monster replied that if used correctly, this scroll would be stronger than the class, but this worried the guy. He replied that for them, this scroll was just a waste of time because they might die before they could even use it. The monster thought about it and agreed with Winter River since his class was just a basic warrior, and he doesn't have any rare items worth reproducing. So the hidden class is the best choice for him now. And that was true. But with this scroll, Winter River, as a gold-tier boss, could obtain 2 divine gems. This would increase his chances of getting an SS-level skill. Therefore, you need to take the scroll and return the skill book back, for which Winter River has a minute left. But then someone's powerful hand stopped him. The guy turned around and saw the same big guy who thanked him for the advice. Winter River smiled and replied that he was glad to help. Then the monster offered the guy to be friends and introduced himself as Fakey. The boy extended his hand in response and said that his name was Winter River. The monster added that if the guy ever got into trouble, he would be happy to help. Berserker Fakey himself was a gold-level 55 boss and a traitor to the Church of Light, so it was no surprise that he was able to take over the city. After successfully capturing the 3rd-tier Tranhai city, he earned the right to enter the demon god's treasury. It was a useful enough introduction for both of them, but it was time to go back. At the exit, Winter River immediately saw Cheryl, who asked how he was doing. The guy smiled and replied that everything was not so bad. If so, it was time for them to return and recover after the battle. An hour later, they were back in the swamp, but Cheryl had a new mission for Winter River. He said that, since he already Lord of Haxing City, he really needs the right mountain to move around. In the territory of the Dark faction, except for the City of Darkness and the Foggy City, there are no other cities. This invasion of the entire Tianheng continent took over most of what was previously the land of the Light faction. Near the city of Cloud Beasts in the Purple Flame Bamboo Forest, there is a secret kingdom. They say that rare and precious animals live there, which the guy has to find. So the guy agreed with the system's proposal for a new mission, to find the Secret Kingdom. The Secret Kingdom is called the Secret Kingdom for a reason. Not everyone can find it. The reward for the task was a skill book, and Winter River set off on his journey. But before he got to the Cloud Beast City, he decided to use the Pearl replica scroll asked to remove the item the guy wanted to reproduce from his inventory within 10 seconds.
Otherwise, it will be considered confiscated and will not be found. After which the replication was successful and Winter River received the divine favorite gem. Now he had 2 magic stones in his hands, and the guy decided to try his luck. It was a truly dangerous decision, but Winter River activated them.
After that, the system offered to select the skills he would like to combine. However, the choice was obvious because the guy only had 2 S-rank skills, War Domainy and Seville Trampling. The system notified that when merging, there is a small chance of obtaining an SS-level skill and a high chance of obtaining a more powerful S-level skill. And even though the probability was small, Winter River went for it. His 2 strongest skills began to merge at this moment. Winter River was very worried and wanted to have an SS-rank skill. And then a notification popped up saying that War Domain and Evil Trampling merged and got the skill War Trample SS rank. Winter River couldn't believe his luck because it really is a rarity. The skill required gaining strength in the legs and stomping into enemy units. For 3 seconds after activation, a guaranteed critical hit occurs and a strong suppression effect is created. The skill also creates a powerful airwave that reduces enemy attacks and increases the attacks of allies. Winter River was delighted because the attack speed was significantly increased, and the effect doubled the damage and guaranteed a critical hit. But there was no time to rejoice for long since it was time to cross the mountain. Half an hour later, Winter River entered the Cloud Beast City location, the best city for pets and mountains in Munheng continent. It is a popular Tier 2 location for summoners and knights, loved by locals and adventurers alike. Winter River has entered the Purple Flame Jungle map soon. It looked like a location that wasn't meant for other players. But then the guy heard voices and tensed up, not expecting anyone else to be there. Looking around, he noticed 2 monsters, the minion snakes who wanted to have some fun. They were the descendants of snake gods and people who relaxed in dubious ways. Then Winter River shouted out that snakes should be ashamed to rest in broad daylight. Then the snake turned around and asked angrily, "Who is this guy?" He rushed forward and replied that he was just a spectator. Then he used his War Trample skill, rising above the snakes. With his legs, Winter River was able to create a shockwave that pushed the monster back. The target was dealt 91 damage, and the enemy's attack was slowed by 2.2 seconds. And all this thanks to those 2 S-class skills that merged into 1. After the attack was over, Winter River decided to explore the area further.
However, 2 huge snakes crawled out to meet him.
These were Purple Flame Vipers, level 55 and 200,000 HP, one of the dangerous species that inhabit the Purple Flame Bamboo Forest. There are many of them, and their fangs are deadly poisonous, which makes most people stay away. The guy smiled, and at that moment his title was changed from Master of Darkness to King of Tanti. As a result, Kerr's words either decreased or increased the target's attack by 10%, and the worst happened. And while Winter River was running away, he noticed how the snakes were intertwined together, which seemed shameful to him. But then one of them suddenly attacked the Winter River, and behind her several hundred more purple vipers which had gathered in 10 minutes. And then the time came and the guy used the Black Flame Armor skill. It increased defense by 30% and resistance by 10% for 2 minutes, after which he used the War Trample skill to destroy the snakes. His blow was really powerful and scattered the snakes to the sides. But landing, Winter River realized that this was not enough. So he used the Terrifying Presence and destroyed the Purple Flame Viperal, earning 22,000 experience points. When all the snakes were finished, Winter River happily realized that his skills were perfect. The system congratulated the guy on reaching level 50 and the opportunity to get a promotion. At level 50, you could level up by asking Cheryl for a challenge. But Winter River remembered that the first 10 players would receive cool rewards for this. So the guy called the dragon to tell him where the secret area was. The dragon, having spoken about the north, added that Winter River should not forget about supplying them with weapons. And the guy immediately remembered that he had something for the dragon. He was shocked, because this equipment was insanely powerful, but Winter River did not use it, which means his equipment is even stronger. Then a player approached the dragon. He asked what he was doing, and the dragon replied that he was talking to the boss. The guy immediately realized that it was Winter River who was selling his things at auction. The dragon said that the best equipment in the auction house costs 2,000 gold, and the dragon will give 2,500 for this, to which Winter River happily agreed. The dragon offered a price of 15,000 gold for the ice cloak, as there is no set price for it. Winter River raised the price to 18,000, but the dragon was not satisfied. Then the guy said that he would give a high-quality archer's arrow as a gift. After thinking about it, the dragon agreed to the deal, but it was not only about the price, but also about the desire to maintain a connection with the Winter River. The deal went through as usual, but the gold rate dropped in reality, as many players are constantly withdrawing it. Soon the system showed that 6,250,000 had been credited to the guy's bank account. It was the largest amount of money Winter River had ever had, and he wanted to help his parents. However, excitement got the better of him, and the guy decided to continue and earn even more, but that's not the main thing. After all, the guy got a thrill from the game itself and the battles, especially when the dragon provided all the information. He found out that the highest level player right now is the 15th mage from Meirui at level 44. This made the guy nervous, but he decided not to think about it now and to level up a little more. An hour later, he destroyed many purple snakes and reached level 53. By mixing up your skills, leveling up was very easy, but suddenly a notification popped up that the Purple Flame Viper's rampaging carnage had enraged the Purple Flame Viper King. He was furious, wanting to know who dared to destroy his people. Violet Flame Viper King, Dark Gold Tier Boss, a descendant with a relatively pure bloodline of the Snake God. The guy tensed up, as his level was higher than Trello's and he had already used the Purple Electric Gem. Winter River's attacks can barely scratch his defense, and with the level suppression, there's no way he can defeat him. The snake was furious and wanted to give the boy to the Snake God, but he had other plans. He will definitely move the Snake God to another day on his schedule. For now, he took off his helmet, glad that this was a game he could leave and wait for a safe moment. Winter River wouldn't have had enough strength anyway, and now it was time for him to eat and exercise. While jogging, he called his parents and transferred them some money. The guy said that he now has a good job and salary, so Dad can rest easy after an injury at work, and it's time for the guy to return to the quest. Arriving home, he immediately moved to the same location. Suddenly a rustling sound was heard, like a viper, but the king had left and all that remained was to find the secret kingdom. Turning around, Winter River noticed a suspicious tree that could contain a kingdom. They can be either in trees or in objects high enough for a person to walk through. But this time, even the system made fun of the guy because he was staring at an ordinary tree. He felt that something was about to happen, but he didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly he saw a snake in the distance heading towards him. The snake wanted to avenge his relatives, but the Winter River ordered him to stop. He threatened the snake with his deadly sword and asked it to answer one question. The snake got scared and said that he would answer anything. And the boy asked if the monster knew about the secret kingdom and the treasure hunters in it. The serpent pointed forward and said that there would be an entrance to the kingdom between 3 trees. Then Winter River ordered the snake to count from 1 to 10,000 and not raise its head until he finished. And he himself ran away, realizing that if he destroyed the snake now, the Viper King might sense it. To prevent him from escaping and warning the Viper King, the Winter River had to do this trick. Soon the guy ran to the right place and found the entrance to the secret kingdom. Thus the quest was completed and the boy could receive a reward from the mentor. But he stared at the tree, not believing that there was a whole kingdom inside it, but he couldn't enter it. The power of the Winter River was not enough, so the guy decided not to try anymore. In any case, he is glad that he was able to get the truth from the snake, otherwise he would have had to search longer. 2 hours later, a surprised Cheryl was already praising the student for completing the task in 1 day. He smiled and replied that it was all thanks to his skills. For completing the Winter River quest, I received a rare skill book and 2,500,000 hunt experience. There was an S-class riding skill that improved riding skills and stability by 20% as well as speed. Winter River is crazy formed because now he can ride across the continent on horseback. All that was left was to find a mount, but that was a trifle since the guy was pleased and thanked Cheryl. But suddenly he added that he had officially joined the Dark Faction and became the Lord of Haexen City. As the City Lord, he is responsible for protecting the city, and so he hands over 2 scrolls to the guy. These were A-class undead summons containing a special binding that needed to be torn apart. Once the Dark Swordsman's potential within the boy is revealed, he can tear the scroll to summon Cheryl. Then the swordsman will be able to teach the Winter River a greater skill or help it cope with an insurmountable enemy. But if Cheryl has to come from Haexen City, it may not happen quickly. However, the boy was still grateful that Cheryl gave him these 2 scrolls. They were compensation for the inability to receive tasks from the teacher until the next power increase.
But Cheryl was interested in the main question. Does Winter River want to join the Dark faction? He immediately replied that this was not up for discussion as he knew that this was a test. Then Cheryl asked if the boy would raise his blade against the Light faction. And when he answered positively, he added that he officially acknowledged that Adventurer Winter River met the requirements. And now, Dark Swordsman can advance in his career thanks to finding the Secret Kingdom? But now the Winter River had to fully embrace its dark side. He immediately felt a surge of dark energy, becoming a true Dark Swordsman. And now Winter River has completed his promotion and doubled his star rating. Now he has become the most powerful undead in the history of the Dark Swordsman, wreaking havoc on the human world. The guys received additional rewards, apply 5,000 reputation, and an enhancement orb A-class item. As expected, there are additional rewards for being the first player to advance. Now that the Winter River had entered a new phase, Cheryl suggested that he acquire new skills. There are currently 2 attractive skills, the B-class Evil Spirit passive skill, which emits an evil aura that scares others for 40 gold. And the second skill is Class A Bone Crushing Strike, which deals 150% damage to one enemy and causes a bone destruction effect. The broken bone causes various debuffs, and it all cost 60 gold. To be honest, they are a bit pricey, but both are powerful skills. Here Cheryl asked why Winter River didn't become the mayor of Snowtown. Cheryl heard that the demon god destroyed the city in a massive attack, but Cheryl still recommended that the guy find a suitable city for himself. But Winter River assured the teacher that he knew what he was doing. Cheryl agreed and said that Winter River would now be able to handle the danger well. Having said goodbye to the master, Winter River realized that there was no longer any need to come to this swamp. After that, I decided to look at my reward, which contained an A-class orb enhancement. It was a rare orb that could enhance equipment and make it more powerful. Since it only works on ground gear, using it now will give the guy the best bang for his buck. As a weapon for improvement, Winter River chose his bloodthirsty sword. The Bloodthirst sword weapon has been improved and its attributes have increased significantly. Dark Swordsman Luo Yi's personal sword, although it has lost most of its power, remains a rare weapon. 1300 max attack, almost twice the original. The percentage increase has increased and the skill has been updated. As the sword consumes blood, its power grows. For each kill, attack power increases by 1%. Advanced Blood Drain now stacks an additional 10 layers, meaning an extra 10% attack during big fights. First promotion, now Weapon My Stats update should be off schedule. Known to adventurers as the Child of Eternity, he possesses talent and potential beyond the reach of ordinary people. Over 7,000 attacks, that's more than twice the attack of a gold-tier boss at the same level. It's only a matter of time before the boss reaches Dark Gold level. It's time to run and find this Viper King in the Purple Flame Jungle. And when Winter River found him, he immediately began to provoke him. The Violet Flame, Viper King was insulted by the words and his attack power decreased by 10%. The guy immediately changed his title from King of Taunt to Master of Darkness, increasing his HP by 40%. The king was furious and intended to destroy the Winter River. But the guy used his skill and delivered a powerful kick causing damage. After this, the sword came into play, causing even more damage to the king. He didn't understand what was happening because last time the guy couldn't even break his defense. And now his attacks deal a lot of damage, and Winter River also used Undead Grip. And then a new skill, Bone Crushing Strickle, whose effect reduced Purple Flame Viper King's speed by 30%. The king realized that the boy had become stronger, but for him, these were still games. Then he used Toxic Fog, which causes HP to drop by 5% per second. That's an insane amount of toxic damage, and the Winter River could die in 20 seconds. But since the guy is faster than the king, his physical attacks are no threat. Winter River decided to use the bloodthirsty sword to get his HP back, but the king didn't wait. He dealt a blow, causing the attack to be reduced by 15% and the HP to be significantly reduced. Winter River realized that it was better for him to retreat now, but the king called his descendants. A multitude of snakes crawled out of nowhere, wanting to feast on the guy. But he, oddly enough, was happy, since for him this was a free health boost. It wasn't difficult to destroy them, which caused the guy's HP to rise. He even thanked the king for this, because with such power he would destroy everyone with one blow. He suggested that the king continue, but he was already incredibly angry. He called upon the great Earth God, ready to give him all his help. He wanted to increase attack power by 100%, speed by 50%, and life steal by 50% until the end of the battle. But Winter River was not at a loss because the power of the snake god sounds frightening, but is inferior in speed to War Trample.
while he uses necroslash and bone-crushing strike to slow down the king. He would never touch the guy no matter how much he wanted to, so he attacked. Winter River continued to do this over and over again for half an hour. Gon used his increased speed to dodge. In the end, his attacks were able to finish off the Snake King. For this, the guy earned 20,000 experience points and 28,000 reputation. His level increased to 56, and he decided to immediately check out the rewards for the boss. But then the system said that thanks to 100,000 reputation, the guy called an event, Martial Arts Tournament. As the first player on the server to reach 100,000 reputation, he received a bonus reward, SS Rank Duel Contract. The system offered to sign a contract for a SS class duel. This is a special contract that requires signature by both parties. Once agreed upon, the fight will be to the death. The loser loses all, while the winner takes all. Winter River got tense and decided to use Scroll and check out the new loot. Venomfang Dark is gold level from King Viper and requires level 65 to use. It didn't suit the guy, but he was ready to register for the martial arts tournament. Adventurers can register in any city or light faction town of level 3 or higher. This is what Winter River decided to do, rushing on his way, but then he heard a voice. He counted the numbers up to 10,000, and the guy realized that this was the same snake. Winter River was even touched by this guy's simplicity. After the monster finished, he said that it was time for him to report to the king. But Winter River replied that the king had died at his hands, but thanks to the zeal of the snake, the boy would spare him. And when Winter River asked the snake about his plans, he replied that he would carry out the boy's orders. Winter River liked this and offered the snake to work for him. The snake bowed and replied that it was an honor for him, but the boy ordered him to stand up. Then he asked the snake's name, and it replied that its name was Bobble. The boy found this funny, but Winter River ordered him to stay in this forest. When he takes the city, he may need Bobble's help. The snake was surprised that such a powerful guy didn't have a city, but he replied that he had destroyed the entire city during the attack. And then he promised to become a lord and make the snake a general, so that all the snake women would be his. But then the snake said that he was the female snake, and she would be a female general. Then the boy said it was time for him to go and told the snake to hide until he took over the city. So he soon reached White Crane City and used his stealth art skill to disguise himself. And then the guy, remembering his past experience, accidentally said fake name again. Everyone in town was staring at him again as he searched for the registration desk. Suddenly he noticed a group of adventurers who were crowded around the stone. This was the registration location for the Eastern region, and participants will be randomly matched by the system. If more than 10 losses are accumulated, the player is eliminated and the winners move forward. They progress until a top 10 is determined. You also cannot be matched against the same opponent for 5 matches. The heavenly and earthly classes have not even appeared yet, and at this stage there are only spirit-grade equipment. After registration, if you do not log in and participate at the scheduled time, the player will be excluded and have 2 levels removed. Winter River accepted the conditions and registered, and in 3 days, at 10 Gihard, the tournament will begin. But then a stranger approached Fake Name and asked why a level 18 would go to the tournament. It was a level 36 Thunderhand, a special class Daigon master who said that his opponent would be unlucky to fight him. But Winter River replied that he would show what it was like to want to leave this world, which made Thunderhand incredibly angry. He wanted to send Fake Name back to the rookie village, but he simply left, deciding not to waste time on fools. The city streets were bustling with life, with merchants selling skill books, potions, and weapons. Now that gold can be exchanged, some players have already started doing business. But Fake Name was only interested in the discount on super rare mounts. Mount Stone allowed the mount to be sealed inside for riding, and the donkey was not the fastest, but obedient, hard-working, and loyal. NPCs still refuse to sell bindings to players, but they've been trying to catch this donkey for a long time. Moreover, this merchant is the only one who sells horse-riding bindings. The Fake Name agreed, and the merchant set the price at 1,000 gold. But the guy objected because even though mounts are rare, they are very expensive. So he offered a price of 100 gold. Otherwise, it would be better to wait for this market to improve. The merchant replied that it was too little, but then the guy turned around and started to walk away. However, the merchant stopped him and said that it was okay because over time, this thing would only lose value. So he still gave the false name a donkey for 100 gold. The next second, a huge donkey appeared on the city street. The boy immediately put his foot in the stirrup to climb into the saddle. He then began his journey by activating his passive skill, Shadow Chase. Movement speed has been increased by 40%, but False Name didn't take into account that the donkey might be too fast and stubborn. The boy's skills were not enough to control the donkey, and the animal carried him away from the city to Tanghai. After 2 hours, the donkey crossed into the territory of the Dark Faction. This was the city of Tanhar, the territory of Fichi's brother. The mentor told the boy to find a city that could be used as a base, but for starters, he could join Fakey. The city appeared surprisingly orderly, despite its recent capture. Despite his rough appearance, Fakey was able to bring order here. Winter River decided to go into the town hall, but the guards did not let him in. Then the guy asked to tell Mayor Fakey that he wanted to join Tianhai City. The guard asked to wait and went to the mayor. And Winter River asked the second soldier why he began to serve the Dark Faction. He replied that the previous mayor from the Light Faction was greedy and cruel, and under Fakey's rule the city flourished, so it doesn't matter what faction he is from. Suddenly, a joyful Fakey appeared on the horizon, greeting his friend. The guy said his city was destroyed, so he came here for shelter. Fakey smiled and said that Winter River, on the contrary, appeared on time. The guy tensed up, thinking that this could be another quest. But Fakey said he thinks Winter River is better suited to be mayor, so he offered the guy to take his position, which he clearly didn't expect. It seemed like some kind of trick, but Fakey actually wanted to hand over Tianhai to Winter River, but he couldn't accept it, thinking that Fakey was simply afraid that he would take over his city. So the guy said he didn't want these territories, and if Fakey insisted on it, he would leave. But most likely, Fakey definitely has a reason for this because it's not for nothing that he's the boss. Gold level. Fakey exhaled and invited Winter River to talk inside. When they arrived at Fakey's office, the guy asked what the reason for such persistence was. Fakey said that their tribe used to live on the outskirts of the Light Faction's territory. They were oppressed and forced to work, so there was an uprising, but it did not last long. The Light Faction sent an army that destroyed everything and took away Fakey's 8-year-old sister. After surviving the massacre, he joined the Dark Faction and is still looking for his sister. And now he has learned of her location from the city's past mayor, and Fakey must save her. That's why he wants to give the city under the control of the Winter River. But the guy himself also needs it, since Fakey knew about his history and his transition from the Light Faction to Daniel. In the battle for the City of Darkness, he was killed, and all 9 undead mages died, and the Church of Light finally collected all the orbs formed from their deaths. The guy couldn't believe that Fakey knew about his mentor. But Fakey said that the undead mages were fragments of power left behind by a certain researcher, and if all its parts are put together, it can upset the balance on the Tianheng continent. The Church of Light's goal when collecting orbs is to summon one of the gods they worship. So according to Luo Yi, they were not fighting with Daniel, but with this researcher. But Fakey was not completely sure. The already undead past mayor told him this, but the Church of Light definitely wants to summon the entity against the explorer. They need 100 young girls as sacrifices to cleanse the balls of evil. And among them is Fakey's sister, whom he is ready to save at the cost of his life. He knew that he could die, but he had a way to teleport to her, which meant saving her. Therefore, the system offered Winter River another SS rank side quest. The mission sounded dangerous, and its difficulty changed depending on the guy's actions. But to allow such an honest and kind person as Fakey to sacrifice himself in vain is unacceptable. So Winter River decided to support his friend and agreed to help. Fakey was glad that Winter River was ready to take his place, but he replied that it was so. Now he is ready to help Fakey save his sister, which touched him very much. Now Winter River had a new challenge: to be ready to face the consequences of the confrontation with the Church of Light and save the foxes. There was no penalty for failure, but it would likely mean permanent death. Fakey said that they need to move out no later than 5 days, as they will try to sacrifice the girls, which cannot be allowed. The guy asked for time to prepare, but Fakey did not rush him and offered all the resources of his city. But Winter River only asked if he could get one small position in Tianhai, and then Fakey assigned the guy the not very pleasant status of a bard. But it wasn't that important, and the guy asked if there were any places where you could level up. Fakey replied that in the north there is a flame demon mountain range where there are powerful flame demons. And then a thought came into the guy's head: could these demons have taken the drops? Having figured this out, Winter River decided to buy 3 mountain stones. They can help you get the best reward, but now it's time to go. Winter River soon appeared on the Flame Demon Mountain Range map. The Flame Demon, a level 70 elite monster born from volcanic lava, appeared before him. It was tainted with demonic energy, making them exceptionally tough. An elite monster has a star added to its designation, meaning its stats are higher than those of a normal elite monster. After the poisonous snakes in the jungle, these monsters seem easy to destroy. And suddenly an unfamiliar female voice was heard behind the guy. He turned around and saw a girl looking at him angrily. She immediately recognized the thief Winter River because he had already met with Water, Oil, and Judge Jia. She was an ultra-rare creature found in the vast oceans and had an innate mastery over the elements of water. Winter River also recognized this immortal class boss from the talent test. She clearly held a grudge against the guy, so he decided to pretend he didn't know her. But this made the girl even more angry, as she remembered him very well. She would have recognized him even if the Winter River had turned to ashes. But before she could attack, the guy asked her to stop for at least a minute, and then he asked if they should fight one-on-one. After all, this will lead to the unambiguous defeat of the immortal class boss, that is, the girl herself. Well, unless of course her friends help her, whom she definitely won't call out of shame. But then the clouds opened up, and Jar's voice from above ordered Jia Jia to stop causing trouble. Winter River immediately recognized this voice and already understood that it was the end for him. But suddenly Jia looked at the Winter River and said that he was lucky that she came for the fire monsters. Then Winter River decided to propose a bet. Whoever destroys fewer monsters will have their wish granted. This interested the girl, and she asked what kind of wish it was. Winter River asked, how about they bet S-class items? Jia was incredibly surprised to learn that the Winter River had such items. Suddenly she turned and addressed her dad, suggesting that he attack the guy and take his weapon. The boy replied that there was no dignity in this act because Jia's father was an honorary Kailan, and they could not stoop to such a level. But Jia wasn't interested in the guy's opinion, so the system offered the ambling match quest. One must be fearless to argue with the daughter of Water Keelan in front of her father about who can kill more flame demons. The time limit was 2 hours, and the reward was unknown, but Winter River agreed. Then Keelan told the boy to look at the S-class item one last time, and then she just seemed to disappear into thin air, starting to carry out the task. The next second, she was already aiming at one of the monsters. She created a real water vortex and directed it at the enemy. But as expected from an immortal class boss, even at level 20 she can deal such a lot of damage. It can be seen how water-based attacks are a perfect counter to the flame demon's fire attributes. The guy realized that it was time for him to start too, and suddenly a monster appeared behind him. He struck out, trying to hit the Winter River, but it jumped back. He then ran away to lure more stupid stone monsters. In the end, there was already a whole crowd chasing the guy. The girl, watching this, doubted that the Winter River's strength would be enough for so many monsters. But the guy was absolutely confident in himself, and at that moment he jumped high. He used the skill War Trample, dealing 152 410 damage to the flame demons. Winter River suppressed them for 1.5 seconds and increased his attack by 20%. All enemy units in a 100-100 area have their attack increased by 13% and deal 120% damage. Eventually, the monsters got angry and decided to attack the guy at the same time. But at the last moment, he jumped up, causing the monsters to hit each other. However, they still managed to deal damage with their fire fists, dealing 57,111 HP of damage, and also 1,000 burn damage per second for 10 seconds, but the guy continued to attack. Keelan, watching this, was amazed at the skills of an ordinary adventurer. She couldn't use such skills yet due to her insufficient level and could lose. Half an hour later, all the demons around were defeated, and Winter River had collected a lot of experience. He destroyed 34 monsters and Keelan 12, but that was a lot for her level. But then, something interesting caught his attention. It was as if it wasn't a Keelan, and its mount wasn't real either. After another attack, the girl tiredly sank to the ground. The Winter River immediately threw her a mountain stone, deceiving her by saying that it was a healing potion. Keelan was delighted, thinking that the Winter River did have some decency after all. But suddenly the system abruptly alerted about the capture failure, which angered Keelan. She crushed the stone in her hand, thinking that Winter River wanted to capture her like that, but she was stronger than that. After an hour and a half, Winter River had already destroyed 124 monsters, and Jia had destroyed 78. Unexpectedly, after destroying another monster, the guy received an item. This is part of the Flame Demon set, Forged from Flame, which is a dark gold tier. Soon the 2 hours were up, and the gambling match quest ended with Winter River winning. He extended his hand to the girl, wanting to receive his S-class weapon. The girl pouted and said that she had nothing to give. But if the Winter River wanted her life, then let him come and take it. But she was interrupted by a rough, displeased voice. It was the unknown level Keelan Diel Water who scolded Keelan for her empty words. "They are very powerful, and this girl is ruining their family's reputation." Winter River was shocked to meet a god-level character, as this was the highest-ranked NPC he had seen so far. But the man claimed that this was already their second conversation. And the guy remembered the last time they talked during the talent test, and the conversation was short. But the man praised Winter River for growing so unexpectedly and quickly.
He was embarrassed, but the man said that it was just a fact, and a bet is a bet.
So he handed the guy a scroll. Gia didn't agree with this. Even though it was too much for her, her father put her in her place with just one word. Thus, Winter River received the S-Class Keelan Blessing, which constantly increases the base. The effects of this scroll were insane. The increase in base stats was very extreme. Any player would go crazy for this, but why can't the guy use it? The man asked if the Winter River itself understood why it needed this scroll. The guy asked to enlighten him, and the man replied that firstly to build good relations with the Winter River. He saw potential in his future, so it's a bit of an investment, but there's a catch. Keelan's can sense danger, and Winter River is simply shrouded in a negative aura. The guy couldn't understand how NPS could feel this, but Keelan replied that everything has its time. But now he would like to clarify whether Winter River really did not want to make his daughter a servant. But the guy replied that it was a joke, and he threw the rock just like that because he knew her father was watching. The man then replied that the Winter River was not qualified to ride a watercraft. And then he asked the guy to call his donkey, which surprised him. However, they couldn't think for long, and soon the donkey appeared next to them. Gia laughed, saying that for a Winter River mount, that was funny. The guy got angry, but thought to himself that this was a very promising donkey. And then Keelan said that he would give the boy one more parting gift. After that, a small ball of energy lit up in his hand.
And then he pointed it at the donkey, saying the word, merger.
The system immediately said that the donkey mount had received the trace of Water Shielan's bloodline, changing its potential. So Donkey mutated, greatly increasing his stats and evolving into the Dark Gold Boss Blue-Scaled Beast Mount. He became stronger in appearance and increased his stats, acquiring a trace of the Water Shielan bloodline. Now he has mutated a unique creature with the incredible speed and endurance of a donkey. However, his speed became 6 times that of a donkey, not to mention his attack and defense stats. But Gia told Dad that using blood to enhance a donkey's potential was a waste of power. But he replied that he could not give an adventurer from another world something for free. But let it be a reward for the quest due to Gia's loss, as well as a new task, destroying 1,000 demons. Reward, permanent use of the blue-scaled beast Dark Gold Mount. It has already received 100 loyalty points, but if loyalty drops below 60, the pet may run away. If it is above 80, you can have complete control over your mount and it will never run away. As for IZOA 0 loyalty points, this is incredibly rare, because then the animal will be with the owner for life. But the guy's surprise was interrupted by Keelan, who said that it was time for them to say goodbye. The battle between the light and dark factions was inevitable, and the man was very eager to see how Winter River would perform. The girl finally said the next time she would beat the guy, but he was interested in his donkey.
In order for him to always be strong, he needs to destroy 1,000 demons in the area.
2 days later, Winter River was already very close to its goal. Having destroyed 965 monsters, the guy increased his level to 60 and decided to use his new item. He received it from the Flame Demon. Dark, gold-level Flame Demon boots that increase speed. But then the system said that the martial arts tournament would start at 10 Koza-ur-An with the first elimination round. Once the event began, the guy could either teleport to the competition site or refuse the match. The guy decided not to delay and used the new set. The Flame Demon set consisted of 2 parts, increased HP plus 20%, attack and defense plus 20%.
Also, level 60 increased all the guy's previous stats, attack reached 10,000.
If you collect a full set of Flame Demon Passagian, you can increase all statistics by 10% in 1 minute.
But it was nothing compared to his sword, with which he would now complete his quest.
A couple of hours later, the quest was completed, and the guy received the right to use the blue-scaled beast mount.
Once that was done, it was time to teleport to the tournament.
But suddenly the system said that it had accidentally teleported Winter River to the eastern region of the world martial arts.
And since the guy registered for the tournament under a false name, the system immediately changed his appearance. The guy still wanted to hide his identity, so he didn't change anything and stared at the crowd of players. They were discussing the fight going on right now, where Thunderhand won.
Winter River wanted to teach this fool a lesson, as did the fighter standing next to him. He told Winter River that Thunderhand has been popular lately because he doesn't use armor for protection. Moreover, he even hunted other players, and one of them was Demon Hunter Captain Warrior LV-43.
Suddenly, someone he knew called the man to watch the fight, which is where he went.
Winter River suddenly felt like he had seen these guys somewhere before.
But suddenly, the system warned False Name that his match was about to begin.
He had 3 seconds left before being teleported to the duel arena, which is what he was waiting for.
The boy wanted to meet his old enemies and fight again, but False Name's first opponent was Lone Wolf Barbarian level 34. He thought that he came across an amateur, so he pounced on the guy with a smile. But the blow from his weapon only dealt 1 point of damage to False Name. The barbarian couldn't believe that his attack was so weak. But taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, False Name won with 1 blow. This pleased the self-esteem of the guy, who knew that everyone was in shock. But, looking back, he realized that no one was even watching his fight. Everyone watched the fight of Hunter Captain, already familiar to the guy. He fought a level 40 shield knight whose armor Capian couldn't penetrate. But the captain did not give up, because he was a warrior who could freely switch weapons depending on the situation on the battlefield. This time he had in his hands the bone-crushing Hammerl Strikes with 40% armor penetration effect. With its help, he was able to strike the knight, which caused a lot of damage. Thus, after a couple of blows, the captain was able to win, and False Name was only analyzing the fight. He realized that this game was not just about numbers that determined strength. Thunderhand, standing nearby, said that the captain is the toughest opponent in this group. But, noticing Fake Name, he turned around and started to sneer while being surprised that he had made it to the next round. Thunderhand didn't expect that he would end up in the same group as False Name, but the system had other plans. She teleported False Name to another battlefield to the taunts of Thunderhand. Opposite the guy, there was a level 35 mage who, upon seeing his opponent, suggested finishing this quickly. He certainly had no idea how strong his opponent was, but before he could finish speaking, he received a powerful blow which brought False Name a second victory. However, once again, no one saw this because most of the audience was watching another fight. It was the captain and Thunderhand, the 2 most powerful fighters in the arena. Thunderhand didn't use any weapons at all when he struck the captain. Thunderhand asked, "Is the captain's weapon master skill not working?" And after that he dealt a hard blow to his opponent, causing him to double over. The captain dreamed of fighting the Winter River, but because of this fight, it will not happen. Thunderhand dealt him the final blow, giving him victory. The players were shocked, and only False Name regretted it, thinking that the captain could have done better. The system suddenly warned the guy that the 3rd round was about to begin and teleported him to the Thunderhand. He laughed, calling the guy a shrimp, and said that his luck would end there. The audience saw no point in watching a fight between Thunderhand and a stranger who was only level 18. Everyone wanted to somehow humiliate Thunder River, who was showing off in front of everyone. He even gave False Name the opportunity to hit him 3 times while he was not defending himself. But that was his biggest mistake because the angry guy shut him up with 1 punch. This blow took away 2/3 of the opponent's health, which is unrealistic to do only at level 18. The spectators around looked at the arena with interest. They thought the guy was a newbie, but it turned out he was a master, so everyone started supporting him. But Thunderhand did not give up and planned to attack. He activated the Rift Wave skill, which charges over 5 seconds, after which the opponent delivered a huge blow towards False Name. But this attack only dealt 79 points of damage to the guy. It seemed unreal since it was his most powerful skill. But False Name only needed 1 more blow to destroy his opponent. The system congratulated the guy on reaching the 2nd round of World Martial Arts. It was supposed to start tomorrow at 10 guys, and there was little time left before it. So the guy decided to quickly teleport and go about his business. So he found himself again in the Mountains of Fire Demons, where he decided to test the improved donkey. Speed was already increased by 140%, as was attack by 30% and health by 50%. The guy sitting on top felt like he was flying. With this amazing attachment, your efficiency in destroying monsters will be greatly improved. And with such persistence, he can lure monsters faster and safer. After 15 minutes, the guy gathered a bunch of monsters in one place and destroyed them. This method quickly helped Winter River reach level 61. But after that, there were almost no flame demons left here, and the guy decided to visit the Sword God. Finding himself in the Pavilion of Swords, the guy wanted to ask God about one ritual. Finding a girl was easy. She was training. Hearing the footsteps, she got angry and ordered her not to interfere. The non-destructive energy hit the Winter River straight away, taking away almost all of his HP. He was very lucky to have 1 health point left. The girl, immediately recognizing the Winter River, was surprised by his arrival. No one should know about their relationship, but the guy assured that he came secretly. And he did it not just like that, but to discuss something important. It was difficult to explain the situation, but the guy still decided to complain to her about the Light faction. He said that he couldn't accept their sacrifices in the form of children and wanted to stop the ritual. Hearing this, the girl analyzed what was said for a few seconds. And then she waved it off and said that as the god of the Light faction, she could not help directly. This surprised Winter River, who was already thinking of losing his trust in the Sword God. But the girl sharply replied that the dark swordsman is always evil from blood to soul.
The guy hesitated because he considered himself a kind soul. But then the clouds over the sword pavilion suddenly began to thicken. The girl immediately began to drive away the Winter River under the threat that she would throw him out herself. So the guy had to run away quickly, throwing one thank you to God. After which he took off his helmet and found himself at home to rest before the match and saving people from Fakey. But suddenly a call from Kai appeared on his phone screen. Xiaohan wanted to ask his friend for a favor, and his friend was always happy to help. The guy asked Kai to send spies into the dark faction and find one NPS if he dies.
Then Xiaohan transferred funds to his friend for this operation and told him to expect an interesting story.
There was no time to tell, since by 7 a.m., Winter River was already in Tianhai. He decided to start the rescue mission now, before the tournament began. The boy immediately rushed to the town hall to find Fakey. He was training at the time, and Winter River interrupted his training.
He ran out and shouted that their plan had changed because in 3 hours his sister would no longer be saved.
Fakey was angry that the Light faction postponed the sacrifice time. But Winter River already mentally apologized to his friend for the fact that this was all because of him. The guy decided to lie that there was no time for explanations and decided to listen to Fakey's plan. He replied that he had spent a lot of money to buy the teleportation scroll, and the location had already been set to Tianhai City. After they find their sister, they will need to wait 10 seconds for the teleportation circle to activate back. They will get there through the bond bracelet, which has 3 uses left. Also, within 10 meters they could change places with each other, but the sister doesn't want that. Whatever one might say, they would deal with this later, but for now it was time to hit the road.
It was a huge, dangerous map called Light Court Secret Passageway with a bunch of guards.
They immediately pointed their guns at Fakey and the Winter River, saying that the bishop would punish them for this.
They complained that the dark faction was always causing trouble, especially before the arrival of the gods.
Winter River realized that they had been teleported right into the center of the sacrifice. It was guarded by ship guards, elite level 78 monsters with spears in their hands.
They were brought to trial by the Light faction and did not fear death.
Suddenly, the circle surrounding the children became active.
The guards were surprised and assumed that the gods had decided to leave early in order to punish the uninvited guests.
Then Winter River told Fakey to break through to the barrier and try to destroy it.
And he himself will take on all the security? And no matter how much Fakey doubted, the guy asked to trust him. He did so, and the next moment he rushed at the court warriors.
They grinned and decided to show these 2 impudent warriors their strength of faith.
But before they could do anything, a huge horse appeared in front of them.
The rider, in the person of the Winter River, ordered that the path be cleared for him. The warriors were scared, but it was too late to run as Winter River went on the attack. He used the war jump skill, dealing 2 forties and doing 710 damage to the court guards. It also slowed down their attacks and increased Winter River's attack power.
One of the warriors tried to calm the others, but the running Fakey threw him aside. The warriors understood the enemy's plan and decided to destroy the rider first.
But he repelled the attacks, realizing that it was not he himself who was losing HP from the blows, but his donkey. The children trapped in the circle decided to help the saviors and began to use healing magic. However, Winter River knew that their strength as priest in training was weak and would not change the situation. However, 10 minutes later, the soldiers were already watching the Winter River in horror. They called for the bishop, but he did not come even after 2 hours, when the entire army was defeated. Winter River and Fakey wondered how they could break the barrier in front of them. Fakey couldn't do it, so the guy decided to try it with his own mount.
However, he was only thrown back by the shockwave.
And his blue beast died and could not be summoned for 3 hours. This really surprised the guy, who couldn't understand what the barrier was made of. At this time, Fakey and his sister Lise recognized each other. The fox thanked her friends for trying to save them, but told them to leave as the bishop was already close. He is very strong and dangerous, but Fakey didn't care at all.
He was ready to destroy the barrier at any cost, raising his weapon over it.
After which he hit the barrier with his axe with all his might.
And his same shock thrown back by the wave.
And then it dawned on Winter River that brute force could not be used. Fakey no longer knew what to do and didn't want to fail in the end. The Bishop of the Light Court is at least heavenly in power, and there is no point in fighting him. So Fakey thanked Winter River and told him to return to the city and rule it. After all, Fakey himself will not abandon his sister, but he also does not want his friend to die with them. The quest was also considered complete, but the guy hated sad endings, so he asked for a bracelet. So he can change places with Liz thanks to the bond bracelet. However, Fakey's sister didn't want her brother to suffer, and he doesn't want to leave her, so the guy himself will take her place. But Fakey couldn't let Winter River sacrifice itself for his sister and himself. But Winter River shouted that the baby was about to die, and Fakey allowed himself to doubt. Moreover, the Winter River will definitely find a way to get out, and, already believing in the guy's words, Fakey nevertheless gave him his bracelet. Winter River was able to easily put the green ring on his wrist. He then looked at Liz and told her not to be like her brother and to teleport away quickly. She looked at her brother and still decided to take this step. The next second, the system announced that the Winter River was in the captured zone. There's no teleportation here, but he still ordered Fakey and his sister to leave. Fakey thanked his friend for saving his sister and added that his life is now in his hands. The little girl also wished for the Winter River to return, but then the bishop appeared. He shouted that no one would ever be able to leave him. But Winter River extended his hand and shouted that they had had enough of the undead. And the next second, a bunch of energy fell on the bishop. This meant the beginning of a brutal struggle. The bishop was furious that someone was blocking his way. Winter River replied that it had already happened, so why ask? Before he could finish speaking, the bishop stared at him with a hateful look. He recognized the Winter River and added that he would tear him to pieces today. After which he began to release small fragments that deal a lot of damage. They started hitting children who had no chance of survival. Winter River realized that this was a sacrifice for the god of light. The bishop laughed, but Winter River, even though he knew they were all NPS, couldn't just watch. But he himself was trapped. But he remembered the words of the sword god that he was the darkness. Then he ordered the old man to stop, threatening him with the power of his blood. He ordered the bishop to let everyone go, otherwise the guy himself would die and the ritual would not be completed. But the bishop only smiled and asked how he imagined it. And then he reached through the barrier and grabbed the guy by the neck. He didn't understand how such a brat could defame the ritual, and he was going to finish him off himself. Winter River didn't expect the bishop to be so powerful. But suddenly, the system announced the start of the second stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Everything went according to plan, and if the enemy was too strong, the guy could teleport to the tournament site and avoid the battle. And so he did, sparing only the innocent little girls and surprising the bishop. The guy teleported to the tournament where the 100 best players of the eastern region will be determined. On his arm remained a bracelet created by the god of time and space before achieving divinity. It was meant to protect those he loved, and it could be very effective. However, there was only one use left, but now it was necessary to focus on the tournament. Seeing his opponent, the assassin recognized the bald guy who had recently become popular. But before he could even be truly surprised, he was cut down by the sword of the false name. He also realized that the players in this round still did not pose a threat to him. Therefore, I decided to quickly finish the following fights. So Fake Name entered the third round of the World Martial Arts, which will take place tomorrow at 10 baht. Sir, Narin Chinin Senwen, the guy only hoped that during this hour of his absence the bishop had already left. After which I entered the Light Court secret map again. He saw the sad bishop sitting on the ground and thought that the harvest had failed. However, light was pouring from above and a strong energy could be felt. Looking up, the guy noticed the incredibly beautiful Seraph Uriel, the level 80 boss. Because of the unfinished sacrifice, he could not fully display his absolute power. But upon noticing the guy, the bishop immediately began to complain to Uriel that it was all his fault. Winter River thought he was finished, but suddenly his bracelet sent a teleportation request. The guy realized that this was Fakey's doing and immediately agreed. The next second, an unfamiliar knight appeared in place of the Winter River. It was Chive's knight LV-46 who didn't understand what had happened to him, and Winter River at this time found himself right in Fakey's room. The guy immediately asked how he teleported him without changing places. Fakey replied that it was thanks to Liz, who found the traitorous adventurer and forced him to wear the bracelet. Hearing this, Winter River was surprised by the actions of the child of the dark faction. Fakey laughed and handed the boy the pendant, saying that it was for saving their lives. The fox also thanked the savior and said that she would repay him when she grew up. Fakey's gift was an incredibly powerful necklace that increased attack and HP by 20% and 30%. It required one level to use and had 2 special skills. Then the fox came to the Winter River and asked what happened to the other girls. The guy immediately lowered his eyes and said with difficulty that he couldn't save them. The fox's eyes widened as she couldn't believe it, but the guy added that they were still able to stop it. But the Light Faction's court has summoned a spirit-level boss and they won't just let Lise escape. Fakey got angry and said that if they came for them, he would destroy every fool. Winter River encouraged his friend and suggested that they become stronger together. In this way, they will be able to overcome the court of the Light Faction, whose bishop reported to the Seraphim. He felt ashamed for not noticing the dark swordsman. Uriel angrily said that it was not he who should have descended into this world, but a more powerful angel, Michael. The bishop apologized and added that the adventurer who teleported here was from Tianhai City. Seraphim ordered to get the guy so that he could punish him himself. The bishop became worried as Uriel's strength had not yet fully recovered. He stared at the old man and asked, "So what?" The bishop became frightened and immediately took his leave, adding that the seraphim is always right. And he himself thought that with Uriel's help he could get rid of the boy. And while the seraphim was restoring his strength with the help of baths and other bishops, everyone received a system notification. It said that the Winter River had drawn the ire of the Light Court and triggered the main quest, the struggle between light and darkness. The players were indignant because as soon as the Winter River appeared, problems appeared. The guy himself received an exclusive main quest storyline, which he was not very happy about. He was the SS difficulty as the conflict intensified and the first direct confrontation between light and darkness was about to begin. The goal was to defeat Divine Uriel, the six-winged seraph, which seemed impossible. How could a normal player destroy a god, especially since the attack will happen at 10 sharis in 3 days? Due to the high difficulty of the siege, only adventurers of level 40 and above can participate. Adventurers below level 40 can visit the Bright Court to receive divine blessings and valuable rewards. And Winter River, as a boss protecting the city, will die if defeated. And if it goes beyond its borders, it will lower its stats and level to 20. Then the boy turned to Fakey and suggested that he and his sister escape from Tianhai.
But Fakey said that all this started because of him and he will not abandon the Winter River.
Moreover, this way he will be able to avenge his destroyed people. Lys also did not retreat, wanting to avenge the girls destroyed by the court. This touched Winter River, who understood that they were here for him. But he also understood that in these 3 days they all needed to become stronger.
So the boy left the city to try out his necklace and come back stronger in 3 days.
At this point, he had a full set of equipment. The necklace, although not of high class, contained a fragment of the creator's power to help others survive in desperate situations. Faith had a passive S-class, as did Dath, tied to the necklace description. Both Faith and Oath are fragments of power left by a god, and the skill descriptions explain how to activate them. Suddenly, a notification said that Winter River's power had reached a new level, and he was now in the Dark Gold Boss status. The Dark Master title has been upgraded to the Dark Preludel, increasing HP by 300%. Winter River didn't expect to reach the Dark Gold Boss and decided to check the statistics. Now at level 61, the guy had 458,000 HP, as well as increased attack and defense by almost 1,000. The description said that when the Court of Light descends, the evil dark swordsman will be the first to fall. But then the boy's joy was interrupted by the fox, who ran towards him. Out of breath, she said that she wanted to thank the guy again and give him a bracelet. It was the same bracelet, but it still had 3 uses left. The fox replied that the bracelet was tied to its owner, so even if you gave it to someone else, it would return to the owner after the other person died. Now the bracelet belonged to Winter River, as did the scroll that improved riding skill. He was helped by a scroll of intermediate riding skill that improved attributes while riding. Winter River thanked the girl because he really would need these items. Smiling, Fox ran to her brother, wishing the Winter River good luck. And the guy used the intermediate riding skill scroll and improved the donkey's stats. After improving the Winter River's riding skills, the donkey's stats improved significantly. But compared to Uriel, the gap is still large, and over time, his strength will undoubtedly grow. Moreover, he has 2 forbidden curse skills. Going to the Sword God for help now is dangerous, as the Light faction will not like it. So Winter River decided to go to Fire Demon Mountain to level up to 62. This partially satisfied Winter River, who decided to continue everything tomorrow. But first, he decided to sell his unnecessary equipment to the dragon. He was as always surprised by the high level of the equipment, but since it improved his guild, the dragon bought it all.
So 724 million was credited to the guy's account, but then the dragon suddenly said that his guild would also participate in the siege.
He is a leader and has no right not to support his own, so he hoped that the Winter River would understand him. He replied that it was no problem, but kindly advised the dragon to stay away from him during the fight. After that, I switched off, took off my helmet, and decided to get some sleep. At 7:30 a.m., he was already in the game and decided to check the northern area of the Fire Mountain. After 30 minutes, the guy found himself on a map of the world's lakes. On its shore sat an ordinary fisherman who was an NPC. Winter River didn't understand how there could be a common NPC in the Dark Faction's territory, so Winter River decided to check what was going on. But suddenly the fisherman turned to him and asked the Dark Swordsman if he was interested in fish. Then he handed the guy a fishing rod and invited him to keep him company for a while.
Winter River didn't understand who this old man was, who immediately saw him as a dark swordsman.
However, he took a fishing rod and accepted the fishing quest. The old man smiled and decided to set a condition for the competition.
If the Winter River wins, the fisherman will give him the best fish in this lake.
But when the boy asked what would happen if he lost, the old man replied that he would take nothing. Fishing together is already a favor, and the swordsman agreed to a B-class quest. His task was to catch more fish in 1 hour than the old fisherman. There was no penalty for losing, which made the quest the best gambling game of all time. Finally, the old man decided to start the game, but suddenly stopped. He asked the guy to wait a second, but he had already cast his line.
And a moment later, he pulled a big carp out of the lake.
It had tender meat and high nutritional value, increasing HP by 5% for 5 minutes. Winter River was surprised that the fish had such a cool effect. But then the old man's voice was heard saying that this did not count, since the game had not yet begun. The boy did not argue, thinking that the old man was not good at fishing, but really loved to play. Well, then the guy cast his line after the fisherman's signal and pulled out another carp. Then he turned to the old man, who was silent with envy, and said that he would now be surprised. After 20 minutes, the Winter River already had a lot of fish, unlike the old man. He was angry, thinking that the guy was pretending to be a newbie, but was actually an excellent fisherman. In the end, Winter River was even able to pull out a rare Class A thunder turtle. When used, HP increases by 20% for 10 minutes. The old man already thought that the guy was cheating, since it was impossible to pull out so much loot in half an hour. But Winter River replied that the old man could not accuse him of cheating. After all, the Winter River did everything before his eyes. Then the fisherman pointed to the water.
It began to bubble and threw an S-Class azure fish onto the shore.
But suddenly the water began to boil again, and the old man decided to warn the guy. He said that the Winter River shouldn't be fished here anymore, and if he pulled anything out of the lake, there would be trouble. The boy asked what exactly was in this lake, but the old man angrily replied that the dark swordsman always brings trouble with him. He was able to catch fish from this lake, but ordinary adventurers would not have been able to do this. The rules force the Winter River to the side of light, but the lake has a special seal. Otherwise, if he wants to stay alive, it is better not to fish here. But the old man also realized that the will of this warrior was too strong, which affected the inhabitants of the lake.
The system notified that Ralph's hatred towards the guy increased by 100 points.
The name Ravage Wind Ralph seemed familiar to the Winter River, and then he remembered the table of leaders of the Dark Faction, where he definitely saw him. This old man is one of the top 7 warriors of the Dark Faction. Ralph realized that the swordsman recognized him and advised him to stand for the Dark Faction. The guy assumed that he would be supported by the demon gods. The old man replied that this was unlikely since they were here to observe, not to participate. Then the guy asked why the gods of the Light Faction were active, but Ralph replied that Winter River had angered the entire Light Court, so it was not Uriel's personal offense, but something more. It seemed strange. Would the gods of the Light Faction really break the rules out of resentment? But the old man did not answer, saying only that let the azure fish be a sign of support for the swordsman.
He told the guy not to die early, but from now on he's on his own.
But Winter River said that he was not asking to fight, but only to help with delivery and advice. As a token of gratitude, he was ready to share the turtle, but the old man silently disappeared. The guy didn't have time to understand what was happening before the system notified him about the imminent start of the 3rd round. The guy had to teleport to a tournament where the top 100 players would be. The system also warned that after winning 8 rounds, the guy would be able to move on. Winter River decided to look at the capabilities of the Azure Fish Ralph S rank.
It was imbued with the essence of water and could restore 10% HP per second for 10 seconds.
The additional effect increases base HP by 100,000, but can only be activated once. The demon god was generous, but there were 3 seconds left before the round began. At the end of this time, the system teleported False Name to the arena. His opponent was a level 49 warrior, but he didn't even have time to be afraid of the strong newcomer. He used freezing and then broke the ice with the guy into pieces. And when the fight was over, the guy heard someone shouting his real name. People were actually crowded and looking at the Winter River. He was level 50 and everyone was confident of his victory. This imposter was a special class swordsman and acted self-confident. The players knew something was wrong, but they couldn't figure out what, so they just refereed the fights.
The real dark swordsman was angry that someone dared to impersonate him. He's been hiding in the shadows for too long, but now it's time to show those fools what's what.
At this time, fake Winter River used the same techniques as the real one. This made those around him believe the lie even more.
Suddenly, the fake's opponent decided to surrender and asked for mercy.
Winter River smiled and did it with great favor, broadcasting live. And then he told the viewers that for 10,000 he would add them to his chat and raise everyone's level. Suddenly, a level 53 warrior named Tarek, standing nearby, said that this was definitely not the Winter River, since his rare class was almost impossible to obtain. But False Name, seeing the warrior class Dragon Knight, realized that it was a rare, legitimate class and was envied by many. After all, he can get a dragon as his pet at the end of the game. The boy asked the warrior to tell everyone the truth about the fake, but he replied that he saw the dark swordsman. He is confident in his words and went to tell everyone about it. But few believed him, so False Name decided that he had to meet the fake in the arena. If he keeps winning, he's definitely going to run into that guy. The main thing is that no one finishes him off before that. Soon Fake Name won in 6 rounds, which meant the final was close. At this time, many even surrendered to the Winter River without a fight, asking for mercy for their clan in the future. This was very flattering to the false warrior, who had originally created this image for himself as a joke. But now everyone was confusing him with the real Winter River because he even learned the skill of jumping during the battle. Since then, he decided to cash in on the glory of Winter River by getting weapons from clans for free. No one even tried to fight him until one point. False Name appeared in the arena, looking angrily at the Winter River. He thought that it would be easy to defeat this young man, but his opponent's calmness made him wary. He anxiously asked the guy if he was going to fight. But the guy just raised his head and asked if this loser was really Winter River. People immediately picked up on the general doubt, saying that the fake had specially studied evil trampling. Then the guy asked the fake to answer honestly how much benefit did he get from posing as Winter River. But the fake did not confess, deciding to teach this guy a lesson so that he would shut up. People were skeptical because many of them had only seen the Winter River on video. Eventually, the fake got tired of these arguments and he decided to strike. But then, unexpectedly, False Name's foot was quickly at his forehead. And then Winter River threw off his false name disguise, revealing himself. Full of anger, he asked the guy one last time, who is he and why did he do this? The audience was shocked to see 2 Winter Rivers in the arena. The fake guy lay pinned to the ground, trying to figure out what happened. And having guessed, he replied that he was just a fan who was ready to give away half of what he earned. But Winter River refused in a rage and ordered that every penny be returned to everyone from whom he had taken money. Fake laughed and said that the army of the Light faction is already ready, so there is no point in returning anything. Then Winter River destroyed the fake with one swing of his sword, warning everyone not to copy him. Then he announced live that he does not collect donations and that in his name it is always a scam. Some players regretted sharing weapons with the fake, but they were surprised that Winter River became a boss. Suddenly the system notified that the name Winter River was used by many players and is now banned. But Winter River will be able to gather its assets through the support system. And now it was time to start a new fight with the Dragon Knight, who was waiting for it. He couldn't believe that Winter River was so good at hiding, but it was commendable. However now, Therichi level 53 dreamed of fighting Winter River, so he rushed towards the guy and dealt 134887 points of damage. However, the Bonebreaker status was activated, reducing the enemy's speed by 20%. Then Winter River smiled and said that he was very interested in the opponent's class and asked to add him as a friend. Therichi realized that it was useless to compete with the Winter River and accepted the request with surprise. Winter River was sure that the dragon would definitely have connections with the dragon race. So the guy could have a pet dragon, so he offered to talk to his opponent after the tournament, destroying him with one blow. So Winter River was able to advance to the 4th round of the tournament. Now he teleported back and noticed that the water in the lake had become denser. He thought the old man was there, but said he was too weak to save anyone now. So he turned around and was about to leave, but a bright light caught up with him. Suddenly Ralph appeared in front of the Winter River and said that he had fulfilled the request. The boy thanked the old man and invited him to visit and enjoy the turtle. So they reached Tianhai City together. Soon he, Fakey, and Lise were already inhaling the delicious aroma of food. The old man said that this turtle is very tasty even without the buff.
The system has notified that the pleasantness rating for Wind of Obliteration, Ralph, has increased by 200 points. When you first used the turtle, the basic attack of the Winter River also increased.
The effect is so strong that the guy will have to keep some in his inventory. However, the old man said that the taste of food is also very important, but the guy stuck to this in real life. 15 minutes later, all that was left of the turtle was its spiny shell. Having finished, everyone went out to see Ralph off, who liked the Winter River. Saying that the other demon gods were also keeping an eye on him, Ralph disappeared. After which, Winter River said that it was time for him to go and train. 30 minutes later, he was already in the Goblin Forest. He himself did not know that he would stumble upon this location. However, The enemies did not keep us waiting long, appearing from the thickets. These were goblins, level 80 healer monsters. Goblins are evil, humanoid creatures known for being strong but extremely cunning. The guy was scared that the goblin was a 3-star elite monster that was friendly to newbies. But in this game, they were insanely strong and looked threatening. One of them, the Goblin King, a level 85 dark gold boss monster, recognized the Winter River. He was good with an axe, loved battles, and was extremely cruel and cunning. The king ordered his goblins to attack to bring back the head of the light faction swordsman. He wanted to receive rewards and for the light faction to accept them into their ranks. But the guy was more frightened by the size of the Goblin King, which was no less than 3 meters. And then this big guy started attacking with his axe. However, the Winter River's pet did not allow him to get through to his owner. He retaliated with his hooves, dealing over 167,000 damage. Moreover, the skill increased attacks by 20% and decreased the Goblin King's attacks by 8%. And while the king slowed down for 1.5 seconds, the guy attacked. But the king was still strong and stared at the donkey, which was moving quickly. Too fast, which was dangerous and inconvenient. So the king decided to first destroy the animal by swinging his weapon. This caused damage to both the guy and his pet, which was damaged by 300%. Winter River was left alone, realizing that he would not defeat this boss easily. But these were not all the trump cards Zimnereka had with which he rushed into the attack. He used a bone-crushing sword strike skill, due to which the enemy's damage is reduced by 15% for the next 30 seconds. It was a great skill that worked well against monsters with humanoid structures. The king was the perfect test subject for his test. Winter River was no longer afraid of even the crowd of goblins, being confident that he would destroy them all at once. But first the king had to be dealt with, and the boy jumped up. And then he delivered his signature jumping attack, dealing a ton of damage. There was one last blow of the sword left before it was all over. As a result, for defeating the Winter River boss, I received 6,500 reputation points, and also additional points, increasing his level to 63. The guy immediately decided to check what the boss dropped for him. Thunder Axe Class Dark Gold. It increased attack by 40% and its speed by 20%. It was a heavenly weapon that could release electrically charged strikes. Also dropped a bulk-up class, allowing pets to increase attributes. The effect depends on the potential of the recipient. And also a B-class treasure map dropped, meaning both items were amazing. Although the map didn't look very good, the one the guy checked when he attacked the Ice City was worth a lot. This was a rare S-class treasure map that promised a lot of treasure. The system also warned that this map was dangerous because the treasure was hidden in a terrible place. This mission was extremely dangerous. However, judging by the level of the destroyed boss, he should have a limit on the level of rewards. But this map is too difficult for this dark gold boss, which means it is very rare. After activating the map, the system gave the coordinates of the treasure and warned that it would disappear in 3 days. According to the data, the treasures were located in a fallen fortress unknown to the guy. It was said on the forum that this is the main city with the first rank in the territory of the Dark Faction. Inside it is a mysterious passage that leads to Purgatory, the city of the fourth of the 10 great demon gods, fallen angel Scylla. After reading this, Winter River realized that the treasure was indeed in an absurd place. Even if the demon god finds him, he will be able to talk to Ralph because they are both from the Dark Faction. In the meantime, it would be worth improving your writing skills by increasing the strength of the attachment. Thanks to this, the beast successfully ascended to become a mount at the level of the spirit boss. Now the donkey's level has reached 60, its movement speed has increased by 180%, and its attack has increased by 75%. He still has the stamina of a donkey and a speed that beats any stretch of the imagination. The guy stroked his mount and said that he was really lucky. Climbing into the saddle, Winter River told the beast to head for the fallen fortress. He immediately jumped up and rushed off at great speed. So they were there in just half an hour. However, the walls of the fortress were very high, more than 30 meters. Then the guy decided to use his jumping skill. He jumped up to test his strength and see if he could get over the wall. Already in the jump, he realized that he was only a little short. However, at the last moment, he was able to grab hold of the ledge with his hand. And then he pulled himself up and jumped up, breathing a sigh of relief. The wall was guarded by Dark Faction guards whose skills were hidden. Winter River also decided to hide and waited until the guard left. And then he slipped past him unnoticed, and 5 minutes later he found himself at TR City Cord's mansion. The fact that the guy would have to enter the house of a demon god terrified him. In this case, entering through the door was dangerous, so he decided to climb through the window. So the guy was able to get into the city lord's mansion. However, before he had time to look around, a creature with enormous energy appeared in front of him.
It was a girl who clearly considered Winter River's actions to be very impudent. The guy couldn't believe that the map led him to a battle with a real fallen angel. So he asked the Wasp girl to stop and said that he was also from the Dark faction. But the angel replied that even a dark swordsman had to explain such a misunderstanding, breaking into her room. Seeing the angel's name Scylla, Winter River remembered her. After all, she is the 4th strongest member of the Dark faction. Moreover, she is even stronger than Ralph, so Winter River decided to be careful. He explained that he had come in search of treasure, and that the map had shown him the place. Scylla found this funny because the guy came into her room to look for treasure. Could it be that he was lying, and instead of the treasure he was looking for her herself? These actions seemed uncivilized to Winter River, and if Scylla had been from another faction, he would have condemned her. But he did not show his surprise, and only replied that the map could have been wrong. But Scylla stood up and replied that she would give the Dark Swordsman a chance to find the treasure. But if the guy fails, an interesting ending awaits him. The system offered Winter River a D-rank task: find treasure. He agreed, because if he had refused, it would have definitely meant the end of him. The guy immediately remembered the exact coordinates and asked if he could start. The girl replied that he could search as much and as far as he wanted. Then Winter River took out his sword and said that he would look right here, after which he began to dig the ground in the room with it for half an hour. All this time Scylla watched the guy's efforts, after which she decided to give some friendly advice. Her personally curated collection of ferocious beasts is stored in order below this level. Although the guy thought that he just hadn't gotten to the bottom of it yet, Scylla was already thinking about how to destroy him. But then a bright spark appeared below, pierced by the guy's sword. Scylla looked down in surprise because she herself didn't know that there would be treasure here. It was an extremely rare natural ore. She also perfectly matched. It contains the qualities of other ores, so it is the best option for making weapons. Divine level ore was indeed a good treasure. Scylla was surprised that this was the real spiritual crimson ore that she was missing to strengthen her soldiers. Winter River, watching the girl, reminded her that it was he who found the treasure. She turned her gaze to the guy and asked why he was unhappy. After all, he helped her create a divine soldier, which means she will reward him. This was the reward for completing the mission, S-rank Fallen Feather. The Fallen Angel's Feather did much the same as a normal Angel's Feather, granting the power of flight for 30 minutes. Winter River was delighted because this meant that he would be able to attack those on the ground from the sky. Scylla also added that the guy was lucky because no one else on the Tianheng continent had the power of flight. Winter River thanked the angel and added that it would help him in the battle with Uriel. Scylla replied that there was no need to thank him because it was a mutual exchange, and she also wanted to equalize the guy's strength with Uriel a little. She also added that she would be watching this fight, which surprised the guy because usually players watch NPS, and not the other way around. But then Scylla shouted out that Uriel was the true god, and watching the deadly fight between the god and the dark swordsman, just thinking about who will come out on top is enough to make anyone's heart skip a beat. Winter River was a little indignant about the talk of a mortal battle, but in any case, Scylla said that the guy's work was finished, after which the air around the guy began to thicken sharply. It was as if he was sucked into a whirlpool of air. And then he was teleported to another place, causing him to fall into the lake. Upon emerging, Winter River noticed that the woman clearly had bipolar disorder, after which he decided to return to the city to sell Fakey's thunder axe to increase his powers. But when he found his friend, he caught him in the middle of a fight. He trained his soldiers who could not defeat him and asked for rest. But Fakey replied that Tianhai was at the forefront of the war between the light and dark factions, so they must train harder to protect their family. But then he noticed Winter River, who handed him an axe and asked if Fakey needed it. And when he extended his hand, the guy handed him the weapon. Fakey, having tried it, noticed that this axe was incredibly good. Then Winter River said he would give it to him for 50,000. But Fakey replied that he spent everything on the city and does not take taxes from citizens, so he does not have much money. Winter River was then stuck in a moral dilemma and asked if Fakey had any similar weapons to trade. But he had only one precious item that he always had up his sleeve. He hoped to use it when his skills were suitable. It turned out that it was an S-rank time ball containing a piece of the time god's consciousness. The ball could permanently reduce the cooldown of the owner's abilities by 30-60%. It seemed surprising to Winter River that Fakey had such a treasure. Taking it, the guy said that they, as brothers, could exchange. But Fakey suddenly fell silent and wanted to object. But Winter River said there were no buts. But Fakey still added that the Thunder Axe was nothing compared to this ball, and he could not give it away just like that. These are the rules of Tianheng, and none of its residents can do this. But Winter River promised that he would definitely wear the best weapon for the exchange, and for now, this gift could greatly help them in the battle. Fakey agreed, but to do so, they needed to make a pact with the god of contracts. Winter River swore that within 2 months he would return an item equal to a vale to his brother Feiqi. May the heavens strike him down and destroy him if he does not keep his word. So the guy got a mission equivalent exchange of difficulty A, where he had to give Feiqi a thunder axe and a treasure equivalent in value to a time bead. The restriction was 2 months, but all this was nothing compared to the power the guy could use now. Now he needs to use every opportunity because if it weren't for the gift from Teacher Cheryl, Gerber would have destroyed him back then. Fakey suddenly apologized and said that he was not stingy and he did not feel sorry. But these were the rules. And this was the only way they would defeat Uriel.
They must fight against injustice in this world for the sake of those they love.
Winter River was silent, looking strangely at Fakey, which surprised him. The guy was simply surprised at how sensitive Fakey was to the MPS, but replied that they would fight for each other. And now he needed to have time to raise his level, and also check the action of the time ball. After activating it, Winter River used the war trampling skill. The ball immediately began to emit an insanely bright glow. Light enveloped the boy, reducing the cooldown of the SS Rang war trampling ability by 50%. The reload time has changed from 1 minute to 30 seconds. This skill now increases movement speed plus 300%, attack speed 200%, and jump speed. This attack will deal 200% damage and critical hit, and will also create a strong suppression effect. It also creates a strong wave of energy and deals 120% damage to all enemies and reduces their attack.
Increases the strength of allies within a 100 square meter radius. It seemed unrealistic, so the guy decided to try it on goblins.
Upon meeting them, Winter River decided to use his skill for 30 seconds. He took his time and mockingly allowed his enemies to surround him. 5 minutes later, Winter River jumped up and used the skill. The goblins couldn't believe it because it was impossible to cause such damage in seconds. The guy's level immediately increased to 64, but now he had to prepare for something else. The next day, the 4th round of the martial arts tournament began.
This time there will be only 4 fights and only 10 participants will reach the final.
The number of competitors has been significantly reduced, and the size of the arena has increased. Seeing the Winter River, his level 50 opponent with the status of a thief was surprised, but then he said that he really wanted to fight him. Immediately after these words, the King of Thieves used his talent, Sneak.
But before he could use it, he was struck by an energy wave of enormous force. Winter River only replied that his enemy wanted trouble. The audience was shocked that the guy won with 1 punch, and when a new rival appeared before him, he even asked the guy to teach him this. Winter River feigned respect for his opponent and said that he would do everything. But the girl shot him with her staff using her soul control skill. Winter River didn't have time to react, and the opponent was able to control him.
The soul sorceress thought that her opponent was too self-confident since he didn't attack her right away. She was level 52, and even Winter River thought her reaction was good.
But does she really think she can control him?
Using his basic energy, the boy broke the spiritual shackles.
The girl couldn't believe it because the control couldn't be broken by physical force alone.
But before she could understand everything, Winter River again destroyed the enemy with 1 blow. The guy himself did not understand how he was able to avoid the power of control, but he thought that it was all about his status as a dark swordsman. He decided to observe his opponents and look for the stronger ones among them. Not far away, the guy saw a crowd of people rooting for a certain captain. He stood in armor opposite a practically naked guy, calling on him to get dressed. After all, he couldn't handle him without equipment, but his opponent only exhaled. And then he replied that armor would only slow him down. His name was Gourd of Wine, which was level 57 and the status of a divine shadow. So he told his opponent not to worry, as he was taking the fight seriously. The captain got angry and said that the opponent would pay for his arrogance. But as soon as he approached the wine kiva, it seemed to disappear. The captain's sword simply pierced the air in front of him. But in reality, Kiva simply appeared behind the captain at lightning speed. He didn't have time to understand what happened and how his opponent could move so quickly. Thus, Wine Kiva defeated his opponent with 1 blow. Even Winter River was surprised because this guy destroyed the captain of the strongest guild in the eastern region. And Winter River couldn't even follow the movements of this man. A certain autumn wind from that guild said that he was always amazed at the strength of this guy without clothes. The girl named Rain and the mysterious flowers agreed with her opponent. But then Winter River approached him and asked if he had challenged him in the Dark City. The autumn wind, having spoken before of the power of the wine bunch and that it would defeat the Winter River, recoiled. He was shocked.
and shouted the name of the Winter River too loudly. Everyone immediately crowded around the guy, asking him about his mood for the fight. Wang Kiva, wanting to attract all the attention to himself again, called Winter River, and then he said that he hoped the guy wouldn't disappoint him. Winter River advised Wine Cluster to relax, as he would give it his all. And the guy himself was sure that this fight would be his best battle. Finally, he came across an interesting opponent, but for now he was teleported to the autumn wind. He threw up his hands and said that he had used his anger to attract attention.
And even if he loses now, the Winter River will never defeat the captain of their guild.
Winter River asked with interest, "What's so special about it?" The autumn wind said that he would not tell this to such a fool. And then he turned around and trudged out of the arena, knowing that he would lose, but he really wanted to see the fight between the gold-level boss and the dark swordsman. Winter River won automatically, but regretted not learning anything. However, after the fight, he promised himself to look at the forums. Battle after battle, Zimnya won, destroying its enemies. So he entered the top 10 players, and the last round was waiting for him tomorrow. Having teleported, the guy decided to look up Kiv Vin's name on the forum. But there was little information there, and it became clear only that he was the first to create a guild in these places and challenge the Winter River. This was clearly done to attract players' attention to the guild. But since there was no interesting information, the guy took out a second map of the hidden treasures. After 15 minutes, he was already at the location indicated in the coordinates. B-rank companion stones needed to catch the pet. Although Winter River didn't know how high the chance of finding a new pet was, it was better than nothing.
Now with so many cool items, the guy can move on to the next boss level.
Eternity map is too big and some players like to explore it. This way, they will record the general position of various monsters on the map and share them for free. Looking at their description, Boss Martin should be the weakest. It was this that the Winter River decided to destroy in order to raise its level, and after 40 minutes, thanks to the donkey, it was in place. The guy immediately saw a sleeping male spirit muttering something in his sleep. This was ascetic, Martin, a level 85 spirit boss, who used to be an ordinary worker striving to be better. He couldn't handle the pressure of being the boss, so he decided to lie in the wilderness before accidentally eating a poisonous mushroom and dying.
And then turn into an angry spirit that remained in the human realm, and his attack was only 5!
Despite this, Winter River still decided to challenge him.
He consumed a piece of Thunder Turtle and all his stats increased by 20% for 10 minutes. And then the guy used a killer jump skill on the boss?
However, ascetic, Martin activated the passive talent without worldly desires, and all the damage was returned to the source of the damage. This blow destroyed the guy's mount, and now it was inaccessible for 3 hours.
The ghost suddenly jumped up and asked what was going on.
Winter River himself couldn't answer, surprised by the boss's passive talent. He then used Dead Spirit Strike, dealing a ton of damage again. However, this attack returned to Winter River again, damaging him.
But the spirit got angry, saying it was painful and threatened to smash the guy's head.
And then used the skill Long Dreams, and his next attack will be increased by 99999. The damage will be increased by 2,000%. And also 100% chance to get a critical hit, which was just insane. So Winter River used the Black Flame armor, but the spirit only dealt 1 point of damage. Suddenly Martin laughed and said that the guy had been deceived. Then Winter River used his talent, Bone-Crushing Blow, against ascetic Martin. His movement speed decreased by 30% and he chased after the guy. And he began to think that this boss was not worthy of his time and it would be better to find another one. But turning around to look at the spirit who was tired of chasing the guy, he saw how he used the talent. The art of laziness.
Winter River couldn't believe that the enemy just fell asleep.
But suddenly he yawned and didn't realize how he fell asleep. He woke up too abruptly, not believing that he had fallen asleep in the game just like that. He slept for more than 2.5 hours because of that fool Martin, whose powers are only needed to lose control of his opponents. And then Winter River had an idea. What if this boss could be destroyed in another way? Then the guy turned to the sleeping Martin and said that his colleague Jack was buying land in major first-tier cities. Martin asked what difference it made since he was already retired, but Winter River did not give up and said that he definitely had the strength to continue. Because of these words, Martin received moral damages of 10,986 points. And Winter River, realizing it was working, said he was the manager sent by his boss to make sure he was doing his job. Winter River continued to yell at Martin, saying that he had done nothing at all compared to everyone else.
The spirit began to justify himself, saying that he had been working every day for the last 20 years.
But Winter River continued, saying that this was not enough for their association. The ghost could no longer listen to criticism and disappeared into thin air. Thus, Winter River defeated the boss and received the rewards. He reached level 67 and was glad that he had experience in such fights. Thus, Winter River became the first player to destroy a Spirit Tier boss single-handedly. For this, he received rare equipment, the blessing of the God of War and Martin's Book of Talents. Due to the influence of Spirit-level blood from a recent enemy, the equipment has advanced to Spirit level, greatly increasing its attributes. This would definitely help in the battle with Uriel, so the guy was pleased. The Dark Armor was now Spiritual level, increased all its stats and HP, becoming indestructible. And the new skill book, Dream, level B, which gives the ability to create fake information to deceive the enemy. In return, the next attack deals a fixed amount of 1 HP damage, and the skill recharges for 1 day. This skill disappointed the guy, as the skills he had seen from the boss before were much cooler. But if this game was predictable, it wouldn't be as interesting, so this skill will do too. Moreover, he also received a spiritual level cloak, Fantasy Cape, which increases defense and resistance by 30%. The cape once belonged to a great hero who challenged Martin but failed. The second item is Spiritual Grade Heavenly Spring Staff, increasing attack by 50%. The staff was highly sought after by countless priests who always protected the team. The cloak was a good item, but it required level 80 to use. As one of the few Spirit Tier facilities, the staff at Heavenly Spring are practically priceless. But then the guy remembered that Lise, Fakey's sister, was taking a priest's class, so this would be a great gift for her. The Fakey family has the blessing of the God of Time, as they and Lise have many good things, which would be nice to take advantage of. But now the guy decided to check the reward for getting the first kill of a Spirit Tier boss. This was the S-rank War God's blessing, increasing the mastery and power of combat skills. It enhanced the selected skill, increasing its power by 50%, 150%, depending on the rank and effect of the skill.
In his joy, Winter River immediately decided to use the blessing, and then again chose to improve my War Trampling skill.
So War Trample's power increased by another 80%, and it became an SSS class skill.
Now he could increase his movement speed by 300% and attack speed by 200% for 3 seconds.
The next attack deals 200%, 360% damage, is critical, and creates suppression effects.
The power acts within a radius of 100 square meters and affects allies and enemies for 1 minute.
For being the first player to obtain an SSS rank skill, Winter River was given additional rewards.
Luck +1, attribute points +50, fame 5,000. It was a super rare skill for all players.
Now we had to return to Tianhai City immediately.
Winter River immediately found Fakey and ran towards him. He noticed that his friend had improved noticeably thanks to the new axe.
Winter River was happy about this and asked his friend where his sister Fox was.
Fakey replied that she was studying under the only gold-level priest in the city and had reached the bronze level in 2 days.
Winter River replied that Fakey and his sister had great potential thanks to the God of Time.
But now he needed Lys, and Fakey pointed to the clinic in the northern square where she worked for free. But Fakey also asked why the Winter River needed the fox, and he told him about the staff.
The guy would like to exchange it for the fox's treasure from the God of Time.
Fakey said that this was their treasure given to their family.
The guy promised to find something equivalent for Lys within a month.
Fakey exhaled and replied that so be it, hoping that his sister's last scroll would be useful. Arriving at the square, the guy noticed Lys, who was listening attentively to the mentor. She was close to the light faction in her abilities, but her mentor reminded her that she was not light.
Winter River came closer and called the girl.
She recognized him immediately, and her mentor Olga let Lys go, saying that she would treat the wounded herself. Approaching Fox, Winter River said that he would like to exchange the staff for her treasure. She immediately realized that they were talking about the S-rank time travel package. Thanks to him, it was possible to go back to the past to change the future. Due to the unpredictability of God's power, the amount of travel time is determined to be a maximum of 2 minutes, and no less than 10 seconds. The fox smiled and said that she was willing to trade since the staff seemed rare, and then added that she wished her luck in the battle. Here the system offered to accept another quest, Stay on the Green Mountain. But this time, Winter River refused because the most important thing for him now is the result. He handed the staff to Lys and said that he was not stingy and that it was a gift, promising to return something of equal value for the scroll in the future. Here the system warned about accepting the quest Equivalent Exchange, since the guy decided not to use the child for his own interests. Now you need to give Lys something equivalent to the time travel scroll in return within 60 days. The punishment was death, but then the fox decided to reveal a secret to the Winter River. She also has a hidden profession, and it is more interesting than Brother Fakey's. Lys was a bronze level 10 dark singer, being a young girl with a holy and pure heart. After a hard life, she would enter the dark abyss without regrets, but even now her stats were impressive. She thanked the guy for the gift and, pointing her staff at him, asked the god of darkness to watch over him. So he increased all the stats of his weapon by 10% for 3 days, but he was more surprised that Liz was able to use the staff. After all, you need to be level 80 to use it, but the girl replied that she was blessed by darkness. Therefore, she could use any weapon that was allowed to the demonic gods. And while Winter River was in shock, preparations were taking place in the Church of Light. In the secret room, exhausted girls lay on the floor. It was as if the angel hovering above them was sucking energy out of them. His eyes were closed and he himself was radiating light. When his eyes opened, the light from them illuminated his naked body. The kneeling bishop congratulated Uriel on reaching ground level. But this was nothing to the angel who dreamed of destroying the dark swordsman. So he can reach the divine level thanks to his blood. But the bishop warned that the dark swordsman was famous and powerful, so he suggested that Uriel still recover. This angered the angel, who said that all earthly beings are weak. This dark swordsman is just a bug to the seraph. But Winter River himself was clearly not like that, because he had already entered the top 10 strongest players. In the morning, he found himself in the 5th round of the tournament, where each participant is allowed up to 3 failures. It was not possible to face the same opponent for 3 rounds. Soon the first battle for the Winter River began, which was met with discussions. Spectators said that the tournament involved real great martial arts masters, so it would be difficult for the guy. Winter River himself understood that there were many participants and audiences in this competition. They all root for those they believe in and know. This time, a certain World in Chaos level 50, being a Gale summoner, fought with the master of his own guild. But Earth Massacre, who was a level 55 Holy Knight, asked the player not to hold back. This old man seemed familiar to the Winter River, and Slaughter on Earth was once responsible for the gathering of heroes. Winter River managed to achieve his goal of eliminating 1,000 players while he was still in the newbie village. Heroes were easy targets, but now they have reached high levels like that guy. He summoned a sand whirlpool and, apologizing, directed it at the guild leader. He moved straight into the epicenter and his HP began to drop sharply. The audience was surprised that the captain did not dodge, but he had his own tactics and a lot of HP for this. He dispelled the tornado with his sword. And then, finding himself next to the enemy, he attacked him! One blow from his spear was enough to destroy the guy in front of him, and Carnage was victorious. Winter River noticed that he won without using skills, which means he should be treated with caution. A few seconds later, the battle began on the Winter River itself. In front of him again stood a level 52 thief who said that the guy was unlucky. And then, in a matter of seconds, he disappeared from sight of the Winter River. In an instant, he was behind us, ready to attack. But the guy sensed it and dodged the blow at the last moment. The opponent couldn't believe that the Winter River was so fast, so I circled around him again, leaving only dust. Winter River was tired of this, but using her new skill for this would be a waste of time. So he decided to use the Undead grip to stop the thief. He froze and could no longer move, looking in surprise at the Winter River. He didn't know that a swordsman could use this skill like that, but he replied that he was just lucky. After which he swung his sword and defeated his opponent, winning the round. The stands immediately roared in triumph and support, not believing that this was luck. Some people theorized about the guy's talents, but everyone knew that he achieved it himself. Winter River himself wondered if there were other good players here besides Kiwi Wine. And while he was guessing, his potential rivals continued to fight. The next round was won by a certain mage god, Roger, and then by Load Shooter. These matches seemed average to Winter River, and he was hungry for stronger players. Suddenly, Kivavina appeared in the arena, upset not to see the Winter River again. And the guy himself decided to carefully watch the fight of his potential opponent. At this point, the great god, the Flame Priest, decided to attack, knowing that Kiwi was elusive. He created a huge fire tornado around himself. But Vino didn't even move as he began to activate his power. Eventually, the fire tornado became electrified and began to die out. Eventually, the lightning reached the priest himself. Then Vino ran up to him and dealt him a crushing blow with his sword. Spectators were surprised that, despite being in the tornado, Vino received no damage. Winter River still couldn't figure out this guy's skills and only assumed that he could dodge everything. Here his thoughts were interrupted by shouts from the stands and a familiar name. It was Roy who left a mark on Winter River's armor to see if he was dishonoring the Dark Swordsman. But this means that the last Dark Swordsman is still alive, or at least half alive. Roy mentally addressed the guy and said that there is no opponent for the Dark Swordsman. He couldn't stand listening to the guy's horrible analysis any longer, so he showed up here. The Dark Swordsman's strongest skill is Dark Reincarnation, so Roy asked to know about it.
Winter River didn't even understand why Roy came for this, but there was no time left.
He was teleported to the battlefield to his opponent, who was waiting for him. It was that same captain who decided to remind him of all the destroyed heroes.
But Winter River didn't attack, but studied his Dark Reincarnation S-rank skill. With its help, statistics will be increased by 50% for 5 minutes. And Winter River thought, how can he improve this skill? The audience thought that Winter River was too arrogant since he didn't even look at Massacre. And he in turn got angry. And Winter River also said that his guild was strong only because of money.
Resna pounced on the guy and asked how he dared to discuss him.
Carnage on Earth used Holy Spear and increased the damage of her next attack by 300%.
But before he could even strike, a large hand grabbed him. Winter River, at this time, controlling the energy, asked again what Massacre said. And then he struck him with his sword with all his might.
But he did not completely destroy his opponent and did so on purpose. He in turn used the Holy Shield, increasing his defense by 100%.
Damage taken will also be reduced by 30% for 3 seconds.
After that, he took his spear and was even able to deal some damage to the Winter River. He smiled, sighed, and said that it was not bad. The audience was surprised that Massacre withstood River's attack, but his HP allowed him to continue fighting.
Slaughter shouted that if it weren't for the Winter River, his guild would be one of the strongest.
But the guy replied that if the guild members were smart enough, they wouldn't go against him.
Winter River would not have done anything, but the captain himself led his warriors to him. The captain pounced on Winter River and said that Winter River would not survive on its own anyway.
But the guy just smiled madly at this. He miraculously found himself behind the captain. Then, Winter River said that he would rather explore everything alone than become a member of their guild. And then he delivered the final blow, after which he received his victory.
The captain couldn't believe it and was filled with anger.
He stood up from the stands and began to rant about the Winter River's fighting skills, calling them unfair. Winter River was perplexed by this impudence because his opponent simply could not admit defeat. Perhaps he still had to fight him, but for now the fighting continued. And now, finally, it's the turn of the Winter River and the Vanguard. He had long been eager to fight the Winter River. His level was 59, and he took first place in the light faction in the east. Even though there's an 8-level difference, this guy is objectively strong. Vanguard said that he and Winter River are on different sides, so tomorrow is the end for them. But he replied that with such a reward on his head, he would hunt himself. But suddenly Vanguard unexpectedly asked Winter River to add him as a friend. He got distracted and said that he had forbidden sending him notifications, but in the end, he accepted the application. After this, Vanguard decided to put aside the conversation and began to take out his sword. He used the God of War ability and increased all his stats by 20% for 1 minute. After which he tore from his place and rushed to the Winter River.
This is exactly what the guy was waiting for, and even his eyes lit up.
After which he released all the dark power hidden within him. Vanguard was surprised, as he had never seen such an ability before. But Winter River didn't stop there, using the grip of the Undead. But suddenly he lost sight of the Vanguard, who suddenly appeared behind him. He took a swing at the Winter River, but missed. He himself didn't believe that the guy was moving so fast.
And then Winter River flew at his opponent to check how he could dodge his attack.
And even though he used an SS-class skill, Vanguard managed to dodge it. Winter River couldn't believe that his blow had been avoided.
And what's more, Vanguard was able to suddenly attack, dealing damage.
The audience felt the excitement, as it was the first time that someone had struck the Winter River in such a way. However, judging by the guy's HP, he still has a better chance of winning. But one of the viewers disagreed, saying that if everyone judged by HP, there would be no point in the fight. Statistics sometimes make us believe that something is not true, as many have already become convinced of.
And you can see this now watching this fight.
The Winter River struck again, and once again missed. He was running out of steam, and it was just a matter of time before he lost.